edition of trifling ass bullshit's gonna come through my fucking door.
Welcome everybody to twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. This is episode 22, April 8th, 2019. Thank you so much for joining us tonight on this lovely Monday evening. Bash is upset because Chesh wouldn't say hi to him, but that's okay. It happened.
Hit us up with that intro, Dax. You're starting off strong today.
That is the intro. We're going. We're live. We're good.
No, dude, you got to break it down. What we do every week, dude.
What do you mean what we do?
What we do? You know
what we do. We hang out
Every
with our
week.
boys every week. We eat
Monday
dinner.
night, the boys congregate in Discord to use peanut butter on all manner of wacky do shit.
I'll stop the stream. I'm gonna stream.
Hey, yo,
Right
just
now.
ended.
All right, guys. Well, hey, thanks for coming out to twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. Hey, you
Dinner
know
with the
what
boys.
it would do? Well, that was a great cast, everyone. I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
Shit. Here we go again.
How's everyone doing tonight?
Doing good, man.
I'm doing good.
I
Now
am
do the real intro, dude.
Yeah, we're good. We got it out of the way.
Or whatever, dude.
Whatever, dude.
Lazy ass.
Shut up.
I'm drinking, I'm eating like a king.
Bet.
That's what I'm doing right now. Bet.
All right.
Locate me.
Well, I guess I'll do what I normally do. Hey, everybody. Y'all know why we here. We eat food together. Do what we got to do. What's on the plate? What's on the menu? VashTSB. This man came in boasting. This man came in boasting.
This week, we have a spicy Caesar salad made with spring mixed vegetables, fucking Parmesan cheese crisps, diced turkey breast, peanuts, motherfucking hard-boiled egg, all in one bowl. Immaculate. What do we got on the side and for dessert? You already witnessed the crunchy peanut butter. We also have no hamburger today, just an apple that's been sliced very carefully with cinnamon just tossed in it. It's good shit. It's amazing. It goes together lovely.
Good.
And on the side, you already know we're washing it down with that usual cocktail. Today we are drinking gin, Bacardi 151, and a peach Arizona iced tea cocktail.
How's it taste?
Solid, actually. It's quite good. We out here like kings.
Bet.
No
Dax.
memes. No memes, bet. Put mustard on apple.
This man's actually gonna do it. You got. He's getting.
He's not.
No. He's.
Here's the thing: when Vash starts feeling himself, that's when the risk is elevated for putting him in a really.
This man is
precarious
getting
situation.
mustard.
Basically, Chad, if Vash is ever in a really good mood, please don't ask him to do anything, because he'll do it, and I'm really worried about his
Yeah.
health right now. Well,
I mean, the peanut butter hit him real hard
Well-
last time. I can
well,
only imagine
peanut
what's
butter
gonna
always
happen
hits
now.
hard.
Yeah. All right. His ego's about to explode. Before that happens, BB, what you eating?
Got a nice little prepped meal of assorted vegetables and some chicken, dude. Some just nice, solid fucking bone-in chicken. And we also got some creamed corn, which will be coming in the second act. So
Sounds good.
that's just. I'm trying to put
I'm
on some weight,
shaking it
boys
up.
and girls. Trying to put on some weight.
This man has. Wait. Do you also have the Dijon?
We have the spicy mustard.
Oh. Okay. All right. Dax, quick before he
I mean,
dives into the pits of hell.
I've already lost my appetite. Oh, I can hear it. Shit, I'm not a mustard guy. Period.
One moment.
So
One
that
moment.
also doesn't help.
Excuse me.
Hearing it jiggle around on the mic.
Excuse me.
I'm just gonna let Vash do his thing real quick.
He's
Just-
doing it on the apple.
I know he's doing it on the apple.
Oh
Just
my
one minute.
god!
You gotta be
Just-
fucking kidding
just-
me.
Just 1 minute.
You gotta. Be
I
kidding me.
hurt myself today.
Oh, don't even
Don't-
make that
just
fucking.
don't-
Don't even make
don't-
that fucking
don't
face.
Fucking do it.
It honestly just tastes like mustard and then apple.
Well,
It
yeah,
completely cancels itself out.
okay.
That's the regular.
That's fair.
Now we got to get the spicy in the mix.
Oh no.
Damn it.
Don't even worry about it, kids.
I'm very worried.
Don't be. We are invincible in this realm.
Hard not to be. If you die in the game, you die for real. What was that movie? That horrible horror movie about the kids that played
Not Ender's Game.
Not
Was it Ender's Game?
No. Ender's Game's based on that book.
Oh, Gamer. No. Gamer.
No. That's when he was. No. That was different. This was like a horror movie where the kids would play a game, and if they died in the game, then later on, that was the tagline: "If you die in the game, you die for real."
Spy Kids?
No, not Left Alive. That movie. Sort of. What was it? Fuck.
Assassin's Creed?
It's like late 2000s.
Sword Art Online.
It's actually gonna bug the shit out of me now. Fuck.
I'll be right back.
No, not Jumanji. Jumanji's great. Hold on.
Okay.
Die in the game, you do die for real. Hold on, give me 1 second. Stay alive. I was close. I was thinking Left
That's
Alive.
not
but
even a
that game.
cool name.
I know it's not.
These people are bitches. I'll be back. Fuck out.
I am just happy he's putting away the mustard.
Yeah, I am too.
Jesus
But
fucking
anyway,
Christ.
I'm not eating anything right this second. I'm actually gonna. I had a pretty late lunch. I spent a lot of the day kind of helping my dad out, kind of cleaning, and organizing the house. My sister went home pretty early this morning with her family. They were visiting all this last week, so I was just kind of straightening the house back up. You know, nothing doing shambles or anything like that, but spent the bulk of the day doing that and just catching up on some things, getting back into the routine. And so yeah, we have a lot of leftovers because my sister just made tons of shit.
Yeah.
So we have a bunch of salad in there, so I'm probably just gonna grab that in a little while. But I'm chilling out with this cocktail right now. Just what is it? Coconut rum, peach vodka, and then orange. Normally it'd be orange juice, pineapple juice, but I only had orange juice, so just a bunch of that. It's tasty. It's good. We also have. Boy, we got now. My camera's reversed because I'm too lazy to fix it and change it. But we got them Milkies, dude. Milkies.
Oh shit, Milkies?
We got the Milkies, dude. The big Milkies.
Apple Milky.
The big Milkies. The apple Milkies. I don't put fucking mustard on this, but you know it's still good.
Hell yeah.
We're rocking.
That
and rolling.
implies that what I just ate was good.
You didn't say it was bad.
It's true.
Accurate.
Nope. Well, dinner's not really ready yet, so I made myself like a quick quesadilla real quick. And I had like a half a bagel. Dinner will be done in like 2-3 hours or whatever the fuck. I think we're having chicken tonight. So I was like, I need something to snack on. So I'm snack on it. I got a cloud macchiato from Starbucks. It's quite nice.
Ooh, tasty.
Absolutely delicious, I shall say. But yeah, that's what I'm stomping on. I mean, all right, fuck it. Oh, so yeah, Shib just messaged us like not too long ago.
Yeah.
He's not feeling well today. So Shib's not here this week, but next week that man will be back. Yeah, he's just not feeling good. So, wish him the best of luck. We're moving forward. BB, how's the week been, brother?
Vanitas mod.
Oh.
Yeah,
Talk to me
I-
about your
on
cheating
that.
fucking ways you
Getting
speak.
on that this week.
Yeah. See,
Mm-hmm.
when you hold forward on the control stick
Uh-huh.
in remnant mode, and then you input a spell to zip across the screen at the speed of light,
Talk to me.
the possibilities are honestly endless.
Oh.
Speedy.
Especially when also in the same breath, when you hold forward, you can press jump to jump cancel and put yourself at a very specific point on the screen at a specific point in time to do whatever you want. Again, I don't feel like I have to
You don't feel you need to explain yourself. You don't have to explain yourself at all.
No, this shit is dope. This shit
Is incredible.
Yeah, no, I'm having a fucking blast, dude. Right now, I'm at the data org right now. I beat Terra, and I'm like working on the data org, and I predict either next stream or the stream after I will get to the new secret bosses that Zad has put into the game.
Oh, you still haven't found them?
No. So okay, so there is a what is it? There's a special keyblade that you get after defeating the data org, and that gets linked to a text file that you then open up, and then that kind of gives you the directions for how you can do the secret boss shit.
Sneaky.
But that's the theory. I don't know if anybody's actually done the secret bosses yet or not.
Is that the Baja?
That is the Baja. Yeah.
Wow, you have a bottle? I could recognize it.
Yep, I do.
And Chesh delivered it.
Yeah, Chesh didn't want to talk to me, so yeah, whatever. Enjoy your drink.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to say, last week we found out. This week, it's now reality. We're Twitch affiliates now.
I got all the paperwork or whatever done today, so people, I don't have any emotes obviously or any other incentives, whatever, but people are free to subscribe to the channel.
Twitch affiliates, by the way, don't fucking talk to us.
Yeah, we're kind of a big deal.
Kind of
affiliate streamers coming.
Affiliates coming the fuck through. All right, group affiliates out of the fucking way. So yeah, you guys can go ahead, hit that subscribe button if you want. We're gonna have
you with the Twitch Prime coming in hot.
Shit.
Oh.
The new
is that our first sub?
That is true. We always forget. I always forget. You can always subscribe for free with Twitch Prime. Check out Twitch Prime at twitch.tv/twitch.
Twitch.tv. Use your Twitch Prime at twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. Twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. Is that our first sub?
Yes, it is.
Put his name on.
Put his name on. Oh, I need one of those dry erase boards so I can come over here and be like, oh, here, let me just, right there. Oh god, oh, your name is so pretty. Oh fuck, oh, I love it.
Oh fuck.
Oh right here. Oh god, you're so hot. Thank you for subscribing. TV / oh, I fell. Oh god. Oh.
See, Dax, you're making fun of it.
Oh, we got another one. See, look, my sexual antics got me another one. And another one. Finny fun.
Damn, boy,
damn, we in here.
You think that's a joke, but honestly,
it's
working.
It will. I mean, as we can see.
Thanks so much to everybody for subbing. Like I said, this has always been just something fun for us to do. So if you guys want to sub to us all, or you only want to sub to one individual person, we don't look at you any different. If you want to sub to all of us as a group collective, you can. We appreciate everyone that just every week sits down and just listens to us actually talk about hentai tags and shit. So
yeah.
Something
I was actually shout out to Dark. See something I was thinking about actually. I was thinking about the affiliate thing. Aside from just emotes and stuff like that, which I didn't want to think about, try to get creative with it, was like, what if there was a small portion of the cast where people who are subscribed could send in questions that we would talk about or topics?
Yeah, questions and stuff.
Because we usually keep everything freeform and whatever, and we don't, we don't focus a whole lot on. Not that we don't care about the chat. We love you, of course.
We love you,
especially Dragon Slayer 2595 with the tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much, sir. But
so much, dude.
But I think it would keep it. It would be a fun little incentive, and we usually kind of keep our own thing.
We're here now. We can actually talk about this. Do we want to actually have a portion where we can set aside for subs or whoever? Because I don't think we're gonna set up a fucking Patreon. We're not shaking our ass that hard yet. We could set up a portion to where subs can send us questions at, I don't know, somewhere, when we make a Discord or on Twitter or something like that. And we could just read them off and we can answer back. Doesn't matter how real stupid it is. We'll come up with stupid answers. Doesn't really matter.
Questions, topics, whatever.
Yeah, questions, topics, whatever. Bring it to us, and then we could have a nice formulaic like way we answer it, and we can structure our time a little better because hey, I love talking to you guys for 5 hours. I could talk to you guys
Oh, sure.
literally every day for the rest of my fucking life. You guys know that. So anytime like this would be fun. I'm sure Dax will be making emotes at some point whenever he gets to it. He's a busy boy, so hey, can't pressure him on that. We've got a Twitter. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter. God damn it! Please follow us on Twitter at DWTB. It's a good time, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, it's fucking sick. Dude, we got fucking 4 subs, boys. Oh, God, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
we're
No one's
rolling-
going to be able to
hey,
talk to us at GDQ anymore.
We're rolling in the money.
No one's going to fucking talk to us at GDQ anymore, dude. Who runs the Twitter? Mainly me, but I mean, Dax has the info too.
I have the access to it, but I just, Aceuhh made it, so.
Yeah. At some point, he's got to... Oh, there's the lung cancer. At some point, he's got to give me assets so I can, so they can fit on Twitter.
Right.
But as it stands right now, it works out well.
That's fine.
Can I please ma'am the Twitter? You can. I think so. I don't know. Actually, no. I said it so nobody can DM us. I think. I don't know. Whatever the case. Sponsors, please DM us, please. We.
See, I need to figure out
Please,
this
sponsors.
I really need to figure out this whole chat censoring thing and why that keeps happening, because I swear to God, I've changed every setting I possibly can.
I
It
don't know.
does not seem to care.
That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that, but yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess in the future, guys, like if you guys are subbed, you guys can send us in questions, and then we'll talk about topics and stuff like that. Bits with the boys. Oh
Bits with-
shit.
Bits with the boys.
Yeah.
That sounds like a segment name.
We just sit here and accept bits. We don't actually do anything.
We just sit here and just
That's the
Like, come on.
whole stream.
Every time someone does it, hey, thanks, dude.
I just
Hey,
sit
thanks,
here
dude.
like,
Many thanks,
Yeah.
my man.
wow, thanks, dude. I'll give him like the Hawaiian shirt, Aceuhh. Hell yeah. All right. So BB got us on the Vanitas mod. That's everything. We'll talk about the Twitch. The Twitch affiliate stuff will come up later. We're fucking important, boys. Dax. I mean, you kind of gave us your breakdown of the week. How was it, dude? Did you have a good time with your family?
It was good. It was good. It went by pretty fast. Basically, my sister Michelle and her husband Ryan, 2 kids, Jet and Jay, they all came down last Monday, and so they left pretty early this morning. It was a good time. Just spent a lot of time with them. Didn't do really a whole lot else aside from that.
Well, that's not true. You've been drawn.
Yes. Yeah. Aside from that, I've been doing some emote work. In fact, I made a couple for myself. I'm just gonna post them in the chat right here because I'm feeling
Yeah, man.
pretty,
He's picking up the pen again, my dude. My guy, Aceuhh.
That wrist pain got us, but we're working past it.
Wrist pain.
Yeah, when I draw, I get bad wrist pain, and that's the only real place I get it. Which is why I've stopped drawing for years, just because it just happens. So I used to that was the thing I would do is I drew, but I kind of stopped. Hold on.
You guys I don't think you guys will be able to see it on the Twitch yet, but the early episodes Dax showed off his binders, his old school binders and stuff like that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, those
So
are
if you
good.
guys are around during the golden time, the golden time.
The old days.
Haha.
Yeah, so
Where's
I
the
made.
dinner with the boys Ultimania?
That's a good question. Yeah, put them in the
Yeah.
chat. I made these 2. One's Smug Tomo from Azumanga, and the other one was my take on a Gasm emote, which was, I thought, well, what better way to have your generic Ahigao Gasm emote with a character without pupils? So I thought Broly would be a good take on that. So that turned out fun.
Oh yeah. Fantastic.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah. Did those made some emotes for White recently. I have a couple of people that have commissions lined up for. So that's been fun. Been learning more stuff about that. It is very hard to do a very simple illustration and shrink it down to 28 by 28 pixels, which I knew going in.
Yep.
And yet every time I start to figure little things out where it's like, okay, I can work around it, so I can try to do this or whatever. It matters. It always figures out some way to fuck me. But
Yeah. Well, that's how it go.
But you know, it's a process, and it's still fun in itself. I think it's neat. I actually did a stream not too long ago, and I haven't done like any sort of like drawing or art stream in a long time. That's, I mean, I'm talking like 2011. You know, back on like those old streams and shit when it was like a small thing, and like I would just draw shit for people all the time, so it was more comfortable then. But yeah, I did one where I was drawing that Shion emote for Wyatt. I'm just kind of hanging in there, and that was fun. Just weird. It's just weird because I don't think about having like a lot of insecurities and things when it comes to doing things on stream and such, and all of a sudden like things like that just, I don't know, just gets really weird. But it was fun. I enjoyed it. A lot of people seem to like it, so I want to do more of that. And it's a learning thing. I think part of it is because of the format, because it's kind of unique in the way you create emotes. Is I don't feel like that bad for not liking what I make a whole lot or being super perfectionist about it, because it's like, oh well, just, you know, you do this one. If the person commissioning enjoys it, then it's like, okay, cool, submit that, and then I'll try to improve the next one. People enjoyed it, so.
Ain't Cheshire doll?
Yeah.
It really is.
All states.
All states.
Well, lung cancer getting you too, dog.
I mean, that happens.
Something stuck. Ugh.
I got the black lung pop.
You got that egg foo lung.
Oh, that.
Been smoking that mid.
You actually reminded me of something. This was a side note. This was something that actually happened a few weeks, about a month ago now. This is kind of an extended, relative family thing that I just found. This is a PSA, partly to not swallow batteries, but also partly to as a reminder that if you have a child and your child isn't eating for like 3 days, take them to the fucking hospital. Finny, with the tier 3.
Whoa,
you.
Finny!
Appreciate it.
Finifer, Funifer.
But yeah, if your kid isn't swallowing for 3 days, let alone 2 weeks, please take them to the hospital. Basically, one of my cousins and his wife, they're both very sweet people, who are unfortunately a little weird in the head in some ways, and they're not super fond of hospitals and government buildings and that kind of stuff. One of their children, it's like 7, 8, was for a 2-week period pretty much not eating, to the point where they had to, you know, feed her like smoothies and whatnot, you know, the equivalent. And she wasn't speaking very well. She was like having all these other issues and whatnot.
Give me the code.
Oh, hold on, Ace. Yeah, here. Well, shit.
Thanks, brother.
Typing
Go ahead. Keep on typing.
Yeah. I'll give it a second. And so after a couple weeks, they took her to the hospital and found, reluctantly took her to the hospital and found that she had one of those little, I think it's a Type-C battery, one of those little like watch batteries, those circle ones, right?
Yeah.
Things, right?
Those itty bitty ones.
Yeah. It was lodged right here.
Oh.
And basically what had happened, right, is that
What had happened?
well, first of all, y'all know that if you swallow a battery, it will corrode and open up inside of your stomach and everything will emit and you can fucking die, right?
Yeah.
This was lodged in there, which is a lot better considering that it's a lot easier to pull out and you have more time to handle it. Problem is that
It's still in there.
based on the way my sister was talking to me about it, it sounds to me like it's more of a case of they were really against going to the hospital in the first place, regardless if they knew about the battery or not, which I really don't think they did. And I think they just kept putting it off and putting it off until the point where it's like, okay, well, we have to go now. Well, because they put it off, basically, I think the term is necrotized, where her entire esophagus from here to here is black. So, like, it's permanently, like, fucked.
Gone. Yeah.
So they got the battery out, right? And she can talk okay, but for the rest of her life, her throat's fucked.
That's fucked.
So it will forever be somewhat painful to swallow. She can get therapy and other things like that to help it, but it's necrotized forever. because they were paranoid about going to the hospital because they don't like hospitals.
Take
Take your children to the fucking hospital.
So we can have a more complete profile of what's going on here. Do they like fucking dodge tax payments and shit like that?
No, but they
fucking...
don't. They.
You said they had like a fear of government buildings.
They or fear like just government shit in general. They kind of like to be left alone. They don't live in a very good part of town. They're not great. Again, they're sweet as fuck people. They really, really are. Especially like Tia, his wife, is just one of the most amazing cooks I know. But when my mother was still alive, and she would talk about how like she would go over to their house, and it's just like they might as well live inside of a fucking cardboard box because nothing works. Nothing's like Tia fucking got all the electrical wiring done herself over the course of like a month. It's not great, but it works. But like they haven't had heat or proper air for a couple years now. They haven't, like, it's a whole thing. They don't live in a great place. It's just not, and just they just have weird habitual things going on, and on top of it, it's like just these fucking girls.
They're just growing up in this environment.
They're just growing up in that environment, and they're adorable. They're loud, but they're adorable. And just, yeah. So it's sad, but it's just it's
one of those situations
take
where you
your
can
fucking
literally
kids
just
to
go
the hospital, please.
Yeah, where you can just tell people, take your children to the fucking hospital.
It's a PSA. Like,
Justin Wong has the worst tier list in the world.
But
he probably still
if he
takes
had
his
a
fucking
kid,
to the hospital.
if Jay Wong had a kid, he would.
He has a kid.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
Since
on
when?
the
He's
way.
married with a child.
Oh, on the way.
No.
Wait,
it's
it's out?
here. Yeah, it's
It
been
popped
out
out?
for a while.
It went gold?
Yeah.
Been released? On Steam?
Yeah.
Whoa.
No. It's got GOG. Or no, it's got Epic Game Store.
Oh, it's
exclusivity,
exclusive
so
to
pretty
Epic
cool.
Games. That's why I didn't hear
Yeah,
about it.
exactly.
That's why you didn't
But
hear
yeah,
about it.
Justin Wong has a kid. He makes the worst tier list in the world. He has the absolute. People are now just realizing Justin Wong is the dumbest, most
He's got
fucking
the worst
vanilla person
opinions.
in the world.
Did y'all see Yohosi's tier list made up of
Of the
Justin
tier
Wong's
list.
different tier lists? It's really
Yeah. And
Good
It's
shit.
really fun.
and he would take his kids to the hospital. So take your kids to the fucking
Yeah,
hospital.
please do that. Please don't let your child's throat necrotize because of batteries in it, because you're just like, oh, well, they're not eating, but I'm sure it's fine.
Fucking
Asa.
terrible.
Hmm.
Ghetto Mary Poppins.
Yeah, that is 100% Chesh. Because
Ghetto.
Ghetto
Okay,
Mary
I-
Poppins.
I was having a conversation with Finn, and she goes, she's like impersonating Chesh for me. She's like, oh, Finny, let me help you. Oh, I will assist you so much. I was like, wait, hold the fucking phone. Chesh doesn't speak like this. You've never talked to her, right? She goes, no, I never have. That's just how I imagine her. I'm like, wait. You don't know Chesh. You haven't talked to her. That's the most ghetto bitch I've ever met in my life. And she goes, I don't know, like, she can talk, but she types so nice and she only wants to help you. She could be like the ghetto Mary Poppins. And I fucking died. I was like, holy shit, she's ghetto Mary Poppins.
Instead of flying away on fucking like an umbrella, she just pulls out the Henny.
She brings out 2 empty Henny bottles and just floats down with
Starts
her.
helicoptering away.
Toodaloo, motherfuckers! Oh god. Hell yeah, but yeah, ghetto Mary Poppins, that's Chesh 100%. Take your children to the fucking hospital.
Yeah, please do.
Alright, well I guess that Vash, should we do your week?
No.
Alright, how's your week been, Doug? I'm modding Finny. There's nothing anyone can do about it.
This life shit's wild, man. I shit you not.
I know, right?
Dude, fucking, I like I don't even know where to start. Let's just say your boy's on an upswing. Big upswing. Absolutely. Like
Give me the
fucking-
breakdown, dog. What's up?
Well, fools, like fucking, we're out here getting girls' phone numbers and shit, talking, setting dates. Holy shit! I don't even know what the fuck to do. We're getting
This man spreads a little bit of peanut butter on his burger, and all of a sudden the
Like,
ladies just start flocking.
Hey, you let me get those digits, babe. You do what with what now? I need, I love a man who can cook. Like fucking, we're landing on like the dean's honor list and shit like that for like the 4th time. we're getting
Congratulations, dude.
We're getting scholarship applications in. We're holding down 2 jobs plus a fucking good GPA at school, man. It's
And a
fucking-
podcast, brother.
and a podcast. It's fucking, these are wild times, man.
All I can say is, if
And-
you start scheduling dates on Monday at 5 o'clock PST to avoid twitch.tv/dinner with the boys, I don't know if we can be friends anymore, dude.
I was thinking about this, so hey man, I don't know what you heard about Saturday, but Monday is for the boys. They got to understand that.
Oh yeah.
They got to know. They
As
got to
long
know.
as they know Monday's for the boys,
Then we're all good.
and we're good. We're Gucci, kid.
Not even a question. We got the fresh cut. Whole new world. Holy shit. So, I haven't played
Hell yeah.
DMC since last stream,
What the fuck?
but it's all right.
Oh.
We out here straight
that shit
boozing.
happens.
Vash, you gotta tell me when you're doing 2FM so that I can do DMC4.
I was thinking about that. We should like trade wives. Like we gotta make
Wife
the-
swap in this bitch?
We gotta make the exchange date, man. Straight up. They'll be like, hey man, you
Game swap, dude.
game swap, dude. You take my wife, I'll take yours, dude. Just out for a walk. Don't give a fuck. Bring it back. Talk about our feelings, our experiences.
Mhm.
I can't wait. I'll put everything on hold for another playthrough of 2FM. That game is sick.
It is a good game.
I'll play
Man.
fucking Vanitas mod. I don't give a shit. It's good
Dude,
times.
I'm sorry, I just can't help but gush. Like, I can't believe that 2FM is such a well-designed game that you can make that many changes to its infrastructure, and the game is just like, yeah, okay, that's fine. just keep doing that. That's fine. There's no problem here.
Well, according our good old friend on the inside, Aceuhh, he was hyping up that critical mode again.
Oh yeah. That came out like yesterday, right? Something.
Talking
Yeah.
about how, like, yeah, man, if you're one of them action gamers, like them action games with them tight timings and counters and all that crazy shit, you're gonna have all these new abilities to work with that are gonna be more in line with that kind of style of gameplay.
Here's my thing. This is Aceuhh we're talking about, okay? And I'm not trying to like shit talk the guy, but I
feel like
don't,
you did.
I don't. I'm not okay. This isn't shit talk, but I'm gonna be.
This is
I'm gonna be
facts?
honest. This is facts. I don't think that this dude has like any background whatsoever in any sort of like fighting games or action games. So when he says that this is going to be more timing based and it's going to be more about action games, I don't know I don't even know what that means.
Well, you
what
have
the
to keep
definition
you
of
have
that
to keep
is.
in mind that we're talking about a game with a combat system where you put on an ability where you block something and you do a move that counters, right?
Mhm.
You block something, you press the attack button, Sora does an uppercut, okay? But then some enemies will get hit back by it. Some enemies don't give a fuck. And then other times,
Yeah.
a lot of those enemies that don't give a fuck sometimes do, but sometimes they don't.
Mhm.
And it's really great when nothing is consistent and you get punished for doing this very basic thing that you equipped for your character,
Mhm.
where it's not a matter of, oh, it's not viable on this type of enemy. It's a matter of, oh, I guess I can't do that? Question mark.
Yeah, I'm just not
And
allowed to.
it really
do
makes me
this
feel
move
like
on this guy.
it really makes me feel like I can't learn the fucking game. But I mean, he said the game was designed for his kids, so Whatever.
Literally,
He literally
What?
said the game was more like.
Okay, can
his
we
design-
talk about devs? Can we talk about devs just wiling the fuck
I know.
out?
Let me get the quote.
Can we
Let me give
Oh!
me 1 second, and I'll get. I will get the screen cap. In fact, I need to pull this whole article.
yeah, no. What was it? We were coming back from the gym actually,
Yeah.
and Shesh read me that exact article.
So
Were you
this
driving at the time?
I was driving at the time, yeah.
Were you almost not? Just be like, well, honey, just
there's
no.
there's a
It's-
very
You
no,
almost
short-
crashed. You just
no, dude.
What the fuck?
Just FGC not extend the hand. Good games. Good game.
I was calm because it didn't surprise me.
no.
Like
That was
all I
my-
needed was
that was my feeling.
validation.
That was my feeling the same. So it was a very short article, but this was the main quote that I care about. This is like 1 of 4 paragraphs that were in there. Quote from Aceuhh. If you people in the chat are listening on YouTube or wherever the fuck don't know, this is the co-director of Kingdom Hearts 3. Quote, there was a lot of feedback that said the standard and beginner were pretty. Wait, what? Okay, I think this is
Pretty easy.
Pretty easy. This is not written well. There's a lot of feedback that said the standard and beginner modes were pretty easy, said Aceuhh. I guess we sort of aimed for that though. For us, we wanted it to widen our audience so that it was the whole point of that. But we did get a lot of responses saying fans wanted a more difficult mode, so we gave them critical mode. I sort of expected that people might think that this was too easy, but we were targeting an audience. My kids, for example, who have never played Kingdom Hearts, end quote.
I'm gonna go put these in the dishwasher. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Why in the fuck?
Why?
Why are we still?
The
why
problem,
are, like,
the problem
honestly,
is, and this is the disconnect, right? The problem is that number one, and we've obviously seen this from a lot of development from the other Kingdom Hearts games. We've obviously seen it from 3. Is that we talked about this plenty of other times, whether it be in this cast or not. Is that there's a huge disconnect between the people currently developing the game and their mindset towards what a Kingdom Hearts game is versus what 1 Chain of Memories and 2 established.
it just doesn't. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me though. When you think about it, like this game has been out for 11 fucking years. What do you think? People are gonna first time pick up the Kingdom Hearts 3? Like most of the people that are picking up the game have played the other games.
But you have
You know,
to remember,
Shesh-
there's this
Shesh,
whole. Go ahead.
Shesh told me this in the car ride home, and it makes total sense when you think about it. Is that there's a whole new saga of Kingdom Hearts coming out, and there hasn't been a console title for Kingdom Hearts in a long time. This is their gateway drug, if you want to call it that. This is their gateway
It's the
into
primer.
the series. It's like it gets the kids that have never gotten into the series before to be like, oh man, I'm like really into this. What else is there? New saga, and they just get a whole new generation of Kingdom Hearts fans. And so that's why they're targeting a gigantic younger audience of kids with this sort of game.
But
It makes
doesn't that?
sense.
But does it? Yeah, it makes sense. But doesn't that say "fuck you" to the rest of the people?
Yes. Oh yeah,
Yeah, of course it
absolutely.
does.
Oh no, yeah, that
But we're
fucking.
not. We're not the. That's the thing. We're not, okay. The idea, and a lot of developers have this. We've seen it with a lot of games. We've seen it with a lot of franchises and shit. I'm sure Vash can attest to this when he comes back. Is that there comes a time where the devs, whether they're people who used to work on the classic games or not, oftentimes it's not, who they have to look at their franchise as it stands and goes, okay, how was this established when it started? How did people first get into it? How can we bring in new people without just limiting ourselves to the fans who grew up with the games? And the problem is that oftentimes they try so hard to either desperately recapture what the original games had and they don't change anything, or they try to change it so significantly that they forget how much of a balance they found with their original games. In the case of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, especially 2, I mean, look, we talked about this a million times, the whole, many players just mash shit and they found the game to be kind of easy, whatever, and then of course 2 of them comes out and then people are playing critical mode years later, or early on back in the day if you imported, and would find that, like, oh shit, well, this is different, this is really hard, and people would grow over time, come back to the game and find a whole new experience waiting for them when it came to difficulty and appreciation for the mechanics in the game and this and that and the other. I know we've talked at length about how the game does a poor job at emphasizing that within its own system, but it's still there and it can still be appreciated in its own way. what's difficult is that whether it's people who were around that time at Square who just fail to recognize those things and just that game was just a happy accident, or in this case, many people at Square, especially the Osaka team or Tokyo team, whatever, who did not work on that game, they're left with a different impression because they just simply do not have the same mindset or interpretation that many of us have who have grown up with that game and have experienced it very different ways. When I first played KH2, I just bashed it and I didn't really use anything and I loved it. Years and years later, I go back, I start using fucking everything. I played 2FM, I'm like, whoa, look at all this new stuff. I love it in a very different way. And I can appreciate it from the fucking basic bitch level, just mash the shit and fucking you win, all the way to the super technical bullshit. And that game was so balanced in a way to where you could just, not in terms of its mechanics and everything else, but in terms of it's just the fact that you can find all these different ways to appreciate it, and you didn't really have to get caught up in like, okay, what is the core design of this game, or what does the game want you to do? Because it didn't really emphasize anything particular. It didn't really get a job at teaching anything particular, but it didn't give a fuck about how you played it, and it was open enough to where so many people could appreciate it. That's why it's always so high on these fucking lists, casual or not, from people, from their own personal perspectives. Mm-hmm. And so when they go out of their way to design it for people who are not only new to Kingdom Hearts, but also they just want it to be easy and approachable for everybody, that limitation is brought about, what I would assume, based on, number one, we want the youngins to have an easygoing experience, and two, it's a Kingdom Hearts game that has all their favorite fucking characters, so of course the fans are going to play it because they're going to love it because it has all their favorite characters and story and bullshit, whatever. Mm-hmm. They're fine. They don't care about the fucking gameplay. It's fine. Yeah. Because we're just going to give them critical mode later, and they're going to love that. And they're going to love that. Even though the foundation of our fucking game is
so hard.
Not made for that shit. Look, if they pop that shit out randomly one day as an update and it's the fucking bee's knees, then hey, good shit.
Then yeah,
we've talked about this a bunch of time before. I have no idea how they would do it without foundation. That's just how it is. But yeah, but it really is just this desperate need. I think, like Aceuhh said, it really is just a desperate need. This man's dead. To begin a new, like, to bring in a lot of new fans because of the new saga that they're setting up, because they can't they don't want to reasonably rely on people who have grown up with the games and been playing up to this point, even though they've been so desperate about porting over all these collections and getting people caught up, which I think is perfectly fine. It's this weird disconnect.
It's interesting because I was thinking about this while I was cleaning dishes downstairs. It's really jarring when you hear something that is like arguably intentional or an accident removed from a new game, and you're like, oh man, that sucks, we just got unlucky, it wasn't in. And then you or even better, you have devs that imply that they made a lot of very conscious decisions, that they were aware of what they were doing as they were pulling individual triggers, and then you hear their explanations for why, or you hear them explain how a mechanic works, and every like iota of faith just evaporates over the span of like maybe 5 seconds tops.
Yeah. The only time I'd never felt like that is during like the Nier Automata stuff, because they broke their shit down pretty fucking easy in the translations. Like, they broke down their gameplay. And they knew it was simple. They never came in saying this is going to be high octane gameplay. They knew it was all about story.
And they also did that beforehand. They also did that like early pre-release shit where they would just dump enemies in the field and be like, hey, this is how this stuff works. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
Oh yeah. 100%.
So there was a Capcom thing recently.
Was there?
Stream where certain comments were made. Vash, tell us about it since we're on that general topic.
I think we spoke about this last time, but for the
catch us up, since we're on this all flows together.
Actually,
we're all different rivers running down in the same stream.
They said more shit.
So, for those of you who don't remember, or weren't aware, when they were talking about the way inertia worked in DMC4. They got that explanation completely fucking wrong. And the explanation, this isn't 100% always the case, but a running theme that everybody's been sort of memeing about is that whenever someone's questioned on why a certain decision was made, whether that's like why there's no Devil Breaker swapping in DMC5, why there's no transference of inertia through like basic actions or anything like that, why reversals were removed, the explanation tends to boil down to something along the lines of, we thought that by removing options, we would give players more options. And, you know, fair play. There's an argument to be made that, you know, under certain restrictions and limitations, like trying to play stylishly with only one style in DMC3 vanilla, you can come up with some interesting workarounds to like accomplish a goal like a never touch the ground run in Mission 6's Trial of the Warrior. Like, that's all cool and Gucci and Coochie, but with the fucking shit that they say sometimes makes me want to fucking deep throat a battery. The reason being, so someone finally, like, they won't do it on Twitter, but occasionally on streams they will be they will meet a question head on when it has to do with tech that was present in either previous builds of Devil May Cry 5 or were, you know, established in previous games. They will meet that head on and they'll give their explanations for that. One of them was for reversals. And reversals, for those of you who don't know, like, imagine if anybody in here is a Kingdom Hearts player or a fighting game player, and you're used to attacks only going in their set directions. Like, if you throw a fireball in Street Fighter, that fireball's only going in the direction that your character's facing. With reversals, the way it works is that you can take a directed attack and you can redirect it in any direction that you want to. So moves with unique hitboxes or anything like that gain a lot of added utility. Directional input attacks that have movement components to them gain new utility. It's a bunch of nerd shit, but it's one of the reasons why I got into Devil May Cry. I wasn't really in it much for the lore of the characters, it was for the gameplay. And a lot of that stuff is missing in DMC5. So when questioned about it, the dev team said that, well, this is something that came up quite frequently in QA testing. So, you know, QA testers were struggling with it because they were always doing it accidentally. We figured, hey, why not remove it completely so people can be more deliberate instead of saying, hey, get good.
or at the very least, like, figure out what, like, this is another point of contingency that I hear brought up a lot. How the fuck do you accidentally do a reversal multiple times in QA?
Yeah, I talked about that last time where I'm like, you
How?
had to have like mashing lock on and fucking face rolling hard. And again,
it is not something that you just accidentally do. It's the exact opposite direction of where you're intentionally doing an attack.
In order to get it, for those of you who've never played a Devil May Cry game before, you have to literally release lock on and move the analog stick in a direction to change the direction that your character is facing, because that changes the way that the character's looking when the directional input that the direction it's coming out. That's the theory behind it. And in order to do that in DMC5 system, like Dax was saying, you have to be flickering this bitch constantly and giving stick inputs in so many wacky and wild directions that this game's fucking welfare hitboxes still aren't triggering shit. For it to happen that frequently, homie, I'm puzzled.
Like, okay,
it's very weird. I love the term welfare hitboxes, by the way.
No, it's a good term.
It's really good.
The other point of contingency that I have for this sort of thing is that you guys are gonna have to back me up on this, or like tell me whether or not I'm right or wrong. is that like going into DMC5, certain developers would mention that yeah, I've seen combo mods, and yeah, I'm aware of techniques in Devil May Cry 4 such as reversals and like they're at least aware of what it is and how it works.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Am I on point?
Oh, they've claimed in their GDC conference to have top level players in their development team so
Okay.
they can vet the decisions that they make.
Okay, so if this is indeed true, and like that is like so in question right now, because at that point, if you are aware of the theory behind reversals and how they work and how they come out in said play, and you see that shit happen in QA, how do you not go to that person and say, hey, some wacky shit's going on, can you please explain what's going on? And then that person can be like, oh yes, this is X thing, you know, this is how it works. And they'll be like, oh, so maybe the input window is maybe a little bit too big for your stick input that's allowing these reversals to happen all the time. Maybe we should tighten that up a little bit. Or at the very least, have a toggleable option where it's like, okay, if you don't want this interrupting your gameplay, you can turn it off and have more leniency with your stick inputs. But if you want more stricter inputs, and this will open up the freedom to allow reversals to happen in said gameplay, you just turn that shit off and just make it more strict. And that makes literally like it is such a no-brainer. If you care about this community, if you care about high level tech and this sort of shit taking place in your video game, this is a no fucking brainer.
But then you
end up with
this fucking pretentious ass comment about, well, you know, we know the pro players might be a little upset that certain things are taken away, but trust me, guys, when you find all the other tech that's in the game, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, not just that shit doesn't fly.
It's not even a matter of like, oh, okay, so this very particular thing that certain Nero players would do after X move into Y move, this particular thing, because of this one thing, because of this change to this, because of this input change or whatever, this specific thing can't be done. Okay, except it's not a matter of it being hyper specific, it's a matter of it being a foundational mechanic that you can use throughout all of your play, as well as doing creative things within it that define your play style above another person. So when you take that away, man, it kind of limits things a little bit. What other foundational mechanic is there that you haven't talked about that's just hiding in the game somewhere that's going to be the other tech? Because if you're talking about strategy for Devil Breakers, Chief, this ain't it. I don't get it. I don't get what that comment, and I don't know if it's a matter of just not understanding the question, not relaying your answer properly, the what it is. But it ends up sounding really out of touch, which is unfortunate considering who was saying the fucking answer to the question. And then of course we all look like assholes because we're playing about this one, small thing that 90% of players don't give a shit about, and they're like, well, whatever, dude, grow up.
95% of players don't give a shit about it, and DMC5 is otherwise a love letter.
A fantastic game.
Yeah, exactly. So we look like assholes complaining about this amazing game because it doesn't have certain mechanics.
And then it goes into a loop because Twitter is the worst website ever made.
Oh yeah.
So it's a whole thing. Vash, what do you have to say about this?
There is that thing in DMC5.
Which one?
In the demo, actually. That was the removal of like a foundational piece of movement tech that was very, very, very specific. And that was the change to overall character turn speed and how that impacted the ability for you to do shuffle reversals.
Yeah.
So, your boy. If anybody's seen my Nero,
reversals.
They're a core part of my gameplay. And the way that a reversal worked in DMC4, just in general, is that it's largely predicated on you doing it out of a prior action with some type of recovery. Because either in Devil May Cry 3, you're trying to get a directional input to come out at a specific angle based on where the character is facing out of their last action, because they can't turn on a dime. So there's turn speed, but the move is still going to come out regardless. In DMC4's case, you have the concept of buffering into attacks, where you can turn a character like completely around as long as you're buffering a directional input and releasing lock-on out of another move or action that has its own recovery. So there's a lot of versatility in that. But in DMC5 sort of meets DMC3 and 4 in the middle here, because it has drastically slower turn speed than 4, but still has sort of the buffering element that 4 had. So what you would get is you would get Nero's shuffle move that in DMC4 you would be able to like turn on a dime and change the direction that the backdash was going to go. So you had this like ground dash going in any direction that you so chose, provided you had the execution to get it to go there. And you could do it whether you were facing forward, you would turn around and go back. If you were facing back, you would just go back. It didn't matter. In DMC5, with a slower turn speed, suddenly it matters. And that was fine, except that in this instance, if you, like, okay, you had to, if you wanted to, like, say a demon is here, and you're Nero here, and you want to go towards the demon, you have to turn Nero around to make him go this way. Because otherwise, Nero turns too slowly out of the buffer in order to make him dash forward. So if you had something like, if you wanted to close this distance, in DMC4, what you would be able to do is you would be able to do his stinger move, which leaves him facing toward the demon, and then buffer out of it going back, because the turn speed was quick enough. But in 5's system, if you were to try to do it in there, you would do this and then go like this, because Nero is too slow turning. He can't get his back facing the demon. That removed a core piece of mobility and game plan decision that was very specific to me, but guess what the boy didn't do? The boy didn't fucking complain about it. In fact, in order to get a reversed shuffle at all, I had to then do 2 fucking reversals. One to reverse an attack to face me the other direction, and then the other to actually get the reversal out. I didn't give a shit and I didn't complain. I accepted it as different and moved the fuck on. I adapted to the changes and I was totally fine with them. And then you just fucking remove the concept in its entirety, and like, there's no adaptation to that.
That's okay. Like, so there's when I look at very specific things like this, I think about it this way, right? Like in a very straightforward way, and this is just like offhand. It's not even something like I need to like look at everything that's in the game just on paper before I would actually start like making better comparisons. But when I think about the whole, well, you know, that game was DMC4, this game is DMC5 sort of thing. It's like, okay, so you can't do a reversal shuffle the same way, but hey, you got shit like breakers and payline and stuff, right? On top of everything else. It's like, okay, well, this thing is different. Like, let's just imagine that you couldn't reverse shuffle period for whatever reason because of the fucking turn speed thing. Okay, let's just say that wasn't there. It's like, yeah, well, at least, you know, I can give that as being unique to that game, but I found some other shit because of the different moves and abilities and new things that they added in 5. And it's like, it's just this general separation. I can imagine for most people wouldn't be a big deal. It'd just be like, well, you know, I had this in that game, but I have this new stuff in that game, right? Kind of like how Matt was alluding to.
Yeah.
And all that. Problem is, like we said, when it gets more into, well, you had this foundational aspect of moving your character that applied to so many things. It was an underlying factor in the engine that applied to all these different elements of the game. You took it away and replaced it with blank. And you just left it as blank and said, go find out for yourself.
It's like,
well, bitch, in the age of Twitter and instantaneously pressing a button on my fucking PS4 pad to upload something, and nobody's found jack shit other than like what that one thing you're talking about where people would do that super low to the ground trickster dash with Dante.
Nobody does that shit anymore.
And no one, yeah, no one says it.
Nobody does that shit anymore. Nobody cares.
But it's super specific. It's like, oh, I found this one unique thing in this very specific scenario that I cannot apply anywhere outside of this. Okay, cool. You can add it to the bullet points. You can add it to the list, but there's nothing where it's like, oh, I replaced the category of inertia and everything that follows suit with the category of
fucking
you don't
better
get
jump arcs.
And that's what makes me feel like, where is this disconnect happening? Where it's either, are you just being like, I love Walker, but it's like, you can't just be being an asshole. There has to be some
all the time.
There's some sort of weird fucking miscommunication happening, and it's frustrating to talk about without sounding like a fucking petty motherfucker.
Here's the problem: is that everybody who's worked on 5 is an absolute fucking sweetie. Not a doubt in my mind.
Absolutely.
I like, and it puts everybody on a back foot, because then it just takes one fucking Twitter warrior to come in and be like, well, fucking works fine on my system.
Ace is already at the ready. Ace is on his Twitter lawn.
Yeah, just like, hey, you back. the fucking point is back.
Get off my lawn.
But it's like, it's such a slam dunk for you to just say, oh, well, I happen to like it, and I played the previous game, so I guess you must just be a bitch.
I'll be right back. I have like a few things to say about this whole discussion. But I'll be
100%. Well, trust me, we'll still.
I'm gonna go grab a little bowl of salad in a minute.
Yeah. So what? Like, that isn't the point. The point is that yes, the best way I can think to word it is that absolutely DMC4 is a shit game. It commits all these sins, but it doesn't matter because the moment-to-moment gameplay is so diverse, personable, challenging, and therefore addicting. DMC5 is a strong fucking candidate for one of the best action games ever made. And it doesn't fucking matter because it plays like a double dose of Lunesta. Straight out the fucking Dollar Tree. And I can't think of a better way to articulate that frustration, because when I look at this, like, when I look at 5 from a content perspective, all I want to do is fucking play it. All I did do was play it. Like, when DMC5...
Then the females showed up.
Well, like, think about this. When DMC5's demo came out, I played the shit out of 5's demo. Yeah, I had problems with it systemically, like the turn speed changes. But when jump canceling got introduced and, you know, inertia wasn't there, yeah, I was pissed. Yeah, I was bummed. When changes to gravity and land canceling were made, absolutely. Fuck that shit. But you gave me just this little fucking nugget of something that expands infinitely outward in all these directions, like jump canceling does, in the form of reversals again. Yeah. And yeah, you changed the rules underlying it, but I still like,
there.
Okay,
it's still something that you can work with and figure out differently.
I played through the demo so many fucking times, so happily, without even thinking about it, just trying to make these changes work within this fundamental framework and approach to the game to generate a play style. And that play style was like, yeah, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to train this buffer, like this buffer window. And I got excited about that. It didn't like, it was to the point to where it's like, okay, if this is what it is, I was ready to leave 4 completely. Be like, you know what, babe, I love you. Fucking mods will fix inertia. I'm out. Fucking mods will put in breaker swapping. No turbo, bitch, I'm on PC. I got it. Not even worrying about it. Reversals, though, and then you pile on the suggestion that it's like, okay, patches aren't going to save you. Because if this is the type of, if like reversals are the type of thing that can only reasonably be reintroduced dev side, because, you know, mods are a great thing, but God bless the motherfuckers that are willing to move past just simple model swapping or like animation sets and texture modding for RE Engine. Because going into some like new architecture completely and trying to change it, bitch, I struggle with 2+2. Shout outs to the people that actually try to work on this shit daily. But if it's the type of engine quirk that can only work or can only be fixed through them, and the explanations that they give for why they do it are first off contradictory as fuck. That's the one thing that really tilts me out, is that the game that's like, okay, we want to make sure that you can fuck yourself over under certain circumstances. Like, yeah, we'll let you play on Dante Must Die. Yeah, we'll let you like carry fucking 7 swords and 6 guns with a regular full custom. Yeah, we'll let you walk into this mission with Nero with no devil breakers. Just all these things to where it's just like, yeah, dude, here's your rope. Hang yourself, but do it correctly. Like,
But do it right.
Yeah, we're gonna give you responsibility here, but if you do it, you're gonna be the sickest kid that ever fucking touched this game.
Do it. Come on, dude.
Yeah,
Just fucking do it.
And you're going to have top players, whoever, like, without, and this is an elitism talking, by the way. I don't want to come off that way. It's just reality. But if you have somebody who was brought on to your team under the like assumption that they would be vetting decisions based on time invested in training the system and exploring the system, how the fuck do you look at reversals done accidentally, look to your QA team and say, you know what, even though we have all these things that can fuck you over if you do them incorrectly, you there fucking dude is going, ah, fuck, I missed streak. We got you, family. That shit's out of the game. Don't even worry about it anymore. Like, where exactly is this? And then fucking Walker acknowledges the fact that it's like, well, you know, DMC has this history of being founded on this bug. And it's like, okay, so you're aware of the contradictory nature of this decision, and the explanation that you've given runs completely counter to the mentality of like the entire reason why people even appreciate these games to begin with. And you want to fucking, you want the honest take? No, that's disappointing as shit. Like that doesn't just ruin your future, that calls into question your past. Because now we look at, you know, minute interactions in DMC 3 and 4, you know, shit like fucking twosome time cancels and all this other shit. And on paper, it's like, oh, well, maybe they knew, but we're not really sure. Or like Wild Stomp cancels in 3, like small level shit. And then up to bigger level shit like Lucifer Glitch and Guard Flight. The entire concept of inertia. The entire application of reversals across all the games, all that shit called into question now as an accident. And fucking, like, I ain't gonna be fucking, like, if it's an accident, that's okay, but then you're no longer really making a game that I want to engage with. If this is the underlying philosophy, and I mean, like, granted, you can see like the weird prioritization away from like the core gameplay and a lot of weird things, like the fact that there's no turbo mode in vanilla, presumably because they have to have this high fidelity gameplay visually run at a constant frame rate. And it's like, well, we're prioritizing the looks over the gameplay here. When you talk about, when Itsuno repeatedly acknowledges the fact that he has to tweak the fucking way that animations are cancelable in the game in order to navigate the uncanny valley of action to accommodate this new art style that nobody was really asking for. Like, yeah, it looks great, it looks cool, but it, like, given the choice between the two, you, like, I'm sure people would have been like, well, yeah, I want it to look sick, but a large portion of the community would also be like, well, no, the game can still look great and play that with that snappy, responsive feel. Truly snappy and responsive.
It's not binary. This decision is not a
really not.
binary one.
But even then, like, when I play fucking DMC5 and, like, look, if I'm halfway through a swing and I jump cancel and all of a sudden my sword is gone and I'm jumping in the air,
Like,
I don't fucking look at it and be like, man, that sure looks weird with all the fucking pretty graphics.
Why does Dante switch his weapons and suddenly
Yeah,
like,
all of
they're
a
just
sudden he's
magically on
we
his
talked about
back?
before. Yeah, all of a sudden it's like his fucking, you know,
Like,
his shoulder pads are here or whatever. It's like whatever. It's gamey as fuck.
These philosophies are
I
at
don't
odds
care.
with each other.
Yeah, it's
well,
really
it's like
weird.
even think about the act of going back and forth between the Mega Buster and the gun. It's literally just snapping between two different poses, but they let you do it.
Yeah.
Like they like
So,
fucking
like,
animation.
Where do you draw the line?
There.
Like, where's the
Exactly. Like,
where's the line being drawn if even the foundation of this is being cut into by simple either weapon swaps or canceling animations or whatever? Like, it looks fine because it looks like it just when you're doing
Because it looks like a fucking video game.
when you're rapidly just canceling all this different shit into whatever the fuck else, it looks like a really pretty version of DMC4 with no turbo at a lot of times. That's fine.
Yeah.
And it's just when they obsess over like, oh, we wanted this to cancel that way and this cancel that way, it's like, I don't really see what you mean, because in a lot of cases for me it doesn't look that different.
if they
And,
wanted
like,
to make
it
shit,
doesn't hurt anything.
if they wanted to make shit look jarring, then why do they let players just float on top of the ground for like seconds on end doing other actions? When like if you wanted to make it look more natural, it's just like, okay, you separate the parts of the animation between the two parts of the body. Like, obviously that's tough as fuck to program and implement, but you would just make it so that, like, yeah, the fucking dude's committing the animation, but his feet are touching the ground at the same time, because that's how that transaction would look in reality. As it is now, it's just like, yeah, the dude's just, he should be touching the ground, his feet are literally sinking through the floor, but he's not landing. And the game fucking feels worse for it. Like,
Yeah, it
what?
does.
Fuck with me. I don't get it.
like the fucking float there when I swing. I don't like doing your
Like-
fucking aerial 3-hit combo and being able to do like 9 of them before you hit the ground. I just don't like it. You want to obsess over fucking realism? Talk about that. Shit.
It just
Like, where
the
does it
shit.
stop? Like, where do you like? Where's that focus being put? Like,
Yeah.
you can make the most realistic looking fucking game in this engine, which is fantastic. I cannot get over how fucking amazing RE2 and DMC5 look, and the way
Yeah.
the engine works is phenomenal. But it's not gonna fucking break my balls if I see something cancel in a weird way because it's a fucking video game.
No.
If it feels better and I have better control over my character, that's what counts. And the fact that they obsess over that shit in interviews, but you see it all through the time in gameplay, but at the same time they're taking out all this other different shit. It's this, again, just disconnect. All I can think of is the word disconnect, and I don't understand it. Oh,
Yeah,
It's
it just this shit makes no sense.
Puzzle.
I genuinely am puzzled, and I feel like at some point if they were to be pressed on it, they'd just be like, well, I don't know, it just is that way, which is fine, but then it's I just don't understand. I don't get it. But that's what just sort of pushes me in the direction of, yeah, these games are largely accidental. It just sucks that
it's fine that it's accidental, but to go as far as acknowledging all this stuff and then saying, yeah, we pulled a lot of it out, but don't worry, you'll find other shit. It's gonna be fine, family. You're good. This game's sick.
Yeah, that's something
That's
that
why I get confused about, like, where, like, how mindful of this shit are you actually?
Like, it comes out. People they sound like assholes when they say that. It's like,
Which
okay,
I
cool.
know Walker's not an asshole, but it makes
Well, then
me,
s-
and
but
it
he
makes
needs to
me
stop
feel like an
acting
asshole
like
because
one.
I'm feeling like he's like, it's like, that's a very assholey statement, but I don't want to call you out as being an asshole because then I'm gonna look like an asshole, and then Twitter's gonna, you know, it's just it's a whole thing. It becomes a whole fucking thing.
I genuinely don't think that anybody would have a problem. Anybody reasonable would have a problem if Matt Walker or Itsuno just came out and said, yeah, we aren't really all that aware of what people are doing at higher level. We don't follow it. It's not that we don't respect it on some level. It's just that we we're very busy people. We don't have the time to be perusing shit like Billy, Nico, YouTube, Twitch for this shit.
Yeah, just
like
say that. Just like at least admit it that you aren't paying attention to the high level players, and then it's like, okay, well, this all makes sense, as opposed to just like actively lying to your fan base and trying to make it sound like, oh yeah, your voices are heard. We understand you. Like, no. No, if you aren't paying attention, tell us.
Yeah, we got hit by that shit at the premiere demo. Like, yeah, dude, we watch business videos. It's all good, whatever. Even those people had no communication. Even those people had no communication with anyone in the Japanese dev team. It's like, yeah, we watch it. It doesn't actually mean anything, but we'll acknowledge we watch it to appease you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It all loops together.
No, because then it would be like, okay, then it would open the dialogue up to potentially like, okay, maybe there's a patch to be had. Maybe there is a future of something to expect. As it is now, it just seems like, yeah, we did it. It's this way. Here are our reasons. They're whack. Thank you for buying our game. We'll see you next time. DMC is back. Good game, brothers. And that's
go
not,
next.
Yeah, just go next. That's not why I'm here. I'll be dead honest and say that's not what I'm here for.
Yeah. That's fine. Just be upfront about it instead of getting this weird mixed shit where it's like, yeah, you'll find other stuff. Don't worry about it, dude. We care about you. It's like, okay.
It sounds like a bet. That's really what that comes. That line of reasoning just reads.
We'll give you $20 if you find this new hidden tech or something that's in the game. We're not going to tell you about.
I was gonna message. I was gonna say.
Here's a bounty for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if someone sat down with like Matt Walker or somebody that knows every single hidden tech in the game, right? And they asked them, okay, do you know about this? And they started hitting them with, yes, we know about this. We know about this. We know about this. We know about this. When does it stop and they actually go, oh, we actually didn't know about this? It doesn't.
Well, it's one thing to acknowledge that something exists. It's another thing to acknowledge that
you actually understand.
You understand
what's going
what
on.
what it means to the game. Like the biggest thing, again, that's why I get so frustrated about the whole, oh, we saw some motherfucker doing reversals and then we took it out because we didn't want it because it was causing all these problems or whatever the fuck. It's like they're I don't understand. Talked about this so much before. I apologize if I'm broken record, but I don't understand taking away something that has not been, as far as we know, super negatively impactful towards just the bulk of players that just play through the game once and then they're done.
Yeah.
And it's like you go out of your way to pull something away, say that there's something in there that can replace it, or something in there that can take its place as far as a foundational mechanic. Can't find shit. And it like, if God, I wish I was in that fucking room and I saw whoever the fuck it was mashing hard enough to make reversals happen, because I cannot fathom for the life of me. But like, what does it do? What does it really do in the end to take away something that is barely impactful on anybody in a negative way, that's only going to be really focused on and used by players who go out of their way to use it, while also being in the current year of 2019, where people can fucking develop games where it's like, hey, you want to play Shadow of the Colossus at a stable 60 frames per second on PS4? Here's a performance mode. We lower everything to a capped 1080p. We drop some textures down. Game still looks amazing, but if you want to play in 60 FPS, here you fucking go, do it. And it runs like beauty.
Yeah.
And if you want to run at the 4K texture with 30 FPS, here's another option for it. Fuck it. Whatever. Put a fucking option for reversals in. I don't give a shit. Why not? And it's like, and again, it would be one thing if they never mentioned anything about, oh, we have top level players in our team, in our Q&A team. oh, we care. We know all these people. We know we know the DKs. We know the Donkeries. We know the VashTSBs. You know all these fucking people. Whatever. We care about this shit. If they never mention any of that, part of me would be like, okay, well, there's an obvious disconnect between like what they know and like the style community and things like that. But they keep acknowledging it, and they did acknowledge it through the dev cycle over and over and over, and to not even have it be a fucking tolerable option. Is that asking too much? Is that something where it's like, hey, yeah, we'll just keep it off by default? But the people who know what it is and the people who give a shit about it, yeah, we'll put it in. Right? That was never a thought. But what was a thought was like, hey, we'll give you an option to have every fucking sword and every fucking gun. You can have Kalina N, 1, 2, 1 and 2. You can have Devil Sword Dante, Sparta, and Rebellion.
Yeah.
We were going to give you a warning to be like, hey, this might fuck up your customize a little bit. It might be a little confusing before you just let you know before you put it on, because this is obviously for a very specific kind of player. We're highlighting this in the game. This is for a specific kind of player.
Yeah.
But you're not going to put a toggleable option for reversals at least. It's weird. What is this tweet?
It's so good, dude.
I'm looking. This is gonna be, yeah. It's okay. Side note: there have been so many great in-game either videos made and like afterwards, or just like modifications of the game that are going the fuck in on that tweet. The whole fucking you need to get good. That whole tweet. Oh my god, it is so. There was one. What did I see? It was.
That's a good.
Oh shit! I saw one earlier today, and it was an Earthbound one. It was an Earthbound one, where they fighting Gigas at the end, and it goes into that when you have Porky, whoever it was, in the mech. I never played that game, but like you have Porky in the mech or whatever. He's going through the whole spiel of like you didn't learn anything, you didn't do anything. Oh, it's great. It's such a great copy pasta. It's been great seeing people mod games and shit. You know, I saw one of my favorite ones. It was a single image. It was the whole copy pasta about like, oh, you didn't learn anything, you didn't do anything, whatever, that whole gamer thing. And it's just Sora mid jump with Fenrir with negative combo on Lingering Will.
Oh,
just like
man.
mid jump, like just doing the hot, the one combo hit. It's so fucking funny. God damn.
You gotta send me that. I haven't seen that one.
I saw the one with the Mickey, Mickey
yeah.
screen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That one should crack me up.
fucking A. Dude.
Shit, we haven't got to my week. It was okay.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Wasn't.
I'm sorry, dude.
Hey,
I
don't
know,
feel
yeah.
bad. Hey, DMC suck. Hey.
No, okay, no. I implore you, chat room. Please let the takeaway from this discussion not be that DMC5 sucks and we all hate it. Like, no.
The game's
No.
fantastic.
That's
but
not-
Man, it's like I mean Vash said
It is so like
I don't-
you have to understand
best-
from
it's the worst 10 out of 10.
It is so close to perfect. Like, it is absolutely so close to perfect of a game.
like from the
and those small
perspective-
things, it's like, why?
from the perspective of someone who's played 2FM, which was released in like fucking 2006 for 13 years. I've probably played it for like 10 years or something like that, just because of the freedom that it allows you with the technology in its game. And then to have the devs say to you that they listen to you and they care and they know why you love those sorts of games, and then make the next game and they actively don't have those things, and to go forward and when someone says why isn't this in the game, for them to just be like, oh, we took it out for for this reason or whatever. Oh, but don't worry, there's more stuff in there. Like it's the most it feels like you're just being lied to. It feels like you're like slightly manipulated. It's just it's so weird. It's so hard to describe that feeling that like they know what it feels like to be like a hardcore player, and then to just go back and just completely just lie to your face, or to realize that they don't understand that, to just that faith is completely gone and they don't know what that's like at all, and they're just going to take away certain aspects of the game that nobody else is going to care about but you, and then it hurts you on a personal level. Like it's so easy to marginalize those sorts devs really
be on some shit.
It's so easy because because in comparison to the general like fan base, they're so small. The hardcore fan base, it's so tiny, the people that actually give a shit about this. So if they complain about it, just 10 other people are just gonna come in and be like, it's not a problem for me.
I just love how we live in a day and age where every time like a new game comes out, no matter what developer, no matter what, every new game is always said this is for the hardcore X game fan.
Yeah, this is for hardcore players.
This is for the players that have only been playing our game for the past 10 years.
How many times have you heard that phrase at E3? Like how many times have you heard that phrase at like a GDC or anything like similar to that? It's any sort of gaming expo where they release a game or they release some new shit and they're just like, this is for
our real
gamers.
This is for our real fans. This is for the people that only play our game, have been playing it dedicated for the past 10 years. And you get it and you're like, are you guys really fucking sure you weren't trying to get some new players in here? Like, what's going on, guys? I don't know. Like, it's very
and it's not like we're against accessibility, like a widened fan base. It's not like we're like, I would rather people not play one of my favorite fucking franchises. No. But like is it and I'm gonna keep on coming back to this because it's the same thing with 2FM. 2FM created this, whether by accident or not, this crazy balance between people that just fucking rub their face all over the controller and just fucking press the triangle button and they play on standard and they win and they say that it was like an easy time, it was a good time, and then at the same time there's critical mode level 1 and it's fucking balls to the walls, it's hard as shit, requires you to actually figure out different play styles for different situations, look at your different tools, different keyblades, try out a summon or two, I don't know, anything, just like, and then you get to data.org and you have to just you have to have mastered so many different things, and like there is this game that exists that satisfies everyone. It satisfies like the casual fan base and the people that give a shit about the lore and the people that just want to sit down and have a fucking good time without thinking about it, as well as people that want a more hardcore experience. You can have your cake and eat it too. It's not binary.
Yeah.
You aren't sacrificing on the large majority of the fan base by putting in reversals or allowing fucking magnet finishing leap or some gay shit. I don't know. Like,
even at that point, you put in reversals. Maybe one of those casual fans does something wild with reversals, and he's like, "Oh, we could do something with this." And he starts going deeper, and then lo and behold, you have a new hardcore player has entered into the ring. He will be uploading his newest YouTube montage video of Dante. I mean Nero. He's new.
That's why so many
hey, Vash, you got it.
That's why so many people are worried
binary.
about the longevity of DMC5, because you don't have a lot of those things that kept people coming back for 4. That's why it lasted for so goddamn long.
Yep. Like, who here is still playing KH3? Like, who here, like, within the last 2 weeks has loaded up Kingdom Hearts 3?
I haven't loaded it up after the first 2 weeks of the game coming out.
Because I would not be surprised at the amount of people that finished their first playthrough, or the moment they finished that level 1 proud playthrough, where they went the extra mile, and they just, and that's it. Like, they're not gonna load that shit up again. I would not be surprised.
And y'all are
at-
liars in the chat. I know y'all don't play that game still.
And I mean, if you did, you know what? Props to you. Honestly, props to you. But
And look, as much fun as I can have coming back to games like KH1 and 2 and just doing playthroughs and things like that, a lot of it I come back through speedrunning, but a lot of it when it comes to speedrunning is through how you go about experimenting with different elements of the game to find different ways to optimize fights and things like that. You get into more of the RPG elements of that, and I think that stuff is interesting in itself. And 3 ain't got that. You know, you don't even have that, right? So
you can't even speed run this game for like an extended period of time
because it gets figured out in 5 minutes. You know, it's everything is so, I've talked about this so many times before, everything is so blatant about what it does, and then like most of the people that have been active, like a lot of people I've seen lately that have been active in the scene, active in the community, you know, they're all back on 1 and 2. Shocker.
Drop that shit.
Why?
Because it's like, man, I can
not call it.
man,
After the GDQ submissions were completed, everyone's going back to 1 and 2.
And there's nothing, you know, I don't give anyone shit for that. I just think it's just, you know, it's like after a week of playing the game when it came out, I was like, well, that's gonna happen. And then, you know, it just, you know, all it takes just for a couple people to move over, and it's like, yeah, man, I miss when like this game had like weight and shit. Like, that was neat.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of liked when the game had like pacing and didn't feel like it was
Like,
a fucking.
it's just one of
waste
those
time.
things where it's like, really, you upgrade all the graphics and stuff like that. It's stunning. People love it. They love seeing it. They can look. I could watch Kingdom Hearts 3 for a while. I can actually watch it, right? Like just casual playthroughs. I can't watch speedruns of it because but like at the end of the day, do people still come back to just look at your scenery, look at your fucking game? No, people come back to play and have a good time. And I think that it's such a bogged mindset that I feel like developers have now. It's like, oh yeah, our game looks great. We know because it looks so stunning, people are gonna come back and keep on playing this game. That's not.
But they don't even necessarily. Like, I guarantee you, the devs at Square don't care about people coming back and replaying the game over and over. They get the sale. That's all they care about. And that's fine.
They want your money.
And that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
But like, you have to consider, like, why. I don't think about the longevity of games like 1 and 2 in comparison to something like DMC4 in terms of like how people play and what people have discovered and things like that. I consider it like I put KH1 in terms of my personal, like, just going back and casually replaying it in the same fucking category that I put goddamn Sly 2 Band of Thieves, where it's like, man, that was a good ass game and it's gonna hold up forever.
Mm-hmm.
And there's it knows what it is. There's no bullshit. It's just a good ass game. 2 happen to have, you know, a good deal more on top of that for people who gave a shit. And there's something about when the devs just, like I was talking about earlier, when Vash was on for a bit, there's something to be said about when the people on the dev team, whether it's people who used to work there, who did work there during the development of those original games, or people who are, or if the dev team is all new, you know, which is oftentimes the case, where there's just this extreme disconnect of like what your game established over a long period of time by many people, especially nowadays when it's so easy to go and find all these fucking either videos or articles or posts or whatever, people talking about the game after it's been out for a long time, especially after you start re-releasing them, especially when these are final mix versions that the majority of people didn't have access to because we only had either ROMs or importing at the time. And it's weird to have all these people to look at all that information, or just not, and just showcase.
Y'all remember Swap Magic?
Yeah, that's great. And just
They probably don't, dude.
To showcase this immediate disconnect over like what has been established towards your game, how people view it, what is the general, like what is the general.
Andre, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription and the gifted sub to Pretty MF.
My dog's barking like a motherfucker. It's odd when there's all this stuff out there And there's this still, not only in the sense of KH, there's this disconnect over, you know, what made those titles last so long and be appreciated for so long. But on top of that, to be so desperate to establish this game that can be a great entryway, which is not, for new fans to get into this next fucking 8-game long saga that we've signed our fucking death warrants for. You know, it's like, no, like, and look, 5 years from now, when they have a different team with different directors and whatever the fuck else, like, it's gonna go a different way. You know, and it's just a franchise that's in the hands of whoever the fuck. And, you know, I think we've known this for a while, and we confirmed it with 3 that, you know, the games that we enjoyed and the way they were made, I mean, that's not the core of that wasn't the core of the franchise after they were done. It's just a matter of like what team is working on this game with this title. It's the same thing with Sonic. You know, what team was working on this title? Yeah, it's always Sonic team, but it's always a different batch of fucking people.
What
You know,
team's
it's just
working
it's
on
like
that fucking movie, dude?
you have no idea what kind of game you're gonna get. It's under Square Enix, yeah. It's under Sonic Team, yeah, but it doesn't make a difference because they're all.
Has this
they're all
Sonic
different.
trailer come out yet?
No, not yet. I'm so excited.
Fucking cowards, dude.
I am so
They're
ready.
so
Hey,
cowardly.
there's apparently a shot in the Sonic movie trailer where Sonic is speeding down the highway, listening to Gangsta's Paradise.
Yeah.
And
It's real, dude.
I cannot wait. It's gonna be great. But
Hell yeah.
no, I don't. It's weird. It's weird to not even either not even try or just be so out of touch to the point where it's like, yeah, we know what the old fans want, but we're not going to base them on any of the previous properties that we've created or any of this and that. But as long as we have the Disney and the Final Fantasy, as long as we have the Disney characters in there, you know, and the Keyblades and all that shit, and every character comes back or whatever, then they'll all be happy. They'll be fine because my kids can play it now because it's easier, you know. So it's a whole thing. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just odd for me. I don't. At this point, I'm not a Devil May Cry player. I'm definitely not. I'm not a Kingdom Hearts player at this point. Go ahead.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Just like, yo, chat. If you guys like have any questions about this topic, be sure to you can throw them in the chat if you.
No. Be sure to subscribe to twitch.tv/dinnerwiththeboys, and then you can drop a question.
Then we'll look at your questions.
See, this whole time,
cannon fodder.
Every time we've been doing a stream, the chat is actually jumbled up into a bunch of different moon runes that I can't read. Only the people with subscriptions are actually translated into English, and then I can read it, and we can talk about it.
Lovely.
So
It's weird how that happened the moment that we got Twitch
affiliate.
It's crazy how that works.
But
Absolutely crazy.
Hey, you know,
Out of the fucking way, we are
Hey.
Twitch affiliates now.
life works in mysterious ways, ladies and gentlemen, and you know. truth
Hi,
be told-
Finn. What's going on? You subscriber, you?
No, y'all can ask whatever the fuck. We'll watch some stuff.
Yeah.
Well, let's
Please subscribe.
I think what Matt meant was that inertia was a mistake or a glitch, so 5 must have some too. That comes from the juggler. For some reason, when I read that, all I can think of is like chasing losses in a fucking casino. Like, yeah, like it just sounds like hedging your bets and making very generous assumptions with the benefit of an extremely large amount of doubt. At some point, people can only tell you so much, and you can only take the positive interpretation for so long before you come across as just being like aggressively optimistic. Like at some point you just have to take somebody who had direct involvement with the developers that made the game at their word. Like at some point you just have to be like, yeah, you know, they had conviction in the shit that they were on at the time, and that's what they said. No further clarification was given. This is what we have to go on. This is what we have. Like that's all I think when, like, whenever people were like, oh my god, fucking Hold on, I'm replying to a professor who's gonna help me get a fucking big dick scholarship. What was I on about? Like, whenever I read that people are frustrated with the existing cameo system in the game, it's like, oh no, it's okay. They realize what they've done. They're gonna run it back in the Bloody Palace update, and they're gonna give everybody co-op, and they're gonna give Virgil too. Of course, they're gonna give us Virgil.
Of course they
And
would.
it's
Why
just-
wouldn't they?
And then
come on.
Not only does it come out and there's no co-op, but you can't even use your fucking DLC breakers.
No, because that would be a balance for the fucking leaderboards. Who gives a shit? Who
It's
actually gives a fuck?
And that calls into question.
Not even a toggleable thing that says, hey, you want to use your DLC breakers, you can't be on the boards. Fucking fine. Let me use Cavalier R, you fucking cunt. Are you serious?
It calls into question why they were DLC in the first place. If you're going to gate
Calls into
an
question
entire fucking like item that you buy on the fucking PlayStation Network, or fucking Xbox Live or whatever, if you're gonna gate that item from being useful in one of the most prolific aspects of Devil May Cry, fucking Bloody Palace, then why are they DLC in the first place? It calls that into question so fucking hard. It just makes you look like a fucking money grubber. That's literally what it makes you look like in that moment.
I do not buy DLC weapons for the game to say that I can't use them. Period. I don't give a fuck.
It shit don't make no sense.
Eh,
I know.
what is it? I guess the one thing, I mean, I can complain about the devs all day for Kingdom Hearts, but I think I've already done enough of that. But like, I think what sucks for me the most nowadays is not necessarily the devs, but like, I guess going into 3 with just like with relatively limited expectations, but with the hopes that it's a next gen game, it can be patched, it can be changed, etc., etc. And then for the game to come out and not just like hardcore players like me that only play 2FM all day, but like just general people that have been playing Kingdom Hearts for a little while, and they find some aspects of it that are pretty disappointing. Like it's not just like the small little tiny microcosm of a fan base. No, it's a lot of people.
When 2 came out, how much of the forums were like, this game sucked comparatively to 1?
I mean, dude, it was kind of a mixed bag just because, like,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, it was a pretty mixed bag just because, like, fucking IGN dropped this fucking review, like that. It was
I
just
remember
like,
that
oh,
review.
This is a button masher.
Easy,
A lot of them
easy,
did that.
yeah, just,
No, a lot
Yeah.
of them did
Easy
that.
button
Where it's like,
masher.
this is button masher. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know what? Too, like when I remember when that fucking review came out, and to their fucking credit, they were right. Like H2 English, like, yeah,
oh
sure,
yeah. Oh yeah,
like,
baby.
yeah, it was a baby button masher, but like nobody, the advent of 2FM being region exclusive is something that I don't think a lot of people expected, because it was like there was this microcosm of a that was experiencing this new version of Kingdom Hearts 2 that nobody else had. So like the majority of people think it's a button masher. This microcosm of a community is figuring out it's not. 2FM that actually has a lot more to it than meets the eye.
I remember when 2FM came out, I found out on KH Insider or KH 13, whichever one at the time when it came out.
Yeah,
I was like, I need this fucking game. And I bought
like,
it and I couldn't play it.
and it comes out on PS3 and PS4, and suddenly people on the internet are like confused because they're just like, all they remember about KH2 is that it was a dumb baby button masher, and then they see people doing like this wild fucking shit in KH 2.5, and they're just like, what the fuck is, like, what is this and like some people were impressed with it, and some people were just like, but no, I remember it being a button masher. It's dumb. I can't accept this sort of shit. It has to be bad. I can only accept it as being a bad fucking game.
Y'all ever play 1?
Like,
It wants the shit.
no, my fucking thing is that KH3 comes out. It's disappointing to some. And then the people that want to hold on so hard to this franchise, and they want KH3 to be amazing, will instead of like pointing out the amazing things about KH3, like the amazing accomplishments that dev team went into to make KH3. No, instead of doing that, they have to lower the bar. They have to pull down other games to make their game look better. They have to pull down, like, I have never heard such criticisms of 2FM until like a few months ago, where suddenly people are just like, hey, remember how there were like there's no platforming at all in 2FM, and all of the worlds were empty and they were just like little boxes? Remember how linear it was? Yeah, dude, fucking 2FM is so fucking overrated. And don't forget, guys, don't forget, Magnet and Reflect literally just nuke waves of enemies, all right? It's a dumb game, all right? Don't pay attention to it. Don't pay attention to it.
I remember having this conversation with Palpa not too long ago about this, because she was getting really disgruntled over a lot of people coming back on KH1, especially right after the 3 came out, and saying like, man, you know, just playing KH3, man, it just really highlights how dated KH1 is. And it was this whole fucking just Twitter just schlock about game's old, so is shit, you know.
What the fuck?
Even though since KH1 was released, people were complaining about the way Sora jumped. Since it was released, people were complaining about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because there's this new game, all of a sudden it's like, well, I can sound like hot shit if I just go and be like, you know, this old game that you played is not actually that good. Follow my fucking YouTube channel. It's just it's that whole thing, right? And so it becomes like, okay, and exactly like BB said. Well, you know, you may be shit talking these elements of KH3, but listen, pal. KH1,
it's always been this bad.
You had this.
It's always been this bad.
It's always been shit. Oh, you criticize the enemy design in KH3? Well, let me tell you, man, enemy design has always been shit.
Yep.
So, but it's not even a matter. First of all, that's wrong. Second of all, to say like, well, you know, look, I've been making this apple pie recipe for 15 years. If you criticize it now, listen, pal, you can't criticize it because I've always been shit at making apple pie. Now, the person might say, well, yeah, that still means the apple pie is shit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. First
what do you mean,
all,
buddy?
Like I just said, second of all, I'm just going to say second of all, as I just said, it's always been shit. So stop criticizing it. I worked really hard on this apple pie. Even if it's shit,
it tastes bad.
It's always been so you can't say shit. That is KH Twitter. That is KH Twitter in a fucking nutshell. It is the most frustrating.
Like, what a fucking defense, dude. What an absolute defense.
It fucking frustrates me when you tell me, like, it frustrates me when you tell me that people are going back to 1 and saying, wow, this is bad. Wow, these jumps are bad. I loaded into the game, Kingdom Hearts 2, and I was like, wow, this is fucking good when it came out. And then I went back to 1 and I was like, oh boy, this is bad. All right. How is it now people are getting into KH3 and then harping back all the way to 1 when they could have played 2 and seen the same fucking thing? I get it.
It's this weird desperate need to just
to lower everything down. To lower the bar.
Because
why does the bar have to be lowered when the bar's already set?
Because
it doesn't make any fucking sense.
You have to lower the bar to make your game seem better because you're so desperate to make people stop talking shit about your game because you can't think of anything to elevate it other than, well, the game's really pretty and it's new.
It can be pretty all it fucking wants.
Look,
I can't cancel a fucking aerial dodge and a glide. Fuck off.
If people came to me and said, look, here's this fucking 20-page document we made just for you, mieDAX, just for you, about all this cool shit in the game, all this stuff that had never been seen, all this cool stuff, whatever, I experimented with it, and if I found out, like, man, wow, there's way more stuff than I imagined. I really jumped the fence too quickly. Well, it's been a few months now, and I've been personally trying to find anything redeemable that I could really find in that game to make it to where like, hey, I start a new playthrough, I'm gonna go with this set of abilities, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna play in this different way. Hey, I'm gonna try this difficulty mode, I'm gonna try this level 1 category, I'm gonna try this and that or whatever. All these things that I used to do with all the other different games. Even if goddamn BBS. And I still can't find enough shit to make it to where like to where I can get away from the game saying, no, please play me this way. Because that's all I got.
Can we acknowledge for a second that like everybody who says, oh, we'll just find new shit, how long did it take for X game to get all this development? It's like, yeah, facts. But in reality, when it comes to discovering tech that's like super apparent, as Dax said earlier, there's never been a better time to develop a game than right fucking now, especially in Five's case. Because right now, let me tell you, before people get burnt out and tired of fucking Bloody Palace, any like small interactions or instances are most likely to be documented during the period when the most number of people have hands on the game and have access to an instant clip feature.
Exactly.
Like
that is the biggest difference.
Back in the day, who had a capture card? Back in the day, who fucking had a capture card for fucking KH2
a decade ago? People,
DMC4?
I had friends a decade ago who were streaming using a fucking VCR.
Exactly.
Like they would input it and then output it through the VCR to get it to work. Shit was different in 2009.
The possibility for tech to not only be found by people, but actually documented and shared with the internet, with other players, was so low. That shit was never gonna happen.
There are so many interesting conversations I've heard about this kind of stuff from OG fighting game players, and every time Arturo Sanchez opens his mouth about this stuff, I listen intently because I love it. When he talks about
Arturo is spooky.
Any of those guys, people who are just around and dedicated enough, even like it doesn't even seem that far long ago, like, but even just through the 2000s, right? Does not feel that long ago.
Up until 2011, capture cards and shit like that. Like up until the what the fuck capture card was it? It was
the Dazzle.
No,
that was like
the Dazzle was one of those
HDP, that box.
No, it starts with an E.
The HDPVR,
the HDPVR, but that one was like that thing at the time was like $150.
Yeah, I had one of those almost caught fire at a time.
I have mine is still sitting over there.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, it starts with an E.
Elgato? No, it can't be.
No. Elgato came. Elgato came out. Well, Elgato came out with a capture card, external one later on. Yeah, later on. And that's when a lot, because you talk to anybody that streams even nowadays, you can ask them, what did they start out
with? An Elgato.
A lot of them started with an Elgato. That's when it really started picking up, when the Elgato became because it was like $100. It wasn't even that expensive.
Too. Yeah, there's also that.
It was Elgato. It was Hapag. Even before that, I mean, I was recording local events with a fucking Dazzle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, you just use whatever you could. But like, again, even just like during the, like I said, during the 2000s, when it didn't feel like that long ago, the idea of capturing tech, right? That was Eris has a video about this, right? It was just a random clip on a stream. I was watching it live one day where he's talking about the concept of tech, and it's like that was not a thing until 2010 and beyond, when people were able to readily, you know, and again, it's more convenient now because you have share buttons and shit. All that stuff is configured with consoles and whatever else, and you can like capture state through NVIDIA software and all that other stuff for PC. But at the time, even then, even when Twitter was being established and all that kind of stuff, like tech was still not like, that was not a word, that was not a thing. This whole concept of this, I found this cool setup and I'm going to upload it, right? That was not a thing. And so you have
in the game,
like the best you could do was get a fucking VHS copy of some fucking tournament from a friend in like 2001. From some Japanese Marvel 2 event and be like, wow, that Magneto staircase combo is a lot different from anything I've ever seen. Like that, it was way weird. And you got to think about, like, DMC4 came out in 2008?
Yeah.
So over the course of time, like, I mean, I can, like, Vash has shown me time and time again all these fucking dope ass fucking videos and shit from like 2000, YouTube established like 2005 or 6, so like 2008 and onward. And all this old shit. We're talking about like 4x3 captures and Dazzle recordings. Which I can
anything
tell
before the year 2009 and it wasn't recorded under unregistered Hypercam 2 isn't a video.
Well,
That
was
shit's
all the
not real.
shooter people were using the unregistered Hypercam. I don't know what it was.
Unregistered Hypercam
See,
2.
all the
RuneScape
fighting game guys were using Fraps.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
But like,
yeah, Fraps was the big upgrade from
listen, if your fucking recording was prior to 2009 and you were in 4x3, I could tell whether or not you were using fucking Dazzle or not. Yeah. But like, that was the bulk of it. And so nowadays, especially, I'm gonna go back to this fucking comment from Matt talking about like, and you know, we took this away, but you're gonna find the check. Trust me. I get that those games took a lot of years to develop. Whether it's Cage 2, whether it's DMC4, whatever the fuck. It took a lot of time, and it took certain communities coming together to figure out those things. It is so different now to where you have those established communities who are dying, begging to have something new to play and find out whatever the fuck they can about it with this mindset in context to all these years, however many those individuals have put in to developing those other personal play styles and just the game in general. In the case of DMC4, maybe in terms of your own personal play style and the understanding of the mechanics of the game. In terms of Cage 2, it may be more of a speedrunning and optimization sense. Either way, there's a different understanding of that. You apply that context to this new medium of being able to just upload shit freely, be able to discover anything you find in the moment. You can press a fucking button and send it. On top of all the new players who, I don't care if they never fucking played a Cage or a DMC game in their life, but they have all the context. They can look at, you don't have to play a fucking DMC game to just go on and either listen to people talk on streams or on casts or watch videos or tutorials or whatever the fuck and understand what guard flying is, understand what reversals are, and just be able to maybe not immediately pick certain things up in terms of an executionary way, but in terms of a knowledge-based way, everything is so accessible. Ridiculously. Twitter, Discord, anything. Fighting games, YouTube, whatever the fuck. It's so accessible. So to say that, well, it hasn't been long enough, it's different. It's different.
Oh, it
now.
really is.
People are better.
So
Players
now.
are so much better than they were back then. We find stuff way faster than we did before. It is so easy to don't even know anything about the game, but just like find something and be like, oh dude, I found this weird shit. You throw that shit on share, you throw that shit on Twitter. You know how long it's going to take for some people that like are competent at the game to find that and actually like apply it to their game and share it with everybody else?
Look at what fighting games do. Look
Not
at what fighting
long.
games do on Twitter. #DBFC_BRO. I can find anything related to Broly that anyone posts.
Mm-hmm.
People organize that shit. I don't like doing it through Twitter, but people organize that shit, and you can find, if you keep up with latest shit, you can find a lot of random shit people are posting. Like day one DMC5, every other fucking DMC5, like DMC head that I was looking at, we're just posting all this new shit, right? And so like, I love that aspect in terms of just, you're just flooded with all this stuff where it's like, that's super cool. I'm not like, I'm sure there are going to be some people out there who are like, man, I kind of miss when everything was a little more evened out and there wasn't so much like in your face on one time. That's understandable. But it's different to say, it's funny to say that like, well, you just got to give the game time to develop, because in the span of time, if I would love if there was some alternate timeline I could just peek my head into to see if DMC4 had come out now. To see if DMC3 had like a 12-year gap, 10-year gap, and then DMC4 came out today, and it's in the state that it is, not SE, the state that it is, vanilla, the good. Like, how quickly would it take for many players, dedicated players and otherwise, to find a lot of the major shit that made DMC4 what it is?
Yeah.
I guarantee you it wouldn't take nearly as long, because it's way easier to communicate, and not even just in terms of just uploading videos and shit like that. I'm talking about fucking, hey, we have a dedicated Discord for Nero. We have a dedicated Discord for DMC4 style gameplay. Here's the Nero channel. Dump whatever you want.
And you know what's funny?
It's
a lot of games, and you know what's funny? A lot of games still even to this day, in this day and age, still haven't been completely discovered, hasn't completely
Absolutely.
been found. Because like it boggles my fucking mind when I'm on Twitter and then I'm scrolling through and then I see a new UMVC combo where he's like,
Yep.
no one was doing this with Virgil.
Oh, there was an
Why?
infinite found not long ago with there's a new infinite found that's super basic with oh shit. It was like
Was
a
it
month
Doom?
Was it Doom?
I
It was
think
like a new.
Doom.
It was a new. It was just like shit like that just gets found. It's crazy.
Yeah, and we're at that point where it's-
Dormammu. It was a Shuma
Ah.
specific of infinite.
Oh, okay.
I love
But
when
yeah,
shit like that happens.
I love Dormammu.
The
I love
rocks.
Like,
look.
but that's the sort of
black
thing
hole
where-
for the greatest thing in the world.
Well, okay. I think Vash mentioned this, and I think it probably holds some weight that the longer it takes for technology to be found, it's more likely the more specific it's going to be. That it is going to be for a very specific, like, minute situation. Like the fucking Dormammu was able to fucking do, or like you're able to do infinites forever, but like on this like one specific character, like, you know, that interaction probably doesn't happen all that often, and it's probably going to take years for for somebody to just like develop that sort of thing.
But it does get developed, and that's the cool part.
I mean, it does, but what I'm saying is, like, if you're talking about just like general overarching technology that can be applied to everything, and this is where like reversals and inertia come in, where it's literally you base your play style on they're so fundamental to the game that you base your entire play style around these pieces of tools. If they aren't just like readily available and you don't find that shit immediately, the longer time goes on, the more likely whatever you're going to find in KH3 or in DMC5, it's not going to be general. It's going to be very specific.
The year that DMC4 came out, because I'm watching the fucking video right now, Bree, because it's just one thing. I only had so much time to look for examples, but the year the game came out, fucking
Hold on,
Bree
shut
had
up, Vash.
What?
All right, go.
Oh, I was gonna ask about that in a minute. Yeah, it was just you were breaking up a little bit, so I was gonna change the server. You're fine.
Go ahead.
You're good now.
You're good.
The year the game came out, fucking Bree already had like a combo video up showcasing several instances of utilizing inertia with the character period, with Dante in particular. By like that's within the year we had applications for this universal system. And granted, they weren't all that complex, but they were there. They were in their infancy. By comparison, something that took a lot longer to either be found or to develop, something like fucking the change of direction on the final stab of Millionth Stab, for example. That's like a very specific fringe case piece of tech that requires you to like fucking do a high time just before the last fucking stab so you can change the direction of the active hitbox. That's some Spurg level shit. That took like people fucking around with shit with Virgil and then retrofitting that concept to Dante. That took a minute to come out and really become prolific. But like the difference between the use case there and the amount of setup that's required to find that specific tech is it speaks a lot to what the fuck's going on. And more so than that, like I think that's sort of representative of what you see now with like this low height Mustang shit that players are doing, just as a way to gain inertia through like some type of air action. But even now, like that was only found, it's only been a month. We already have instances of fringe case tech being found because we have dedicated lab monsters like one sanitarium just coming out, just sitting in the fucking game and are like, yeah, we found this shit. Cool. Like, here's Twitter. Here's all these resources to spread this information. And it's already been found, it's already been utilized, and already people have lost interest in it. And you start to see the cycle of like what's old becomes new again. Yeah. Like, I didn't make a fucking Twitter post about it, but I've been doing like the shit that people are talking about now, where like they'll do an attack of Cavalier R and guard cancel it for momentum or to lose height. Like that's just something that I've been done. I wasn't like, guys, fucking whoa, new shit. It's just because it's not that big a find. But now fucking people are like, oh shit, this person found X. Here's me applying it in this way. It's just the way that this shit is found, put to the test, ran through the ringer, and whether subconsciously or not, decided if it's going to survive. Like, that process is already done so many times over by this point. And the game's so young. Like, the discovery of tech is only a small part of the overall picture. Because it's one thing to find it, it's another thing to have a full concept application and a developed like way of executing it in the middle of gameplay. And that's where you get shit like jump cancels coming into, like jump cancels being a thing that you have to practice and develop a technique with. That's where you get shit like weapon swapping and all that shit, and for different techniques to come out, all that. That's where fucking reversals become extremely important, and low height shit being extremely important. Because then you just fucking you come up with it. It has all these different applications. You explore that, and then you spend the time, you think about its applications, you develop it out in all these horizontal directions, and then you have to apply it to your gameplay live. And it's just all these different steps that have all this development to it. And that's really what you lose when you take out the shit that's already been established.
Oh, real quick, I'm gonna. Sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna fix this because it's when the cams are cutting out quite a bit.
All this shit that you can like do as a baseline, and then develop everything else on top of. It's the same.
UNC's died on our ass. Sorry, Bash.
There we go. BB is back. All right. No, it was cutting the fuck out. Shit was cutting out.
Is fucking Discord getting DDoSed again?
Don't know.
Nice.
All right, I think
Yeah,
we're
my
good.
Discord just died. It just blew up. And then
Everyone was
reloaded.
freezing up, and I was like, I better do something.
Yeah, well, we're good.
Your
We're
audio
good.
was coming. Your audio was coming through fine though.
Yeah. Like,
Very good.
point is that it's just like this. Removing this type of shit, honestly, to me, speaks to like the same mentality as like removing jump cancels.
Well, it's such
Just-
a foundational thing, like we talked about.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter that it's an accident. Players don't give. Okay, I said this before and I'll say it again. Players who actually play your game and play it extensively generally don't give a shit if something is accidental or not. It
They don't give a
didn't
shit
matter.
about if it's an accident or what it looks like. If it looks
Yeah.
jank or whatever.
It didn't matter to a single fucking Virgil player on the planet that if you fucking do this frame perfect plink input, you can cancel a majority of actions into judgment cut with Virgil in 4. Nobody gave a shit. It was like, bet, I wonder what I can do with this, and they started applying it. They started doing it. And it splintered off into like this entire thing in and of itself, where you have all these individual timings to learn. And like it's tough, but it's a core part of playing the character. And that is one of the many things that separates playing Virgil from playing Nero, from playing Dante. It's just another thing. It doesn't matter. So I've never understood this fucking thing of like, oh, well, it's a glitch, it's accidental, we don't need it. It's so fucking whack. It's been whack.
Yeah, Vanitas mod it definitely looks jank at times, but like whenever people come into my stream, they're just like, dude, this looks amazing. This looks so much better than Cage-Free.
Here's the shitty thing is I watch your streams all the goddamn time. I keep having to cut it out early for like after 10 minutes because I'm like, shit, I'm seeing too much.
He's about to do something
I
new,
know,
yeah.
because I saw you doing shit in fucking like room 3 and nobody room 3 in core.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh fuck, man, that's how Magnet works now. Fuck, dude, I gotta stop. I gotta wait and find out for myself because it's like, oh, dude.
And then he has to watch me play RuneScape for 4 hours,
I
baby.
know,
You can't
right?
let him do that, dude.
And yeah, it's the sort of shit where you couldn't explain what was going on until you got your hands on it, and it just looks weird. But at the same time, you're like,
It's like, well, that
dude,
looks
this looks
different.
fucking,
This looks neat.
this
I wanna
looks
try it.
crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Like he's moving around so much, he's doing all this crazy shit. Like whether or not like it's necessary or not, I don't care. Just the fact that
Yeah.
you can do it, like let's fucking go. Like that's the. I don't know if I mean the first thing that comes to my head, and I mean I might be just like totally off on this. The first thing that comes to my mind when I think of a comparison to Vanitas mod is Rainbow Edition for Street Fighter 2. Like where it looks
Wild.
fucking stupid.
Yeah.
It just looks fucking ridiculous. People fucking just doing like air Hadokens and just fucking doing Tatsu's like cross screen and fucking just teleport cross ups with Honda or some shit. Like it just looks it looks dumb.
It's
It looks
fun,
like
though.
ridiculous.
It's
But it's
fun.
fun as shit. It's like whether or not it's balanced or not. Or
Why
like,
do you
whether or
think
not
people still play that Sailor Moon game?
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
it's
Yeah,
stupid
Sailor
as shit, and you're
S
able to do
is
like
sick.
literal one shots. Like
Yeah.
it's not balanced, but like it's wild, dude. Like that shit like gets people going. It's exciting.
What is
like,
it?
That's the
What is it? Sailor Mars has a one-touch infinite. Has a
Oh, shit.
and it
Is it
and it
Mars or
encourages-
one of them is busted? Yeah.
yeah. They're God. It's so fucking fun to watch. 'Cause it's like, oh shit, he's gonna get the fucking hit, dude. Oh god, this is the greatest Sailor Moon player in the fucking world, dude.
it's that sort of shit that just like encourages future games to be like, you know what, fuck, dude, this people are having a shit ton of fun with whatever the fuck this is. We're gonna incorporate this. Like we're gonna add fucking like air specials. We're gonna add a fucking fireball for Chun-Li. We're gonna add like this cool shit that's just gonna be fundamental from now on in every single one of our Street Fighter games. Like that's the sort of shit that that's the sort of feeling that I get from Vanitas mod. Like initially, it's wild.
But again, the difference between the Vanitas mod from Zad DGX, right? I'm just calling him Zad.
Yeah,
right?
I call him Zad.
For the second,
yeah.
I'm gonna call him Zad. So the difference between the Vanitas mod from Zad versus KH3 is that, like I said, you're working with someone who has a very core understanding of what KH2 is in the modern day after everything is said and done, and is able to apply that understanding of it and what we know of it and what the difference and how all the different players approach that game to creating this unique conversion mod for the entirety of the fucking game based on the foundation that we have, versus a bunch of people who are very disconnected from what they view Kingdom Hearts to be, which is, to be fair, been disconnected for a long time now, and they kind of make whatever the fuck they want based off this very thin guideline of what needs to be in the game according to what Nomura wants.
Right.
And you end up with a mod that's might as well be. I like what Biz puts in his title because he just puts like 2FM DLC. Yeah, it's what it is. It's a fucking DLC character. Versus this weird fucking game that's like, yeah, it's Kingdom Hearts, but it's another weird game with the title in it, just like a lot of them have been for a while now. It just is what it is. It was just the weird thing with 3, like we talked about a bunch before, is that with 3 being the main line, I mean, it's fucking 3. You expect a bit of a consistency with what 1 and 2 did, but it just is what it is. So I just think it's funny as shit. So shout out to the
and like
mod.
And I mean, I'll describe this process because like he actively comes into people's streams to watch like what they're doing and get feedback. And he's like, okay, I think, if this isn't fun, he like his fundamental approach to it is like, I may have found some strats for this fight and I may have been able to figure out a way to get through it. But if the players don't think it's fun, then I should probably do something about it.
Yeah.
Like, and we have disagreements all the fucking time on what we think should be allowed, what is acceptable in the game. Like
Middle ground, baby.
we have disagreements all the fucking time.
Compromise, yeah.
And yet at the same time
Compromisation.
we can get super fucking heated about that shit and still at the end of the day come up with something that is going to satisfy everybody in the end. And you'll get your fucking feathers rustled a little bit, but like at the end of the day, you take that shit and what is it? You make the game for the greater good. It's that sort of shit, and it's so refreshing to fucking have that sort of thing where, like, sure you might disagree on some fringe shit or whatever, or like what you think a boss should look like or whatever. But at the end of the day, if your idea is I want to make this game fun, that's all you fucking need, dude. You don't need anything else.
Well, that's the handy thing about being in a position where you put out a mod, and it's like what we talked about last time. It's one of the few situations where guy puts out a mod, but he's not done with it.
Yeah, he's not
right?
done with
He's
it.
not
He
done
wants
with
to
it,
make
so
it
it's like he
better.
wants to actively improve it. So, is there
Thumbs
any? Because I keep hearing shit
Yeah.
about when it comes to DMC 5, about like bloody, like, hey, we put out Bloody Palace, well, fam, that's it. Now I know typically, I think I mentioned this last time, where I know typically developers, when it comes to things like SE content and that kind of stuff, that's in a whole new pipeline. That's basically a whole new game at that point. So they're not going to consider that as being an update. But is there anything as far as like, just like, hey, we're going to keep maintaining some eyes on the game in case we need to change anything or need to patch anything, whatever else, or is there any other updates, or is it just like, vanilla for what it is,
No, Matt Walker, the closest you'll get is that Matt Walker on Twitter said that he would be watching what people said, like the fan reaction. He'd be watching it closely. Didn't make any mention of what he was going to do about it. He just said he was going to pay attention to it. Same thing with like people requesting a new character. Like the rumor mill right now is saying that Virgil is already just in the game. Like he has specific animations that are like exclusive to what a player character would be able to do. So the thought process was that they were already deciding that they were going to start working on him, and he's just going to be paid DLC straight out the ass, no questions asked, none answered. Like that's already shotgunned and ready to go. But they said that if there was outcry big enough that they were going to consider doing character DLC in the near future. But outside of that, no. As far as I know, they've I know Itsuno said something about a special edition or some type of post-launch edition, either that he was for or against the idea, but as of now, there's not been any declaration that vanilla is what vanilla is.
Okay.
They've claimed to be open about it, but how much they're listening, well, that depends on how closely you're tying the attitudes presented in the GDC talk and in any of their streams to actual funding for a patch or anything like that.
Yeah.
We'll see. But as of now, no.
Cool. So
No,
my week was pretty crazy.
Yeah?
Fuck, dude.
Fuck.
This really is the best friends cat. 30 hours. So yeah, how was your week?
Well, dude, most of the time it's like I try to get everyone to talk about their week. So usually when it gets to me, like last week I didn't even do it. We just went full into fuck Matt Walker.
Well, I'm sure Matt Walker isn't a dickhole.
Look, I get it, but that's just generally how it was. I didn't even say how my week. I don't even remember my week. I couldn't say it on the dinner on twitch.tv/dinner with the boys cast.
Don't forget to subscribe. There's a nice little fat button up there. You got a Twitch Prime? You can fucking throw it in right there, guys. And
We'll listen
guys
to
and
you
gals.
then. You'll join the table.
Care about your existence.
It'll allow us to decipher the hieroglyphics that is on our Twitch chat.
All I see are boxes and birds and shit until you subscribe, and I don't see no letters.
We got wingdings.
I see dudes fucking doing this. I don't see shit otherwise.
Everyone else's text that isn't a subscriber has just got wingdings going on. I don't know what y'all saying. But my week was okay. I went into work a couple nights ago of my actual job and sat around and played RuneScape on my phone. I've been streaming RuneScape every fucking day, and I want to die. I don't know. Other than that, I really haven't been doing much. I watched WrestleMania yesterday. That was
that shit?
It was okay. There was a couple really good matches, but ending seemed rush. It seemed like a TV finish. Other than that, I don't know. It was alright. I just played RuneScape the entire time and just had it on the side. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, dude. Yeah, other than that, I've just been working out stuff. I had a box opening stream today.
Dude, nice.
setting myself up for trips for this year. I think I'm definitely going to Evo, definitely going to SGDQ. I really want to go to Combo Breaker at the end of May. But I don't know how I'm going to set that up. I might have to fund it, get a nice donation stream going. You already know. Because I don't feel bad about that too much. Unlike Dax, who doesn't want to go to Evo because he hates us.
Just tell me what you need.
Can't do it.
Why not?
See, dude.
I don't like doing it.
Just fucking do it. I just got paid.
Hey, DP, thank you for the Twitch Prime subscription. Welcome to the table, brother. We see you now. I'm glad that you're there.
Is that what it is? Welcome to the table? I like it. Hey, welcome to the table.
Welcome to the table. Sit in. Pull up a chair. Everyone else here is just standing. They're watching. They're just all standing there.
You subscribe, you get a chair.
That actually
sit down.
That does make me think real quick of something. I remember there's this British show called Horrible Histories, which I always found hilarious. I would watch on Hulu. And they had this bit. I forget who it was. It was just some old like Victorian fucking government guy. You know, he was hot shit. And of course, what he would do is that in this wonderful, beautiful, giant dining hall, he would have this rope basically. And, and all the commoners could sit there hungry watching him eat, and he would allow them. And I like to think that whoever's at the table are the subscribers, and everyone else are the fucking dirty commoners behind the velvet rope in the back.
They just stand over our shoulders like, wow, that's some pretty good food.
That looks really good. I wish I could eat it.
Wow. Delicious. Wow. This is disgusting. Throw it out. But yeah, thoughts on the DBFZ patch looking like the same Bardock, different version number.
It's a
lot of changes.
We kind of talked about it last time a bit, but yeah, just a lot of fun.
We talked about fucking DMC last one. All right, we could talk about Dragon Ball again. Leave me the fuck alone.
That's fine.
No. From what I've played, a lot of characters seem to have gone up a lot more. Like Dax said, we did go over it a lot last one, but yeah, Goku Blues, the hot off the patch press, a lot of talks of it. Bardock, people are saying like he's like better now because he has like an actual decent loop in the corner.
Yeah. People were finding people were finding new routes and shit to where they were just kind of alternating what they would do before, and a lot of like
some characters got screwed.
Like there's a lot of cases with characters in terms of like mid-screen functionality that certain things are changed, especially the way certain specials are, like we talked about before, like certain specials are being differentiated a lot more.
Yeah.
So like his javelins and things like that work differently, but I mean, people would find alternate corner routes and stuff like that, and they're like, "Oh,
just the world of the Twitter tech, dude."
Yeah,
world of the Twitter tech.
Yeah, for the most part, people are fine. Like there's certain cases, like with Krillin and other characters like that, where you have to, you're playing a very.
Is the Krillin Discord on Suicide Watch?
Oh, I'm not in any of those Discords.
I just assumed, well, Krillin Twitter is just ready to fucking kick the stool.
Yeah, well, it's like, again, there are certain fundamental changes that make it to where immediately, like, you have to play very differently, because it's like, okay, it's like it's just swapping in a basic idea of your routes and combos or whatever, and taking, okay, well, this move doesn't work that way anymore, but now you use this, and it's like, but in more of an extreme sense.
Yeah.
It's not like you're learning a whole new character. It's not that crazy. It's fucking Dragon Ball. But but it's very different to the point where, like, for me, who, you know, I come and go with it. You know, sometimes I'll spend a month where it's like all I want to do is play fucking fighting games, and I play Unis and Dragon Ball all the time or whatever. And then another 2 months and I'm just bored and I don't do anything. And it's like when I come back to something, like I have been with Dragon Ball, and it's like, fuck, now I have to, like, none of my shit work. Like, none of it. It's all gone. It's like, yeah, there's tons of different shit, but it's like, man, there's all this, like, I have to, like, just learning a new character. Fuck me. It's like, it's why I got out of BlazBlue when I was younger. Like, when I was first getting into fighting games, and when I was getting into stuff like, I got into Street Fighter 4 and Marvel 3 because I was the local shit, because 2010, 2011, I mean, that's what you were playing. You played Street Fighter 4 and you played Marvel. But I love Marvel. I enjoyed Street Fighter 4, but like when I would get into stuff like Blaze Blue, it was like every 9 months there would be a patch, and it's like, well, my Hazama from then is not the same as now. It's like now it's like, oh, all those combo routes and different setups and things like, well, you're just playing a whole new fucking character. And it's like, I don't fucking care to sit there and just learn all this shit again. I just can't be bothered. And that can be exciting for some people, but for me, it's like, I just don't fucking care.
Yeah, it's understandable.
You know? It's like that's why I like a lot of times in Street Fighter 4, it's like, hey, you have some plus frames on some new moves, and like crouch strong into media and into this special is now this differentiation on block as opposed to before, so which means that you can go for this new setup. It's like, okay, well, that's specific enough to where I don't have to change my entire fucking game plan.
But Dragon Ball, they hit you with that fatty patch, and
not very often. Like, again, it's like characters like Krillin, whatever. It's like, yeah, it's annoying, but for the most part, the vast majority of the roster, it's like, yeah, you can play them the same. You just have new shit to work with, which is cool.
Yeah, exactly, and that's really cool. The funny part is though, with like Dragon Ball, this is the only patch you got.
Yeah, this is season 2.
This is all we got for season
2. Yeah, which is
so we've got to everybody's got to adapt and come in, but it's like in your situation where you come and go, it's just kind of like, fuck, I gotta do all this shit.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And thankfully, again, like I said, it's not an extreme case for most care. Like Broly and Piccolo, I just have new shit to work with. It's fine. Right.
Krillin is that exception.
But now I'm looking at it, it's like, man, Samasu's looking a lot more fun.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I'm just, yeah, because I liked him before. It's like there were certain things I didn't care for, but now it's like because of like 2 different things he has, I'm like, yeah, now it's like, okay, yeah, I want to incorporate that. And now
I wish I had that with like any of the characters that were coming out, or like any of the other characters.
Character I can think of where I'm like, oh yeah, now I kind of want to hone out, because I was sitting the other night when I was sitting in training mode waiting for you to get back.
Yeah.
You're offline. We were playing for like a few minutes, and I was going through training mode. I was just cycling. I do this thing where I cycle my cursor around. I'm like, because I have Broly and Piccolo, like they're standard, right? It's like I like these characters, especially Broly, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm retarded. Like big boys, right?
Big boy. Wallstein.
I'm gonna post this. Yeah, dude. I'm gonna post this. Oh, actually, I can't because I'm aligned to different cows. I was gonna post my email in the chat. But that's fine. You can do it for me.
I got you.
Broly and Piccolo, and it's like, who the fuck do I put either first or second? Probably leaning more towards Broly on first. So it's like, who the fuck do I put second? And it's like, well, fuck, you know. And so like one of the few characters, it's like Zamasu and Trunks. I don't know.
Yeah, see, Trunks has been that one that character from this patch that's been like, man, Trunks is kind of fucking tight.
Yeah,
Trunks is sick.
So
he's kind of fucking cool. But like, I mean, I'm in that same place as you, where I go through the whole fucking cast, and it's like, I get the Broly, I'm like, I get the Bardock, I'm like, I get to like Goku Blue, I'm like, real shit, and then I get to fucking Vegeta Blue, and I'm like, I don't know, like there's so many characters, like 18's another one of those characters where it's like, man, she's really fucking cool, but she has no place on like my comp at all. Like I get to what's another Vegito, and I'm like, this character, I hate this fucking character, like it hurts me to play him. I get to any small body, and I'm like, why do I want to put myself at a fucking disadvantage like this? I don't like this. This doesn't feel good. I get to Teen Gohan, where it's like, fuck, if he had a better LL, I'd actually play him. But I at the end of the day, I have Videl and Gohan, and then 21. And you know how much I ever since season fucking 1, I've hated Goku fucking Super Saiyan Goku.
Yeah.
But he's just
beam
fucking
assist. He's solid in beam assist.
He's a beam assist, and he's a fucking solid character.
Well, that's why, like, I hate, because of how like straightforward and homogenized a lot of shit is. It makes me more apprehensive to play characters than ever. Because if there's one little thing that shines through that I'm just like, I'm either not big on at an individual basis, or I'm not big on as a support or assist basis, or I'm just not big on as in terms of, I just don't want to learn that. Then it pushes me away a lot more than it would in other games. Like Nappa, it's like, I'm not really interested in Cyberman setups.
Yeah.
Vegeta Blue, I don't like the assist. Like
Beerus.
the littlest things.
That's how me and Beerus is. It's like I really, really don't want to learn these fucking orb combos. I really
They're
don't
really not
want
that
to
hard.
learn
They're
like
actually
ranges and
super.
shit.
They're actually super fun. I just know I'm not going to do them in a fucking match. Like it's just not going to happen.
I really like Beerus, but God, not having having that 2H the way it is, it fucks with me too much.
Yeah, very
And
powerful.
like the way the medium light works, that's just too odd to me.
Yeah.
Like in other cases where I'll pick up Trunks and do medium light, it doesn't feel as weird. But I can play Trunks, and the only thing I don't like about Trunks is that if he doesn't have like a special knockdown, you have to do light, and then it's like
Well, no,
that's how you get your knockdown.
Well, he does now in terms of certain assists or in the corner. You can do beam, flip, beam, and cancel it into the.
Yeah.
Do it that way.
And that's cool. That's cool and all. But why do I want to learn that when I could just play fucking Goku, do overhead in the corner, and then do EX overhead in the corner, and then extend the combo into a super?
Yeah.
Like, fuck. I don't know.
Again, the most basic shit will stand out, and more apprehensive to learning a character. It's just kind of how it is.
Yeah, well, let's
So-
just hope. Honestly, at this point, I'm honestly hoping GT Goku is fucking tight. Like, I think he's sick. I think he's sick because, like, all the DLC characters that have come out besides Videl, like, all of them, I've played them, and it's just like, I've played the least of Jiren, and it's like, that character's fucking lame. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, I figure that's a character you'd like because he's got that juicy command grab.
I like the assists, and the grab is neat. But like I mess with him a bit, but it's like nothing. It's like it's basic enough to understand and be like, yeah, I can apply this, but it's not enough to be like, man, I really like this character.
Yeah.
Like, Broly fucking laughs at you when he does level 3, and so I'm like, yeah, that guy's pretty funny. Like he's cool. I like fucking shithead characters. Like Adon talks shit to you when he does ultras.
Yeah.
He talks about how you're a fucking pussy, and he fucking kicks you in the abdomen. It's great.
That's why
I'm not Colgate. It's great.
That's literally why I
like
picked
this.
Jury.
Yeah.
Why I picked Jury, because I did her Ultra 1 or whatever the fuck, or Ultra 2.
Is that the one where she lifts you behind the leg and fucking like, gives you a kick and slams you down?
She fucking twirls you up. It does her fucking V reversal move.
Yeah.
And then she kicks you up, she goes down and sticks her foot up, and their whole spine lands. That felt good, didn't it? Just like, yo.
Fucking slams down. Yeah, dude, it's sick.
It's sick as shit, and now here we are.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. But my week was okay. Like I said, I really didn't do too much. It's been very RuneScape heavy. Need to get back in the flow of fighting games. I really need to play Tekken. Like, Jesus Christ, I have not touched that game in like 3 weeks, and I really need to. Northwest Majors is coming up. Northwest Majors is coming up in like 2 weeks or something.
Dude, if you go to NWM, you gotta be ready for all them Negan players, dude. You know, all these Negan players.
There's like 4 Negan players in my scene.
Really?
They just turned magically Negan players. Negan's not even that good of a fucking character. He's all right. He's a counter hit. He's a counter hit fiend. That's all he wants to do. Do some stupid move, bait you into getting counter hit. That's literally all he wants to do. That's his whole job. You just step him. He's not that hard, but a lot of people picked him up, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, because a lot of the new scene, like I feel like a lot of people don't understand. Like, I feel like a lot of people in Tekken especially, they blame their character more than anything. Like in my scene, they blame their character. They always go back, oh, my character's fucking whack. I don't like it. They're not good. And it's like, why did you pick them in the fucking first place?
Well, it's interesting for me to think about, because when I like my thoughts about Tekken, especially from those in my local scene, everything, those who are more, I mean, I got Majin in my fucking scene, right?
Yeah.
Those people have been adamant for years and years as they've tried to get a lot of us more and more into Tekken and be like, yeah, dude, I mean, you can play whoever the fuck you want. Yeah, there's tiers, but like, it's not really as much of a strong point as being like, oh man, fucking characters.
And I've been like, that's been one of those.
It's weird to hear that from people.
Yeah, no, and it's been one of those things where I've been like very adamant to people, like as they've gotten in, like you need to stick to one character. Find the character you like and stick to that character. Don't venture off and try to learn somebody else. Like learn the matchup for your character, and it will help you improve as a player, because when the next game comes out, everything's going to be different. You got to learn to adapt with your character. Like I've been telling a lot of new players in the scene, it's like when I first started showing up for Tag 2, like I was bad. Like I was not good. Like, because now I'm one of the better players in the scene. And even though I don't show up, I still show up to locals and just kind of dumpster on everybody. And then I leave because these guys, like I show up one week and this guy's playing fucking like Lily the entire time, right? Then I show up the very next week and it's like, he's not even improved at all with his Lily, but now he's playing Lars. And you're like, what are you fucking doing, dude? You need to chill out. Like you're mixing basically all you're doing is mixing yourself up. When in reality, all you have to do, just stick with the one character and learn matchups. That's literally it. That's literally Tekken. You learn how neutral is played with your character. Because every single character in the game has a different goal and objective per matchup, because that's just how Tekken is. It's too verse of a game where you can't play Guile and Chun-Li. Well, no, Guile and Urien in Street Fighter V. Like that game plan is the exact same against Ibuki if you're Guile, and that game plan is the exact same if you're like Urien or something like that. In Tekken, if you don't have mirror characters, you don't have characters that have similar attributes.
You don't have like strict archetypes. You have like fighting styles in the most
fighting styles.
Like,
everything is different.
Yeah,
everything is different. If I'm going against a Kazuya, I'm not going to play the same way that against that Kazuya than I am going against a fucking Eddie. Like everything's completely different. I know how those matches work out.
But even then, like you don't think of like all the standard Mishima archetypes, right?
Yeah.
You don't think of them as like, oh, it's a Mishima, so I play like playing Heihachi or playing Kazuya, or it's not going to be any different because they both have the fists, right?
They're all different. Like,
and I've seen a lot of viewers who assume that because they hear that kind of terminology and be like, oh, they hear Mishima, so they think Shotos, right?
No,
it's not the same thing, right?
It's not the same thing because you look at Kazuya. Kazuya has way different range than fucking like you don't have to play the same game that you play against Heihachi, which are two Mishimas. Heihachi, I'm scared at the wall. I'm not going to press any buttons. I'm going to just try to step the fuck out of there or parry him out, right? Because I'm playing Asuka. Against Kazuya, no, I'm not going to worry about that at the wall so much. I'm just going to step alongside of his down forward one and not get fucking hit. If he does down forward 1-4, I'm going to duck and punish. That's literally it. But against Jin, I don't want to be near this character at all. He's bananas. This dude has a half-screen hell sweep. He's got really some of the best pokes in the game. One of probably the most fundamental, straightforward characters there is. He's the most honest character, I would say, in Tekken. And I'm not getting close to that motherfucker. Like, that character's fucking scary. He's got too many options where I have to play differently. Where against Kazuya, it's like, okay, I'm going to run up to him. When he wave dashes at me, I'm going to duck. And he's either going to try to go for the electric or he's going to go for a hell sweep. I'm going to just try to match the wave dash. Against Heihachi, it's the same thing. Sure. Against Jin, I'm not doing that because he has a safe mid that hurts and it homes, and I don't want to get hit by that shit. I can react to a hell sweep.
Mid homes?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. So it's like I have to utilize that and know that for my character. But if I load up Lars, it's not the same game plan. If the same game plan is, okay, at the wall, I'm against Heihachi, instead of not pressing a button and trying to sidestep out of there, I'm going to try to sidestep and interrupt him with a down back 4. I'm going to try to sidestep and interrupt him with an arc blast or something like that. If I'm playing, say I'm playing Chloe, okay, this guy's here. I'm going to try my very best to crush a low, get back turn, and hit him with this dumbass move and hit him for 70% damage. Like, the complete mindset is like completely different. A lot of the newer players in my scene, they're so quick to flip flop. Oh, my character sucks. Oh, it's not good enough. oh, let me just swap over. Maybe this will do better for me. And you're getting the same results every fucking time. It doesn't work like that. You need to, like, what I've been trying to tell people in the scene, it's like, you need to hone down on one character. You guys understand, like, when you get to top 8s, it's the same character. Unless your name is Nee, everyone plays the same character they've been playing. Sure, in like casuals and stuff like that, they play different characters. But in tournament, they're playing the same fucking character every goddamn time. Like Cherry Berry Mango, the only 2 characters I ever expect out of that guy, actually the only single character I ever expect that guy to play, a Korean player by the way, it's Jin. But only in one rare occasion will I ever expect him to switch to another character, and that's in Jin's worst matchup, which I don't remember what it is, but he switches to Noctis. That's it. And Cherry Berry Mango has been a notorious Jin player forever, but now he's starting to play Noctis, and he only uses it in matchups where Jin is completely unfavorable. And it's not, and people aren't doing that in like the lower levels. They're just like, me like this character may be better. Me pick. Oh no, me still lose. Oh, dang it. And I'm just sitting there like, well, dude, you self-inflicted gunshot. You need to understand the game a lot more to try to grow and evolve. And I don't know, that's like something I've been telling Lars, because he switches, like when he was playing Tekken a lot more actively, he kept on trying to switch characters. And it's like, you need to stop. You need to relax and just pick one character, because your tournament results aren't going to change because of the character pick. And it might help you because someone's knowledge is a little lower on this certain character, but you're picking an even more universal character in like Kazumi, something like that. You need to just relax, dude. Just fucking chill, play Lars, learn everything that Lars can do, and get good. That's the biggest thing about Tekken. You need to get good. And I will never say that about a lot of other games, because a lot of other games you can learn different things and you might be able to learn something else from it. But in Tekken, get good, because there's too many aspects, there's too many things that you shouldn't worry about, and you need to worry about on your own specific gameplay and how you utilize that in this giant engine, this 3D engine that we have, you know. But that's just my perspective, brothers.
I get you.
I don't know, man. Look.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Dark Gold tag on hentai is all right.
You want to know what else is alright?
That's the most true
What's up,
statement
dude?
I've heard all night.
Fucking chaotic leap and Vanitas mod. Man, that shit. When you do that and you just see the health bar go like it.
They feel good. Ooh, that feel good.
Shouts to Zad DGX, who actually have him in the chat right now, the creator of the VDS mod.
Absolutely.
Would you say that Tekken is very matchup heavy rather than fundamentals? No, I would say it's very, well, yes, it's matchup knowledge, but the fundamental, it's like matchup knowledge and fundamentals play so much together in that game specifically that it's really difficult to be able to say, oh, you need this and this. You need to have both. You need to understand, like, if you're going against a Brian, okay, at this range, I actually Dragunov a better case. At range 1, I need to sidestep to the right. But if he's at range 3 and he can running to me, I need to sidestep to the left at range 3. Where at range 1 or 0, what the hell? My phone. Off, Spencer. At range 0, I need to sidestep right against it. It's like every character's got something different, but you need to be able to have the fundamentals to sidestep and be able to react, look at something and be like, okay, let me react and turn sidestep. Let me react, duck. Let me react, sidestep right. Like, let me sidestep or walk, duck. You got a lot of options. I don't know. Like, I went down. It was like a few streams ago, like a long time ago. I had a stream with like Chloe up against Jin, and I was like, see, this situation. Like, I was going through every situation with Chloe's role, and it's like, okay, so these like don't work, but what if I walk it? Oh, I can walk it. What can I get out of it if they do this and I do that? And you just kind of break down every little thing like that, and it's all about knowing it, like just memorizing it in your head. I don't know. That's just me. Vash,
Talk to me.
what's up, dude? What's going on?
Right now, I am currently filling out an application for what could be a full ride scholarship.
Wow. Hey, where would that take you?
It would just put a lot of money in my wallet, pretty much. And
Oh,
as
that's-
to where that could take me, well, I don't know. It depends on how I wind up using it. Because since I've started working, since I picked up the second job down at the university radio station,
Yeah.
I've been thinking a lot lately about like, well, how am I going to sort of, obviously put away more money, like into savings accounts and potentially build up a stock portfolio and just a bunch of like white dad shit
Mm-hmm.
that's just helpful for future endeavors.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I was thinking like, we got to start thinking about fucking Anime Expo, just like really wasting my fucking time in
Yeah.
fun ways, like going out to see people and shit. Like
But would you consider that a waste of time?
definitely
you?
not. Well, okay, it depends on who you're talking to. Like I said, if you're talking to Vash the Shell Bullet, then no, it's definitely not a waste of time to go
Yeah.
spend time with the people that I consider family. But if we're talking to a white dad, then son, you need to start preparing for when you have 6 kids and you need to start funding this van.
Yeah.
It just depends. Like, no. Personally, I've always done my best to be money minded in as far as I like having a surplus in the
Mhm.
savings account.
Yeah.
I do my best to like just practice good money habits. Like I have a fuel efficient vehicle. I pay off my credit cards and shit like that. I do my best not to waste money on shit that I don't use. And I definitely don't eat out as much as I could.
Mhm.
Like a bunch of minuscule shit like that. But it's something to do that, and then it'd be like, let's start shifting the mentality towards just getting a shit ton of money and just keeping it.
Yeah.
And because that's sort of like what's going on with the working 2 job situation. Like, yeah, on some level it sucks, but at the same time, like every 2 weeks I'd like, because the checks hit at the same time. Instead of like, what would really make my Kokodogo Doki Doki is if that shit hit every week consecutively.
Yeah.
But they're synchronized. They synchronize the periods. It sucks, but it's whatever. So, but when it hits, boy, the Ketaboo fentanyl be hitting, and it's just slamming into my fucking checking account, which is nice because it means I get to just build up shit. So when Evo rolls around, it's not like there's no sweating in booking the hotel room with my debit card.
Yeah.
There's or my credit card now. Like there's no sweating when AGDQ comes around. Like, how is this going to affect my bank balance? Gives a shit. Like as
Mhm.
long as I can get the time off and management's happy with me taking it, I can just go do shit. And I don't have to worry as much about, shit like the summer coming up.
Yeah.
I made up my mind with the summer, like, because I have the jobs through the summer. Granted, yes, I'm technically going to be working every day of the week through the summer, except for Evo and like shit like that. But who gives a fuck? Because I'm
Yeah.
not going to have all the extra fucking weight of these classes and fucking Japanese on top of me to just, motherfucker, we have a fucking test next Monday. I was just talking about the last test we took. And then after that, we have 2 weeks. And then the interview and the final. What the fuck do you mean?
It'd be like that.
It really be like that.
I remember when I was taking Japanese, it was basically an exam. Well, once we got into like the higher levels of Japanese, it was an exam like every 2 weeks, every 2 to 3 weeks, and then there would be a lot of shit that you'd have to do in the lab that you'd have to prep for. And then towards the end of the semester, they just kind of fucking pile it on. You got the fucking interview that you got to fucking do. There's a lot of shit that you got to do to prep for that. And then just the final, and it's just like, okay, well, just everything now, like literally everything from chapter 1 or whatever, and it's.
Which
it's a 5 course. I mean, for us, like a 5 credit hour course is like 2 more than the average. It is substantial. It takes up your fucking time. It feels like 10.
It is no memes to say that this 100-level entry elementary Japanese course is like way more demanding than my like 400-level journalism classes.
Now I have a question. Are they since it's a 100 level class? Are they pretty lenient on? Well, I mean, like not necessarily like assignments being due like on time, but at the very least, like you can come in and like there's a lot of support when it comes to like questions about the course material and the homework.
Like if you have a question, they'll explain it to you. But as far as swing goes, every like. They got some pretty rough policies. If you miss a quiz, homie, you just missed the quiz. There's no makeups.
Man, that's rough. Like our
fucking-
system is so different. It's
Yeah.
super nice. It's
If
super
you-
lenient if you miss
you-
something.
If you don't turn in an assignment, you get 50% credit off if you turn it in the next meeting, and then after that, it's just worthless.
That's fair, I guess.
That's
fair.
yeah, that's fair. I understand it.
Sure.
But exams are fucking graded harsh, no curve, no lubricant. And I can say that, like, while I've never gotten lower than an A, I've never aced a Japanese test. There's always been just, it's the smallest thing. Like, it's like a couple of small errors over the course of an entire extensive exam, but it's just you are not getting 100%.
Just like a grammar error here.
Just
particle you used
one
here.
thing. Just, oh well, it's a damn shame I have this gun here. I'm just gonna fucking kneecap you.
Oh, you see this A here?
Yeah, just like, yeah, you're gonna get it, but you'll walk with a limp, Chief. Like, come on. So that's.
Are the professors at least nice?
Oh yeah, my sensei's a sweetie.
Okay, that's good. That's always nice. It
The
always
class-
sucks when you get an asshole for a professor.
Yeah, I've heard some horror stories, and thankfully I don't have any, at least that I've encountered. Although I think this is probably going to be the last semester I take of Japanese.
Fucking Terry. Well, Terry's a sweetie. He's a sweetie, but he's a horrible professor. Fucking Terry, dude.
Yeah, like everybody. Some people are just like fucking super flexing assholes about the fact that they know more Japanese, and thankfully I don't have. I'd never had a professor like that. But yeah. So I'm not going to be taking any summer courses. So that means that I can actually, like, yeah, technically, all things told, I'll be working like maybe 50, 60 hours a week, but that's, who gives a shit? Because when I get home, I get to look at this time as like, hey, I get to play Devil May Cry and work on videos and stream, instead of, hey, I'm home, I have fucking papers and projects due and a test next Monday.
I have homework.
Yeah, like it's a very different, like it might seem like a small shift, but just removing that commitment from the equation for a time period is so fucking good. Because then you can just focus on like, okay, I'm gonna build a fucking resume, build up the bank account, build up the spank bank, we're in there. Holy shit, I cannot wait for this semester to fucking be out. So yeah.
Yeah, I just
But-
want my friend back, dude.
I'll be there, dude. Don't even worry about it. We'll be
Uh-huh,
playing-
dude. Okay, dude.
We'll be playing so much Modern Warfare. Don't even
Yeah,
stress
okay,
about it.
dude. Sure.
Says
He thinks he's gonna leave us forever. Soon enough, he's gonna be like, "Sorry, guys, I can't show up to Twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. I've got a
Ooh,
date."
Hey,
When that
if this shit rolls through, I told myself, do you have any idea how much of a mentality shift it is to go from nobody wants to talk to you to making up your mind that you are going to ask somebody out? Like, and being serious about that is some big dick energy.
Nice, dude.
So if shit starts popping off with this girl in Japanese, fucking Devil May Cry, it's been nice to know you.
Oh
but-
my god.
There's only so many hours in the week and so much pussy.
You
to
know what,
crush.
dude? You see that little button at the bottom left of Discord? Just go ahead and disconnect.
Nah, man, I made up my mind already. Like fucking.
This dude is gonna, soon enough, we're gonna be seeing the messages. Like Shib said, sorry for so last minute, guys, but I've got a date, and I
No,
can't show up to dinner with the boys.
I don't think I'd ever. I mean, I don't want to say never, but like, I would do my best to schedule around it, because like,
I mean, hey man,
Do what
maybe
you gotta do.
you could
like,
be like,
you know,
hey,
you know,
Dax, definitely do
listen,
not talk to me after
listen,
the- definitely
listen.
do not talk to me.
I don't even know what the fuck context you're on about. I don't even care. Because
Talk
you could
to me.
always tell this cute little honey you got in the Japanese class, be like, hey, you know you really want to hang out Monday, and it's the only day you got this week. And unfortunately, I have plans, but maybe you could join
Subscribe.
me for those plans.
By subscribing,
That
or else I won't see you in the chat.
that's the
Bring her
tough
on.
thing. That's the tough.
That would be the test, and we can
because-
provide our judgment. The Holy Council can come together, judge accordingly.
what if she's normie, dude?
No, well, I don't know if she's not normie. I just know that she, like, making her laugh and smile is my life's mission when we're in Japanese class together.
That's fair.
Like, when
Kinda gay.
we get paired up, when we get randomly paired up for the day, straight up, fucking like just you just hear the fucking World of Warcraft fucking quest get added, just do, like just fucking make her fucking laugh and smile, and I'm like, yeah, dude, we're in there.
That's wholesome.
She's a big
This
fan
is-
of Overwatch.
This man literally loads into every Japanese class, and you just hear "search and destroy." Ba-dum, ba-dum,
Yeah.
ba-dum.
Yeah, no, she's super into Overwatch, and she called which is great because I have no idea like fucking anything about Overwatch.
So that's
And-
fine.
No, it's not a good idea to learn about Overwatch.
I
No,
know,
it's cool
but,
to
like,
find
run.
people like
still,
just
like,
interested in core shit where it's like, yeah, dude, that game's neat. Like, I want to learn about it.
yeah,
That's
like, you know,
cool.
you're interested in this, talk to me about it. She calls like some of the top players like toxic, and I fucking just laugh every fucking time. It's some of the
All I
most
can tell
wholesome
you
shit on the
is,
planet.
dude, if she don't ever play Overwatch with her, 'cause
Oh.
then things will change.
That's
Oh, dude,
different.
I will start fucking just
Look, I mean, look,
load
listen,
it up.
Look,
Load
when
it. I need several keys on my keyboard, and one of them is an N.
Look, when I look, I don't participate in anything at all Warhammer related, right? Not because I don't like it, because I just don't ain't my bag. But
Yeah.
like, I could spend hours listening to the fucking Nos talk to me,
Yeah.
and just listen to her fucking talk to me about Warhammer.
You
And
have
it's
no
all this shit.
idea.
Dude, they were doing this game the other day recently. They were streaming with Zoran the Bear and some other people, and like they do the whole she's involved in the like If the Emperor Had the Text-to-Speech Device series, which I don't know if anyone in the chat follows that, but a lot of people are familiar with. Even those who aren't familiar with Warhammer, it's just this ongoing series that's been really popular, and she's been involved with that. And they were doing a Mafia game entirely in VR chat within a map that was made specifically Warhammer 40k themed around the game Mafia. And she was like doing this whole character, whatever, and it was fucking hysterical. It was adorable. Like, I love seeing her enjoy that stuff so much and being involved in it, even if I don't give a fuck about ever doing it myself, because it's like, you're loving this shit. It's great. It's whatever.
It's so wholesome.
It's wholesome. It's great. I love it. I love just hearing anything about it.
I can't wait, dude. It's gonna be a good time. You're gonna be able to tell how the request goes depending on how I am like by the end of the semester. If I just have fucking sunken eyes and I don't want to talk to nobody, then fucking
Confiscate all of his
It's
stools.
gonna be-
Just
it's
fucking-
gonna be that Golf Girl 2.0.
just fucking lesbian or taken or both. Like, just we fork down one of those paths. It's I walk a lonely road, the only road that I have ever known.
I walk a lonely road. The only road that I have ever known.
But yeah, that's life right now.
I feel you, dude. No problem.
No,
Hey,
what's gonna happen? Or I hope. Well, what could happen? That'd be the best. This would be the real difference, where it's like, be like, so are you dating anyone? It's like, well, not exactly. I mean, it's an open relationship.
I'd take it.
Take it. I respect.
Take
it.
honestly, it's just such a positive
no,
approach.
you can-
Such
no,
a
you can-
positive.
All you
my
have to do-
little
all you-
jealous
no,
ass
all you have
can't
to
do that.
All you have to do is DM Luke, DM good old Clems, and be like, hey, I need some advice on this. What do you think? And he'd be like, yeah, dude, slam it.
You know,
So he's dating what, like 19 people now?
I've been thinking about that a lot lately, actually, because one of the reasons why I stepped out of relationships, outside of obviously fucking like being 330 pounds, just like nobody wants to talk to you, is because like the first exposure I ever had to like me being in a relationship outside of like what I experienced as a satellite through my sister going through so many relationships as a teenager was that it was choir, because of course it's fucking choir. And you know, you fucking you it was a situation where I was basically I wound up being in a position where I was like hedging my bets between these two girls, but one was definitely higher on my preference tier list than the other was. It's just that the one who was like top tier didn't fucking talk to me. Or like she talked to me and like we made fun, but it wasn't she didn't see me in that way. And the other girl was like obviously interested in me and was like verbally just waiting for me to ask her out. And while I was interested, I wasn't that interested. And I remember catching myself one day being like, wait a minute, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you ever trade? Like, why would you ever see this as an up trade? Like, you're not ready for this relationship yet. Like, just slip back 5 dimensions. Like, and come back when you're like fucking emotionally ready to handle something like this. And that was in my sophomore year of high school, and I just completely ducked out of relationships up until now. And with the situation that I'm in now, I'm like, you know, it's like the way I see it is that like it seems so obvious. It's like you don't really know these people yet, so make it like it's important to start out getting to know them and being friends before you make any serious hard tier like in commitments first. And it's like that's the way that you be fair to them and to you, because it's not like, yeah, you should be happy in the relationship as well as you can be. And just that whole like change of perspective, it's only happened over the past few days, because I'm also talking to like another girl as well.
Damn, already two-timing. This dude, VashTSB two-timer.
Look, but like part of me was like,
I got hoes in different area Coco.
like
Hoes.
no, I was thinking about it, and I was like, damn, I'm still on this bullshit. How did I wind up being such a fucker? And then I thought about it, and I was like, she probably doesn't even think of you in that way. Like, calm the fuck down, kid. And it was just like this, it was a big weight off of me. And I was like, okay, you know what? We're just going to fucking we're going to try to get to know as many people that you're interested in as possible. Whether, you know, that's like a physical attraction or more like in the case of the girl from Japanese, like a very apparent like social compatibility as well. Like, just get to know them first before you even start thinking about commitment, because commitment is like way down the line. And at first that concept was like very foreign and it was uncomfortable, but now it's like, no, it just makes sense. Like, this is how you make it work to the benefit of everybody's party, is that like you get to know people and you be open to other options. So yeah, I think that was like a good way of just being like, okay, like at the time, contextually, like your thought process was a bit fucked, but I think, you know, it was good to be able to, I guess, forgive myself for being such a shitter at the time.
Hey.
So yeah, now we're back on the bullshit.
It's all a fucking...
don't feel bad, dude, because like even for me, I'm 27. I haven't been in a relationship since I got out of high school, and I don't care to be in one. The only reason like it even comes up is because, you know, human nature, and, you know, you get attracted to people, and whether it be through personality, looks, whatever the case, right?
Yeah.
But for me, I stepped out of it because it was like, as I was even back then, like I was so focused on Halo, I was so focused on so many other things that I did not want to give the time of day to another person besides my friends. And even so, to this time, like even to this day, that is the case. But like now, there's exceptions to the matter where I'll only want to talk to specific people, and I just look at it as now I don't try to get into a relationship because I don't fucking do anything. I don't leave my house. I mean, and it's not a detriment to me. I have a good time. I pay all my bills. I do everything I need to do to make sure I'm alive, I'm well, and I'm having a good time. I've always been one. I have always been one. No matter what it was. This is why I got out of college. I got out of at the time when I got out of college. It's the reason why I'm streaming now, is because I do things that I want to do, and that's like the biggest thing. And it's like I have to sit down and ask myself multiple times, like, do I want to be in a relationship with this person? Am I thinking with a clouded head, where it's like, oh heck, it's gonna be so cool to hang out with this person. What if that person doesn't like me hanging out with my friend? What if they want me to only spend time with them? Is there a compromise to that? Yes, but there'll be so many more like situations where you're complying, but they're not happy about it. And I'm just like and I don't want to deal with that. I really fucking don't. I already spent 1.5 years dealing with that, like in an online relationship. Bad idea. Don't do it.
Stevie's laughing because of Allstate.
Allstate started out as an online relationship, dude.
That's
but here's the deal.
Shoe fits.
Here's the deal. Chesh is cool.
Okay, so you're saying find someone cool.
Find someone not a fucking dick. Not a complete asshole. Even though Chesh is kind of a fucking dick and an asshole.
It's
a reasonable blame. It's not.
But like, someone that actually can fucking conform and like not conform, but more or less like look at it in your perspective. Yeah, can definitely work with you and make it and understand it and not get upset about that kind of shit. Yeah. I have always like that's just how I am, and when that kind of stuff happens, I mentally just shut down, and then I just don't do anything. And I don't ever want to be back in that place, because ever since I stopped going to ever since my job went on hiatus, I've been the happiest I've ever been. I'm talking to my friends regularly. I'm streaming pretty regularly, if not on time or not. I'm streaming pretty regularly. I'm having the most productive time that I've had in the past 4 fucking years, because I get up and it's like, okay, I need to do something. Let's go do this. And I go do it. And I come back and it's like, all right, time to stream. And I stream all day. And if I don't get to streaming, if I wake up late or some shit, it's like, I tell my Discord, hey, I'm not going to stream for a little bit. I just woke up. Leave me alone. And they go, okay. And then I turn on my stream, and then I stream for fucking 3 hours extra than what I normally do, because I feel bad. And it's like, I don't know, like I'm having a fucking great ass time doing that. And I don't want something getting in the way, or something or someone getting in the way, because they feel like I'm not giving them as much attention as I would. Because if I had someone in my life, that's like literally my time. I have my times with my friends, I have my times with significant other, and then I have time for job, which would be at this time streaming, and I'd be able to balance that. I'm in a fucking adult. I have ice cream in the morning because I want to. I don't know. It's just how it boils down. And at the end of the day, if I can't find somebody that wants to do that, well, I mean, that's fine by me. I like my money.
Yeah, like that's.
Oh no, I think that sort of thing. What is it? I think the sort of thing that you're describing, Asa. Like that, being able to allot time for like different things, just like typically comes naturally if you and your significant other just kind of have that sort of compatibility and the ability to like communicate that sort of thing. Because I mean, if there's a lack of compatibility, like you guys just aren't right for each other and you guys just want different things, then I mean that's like a problem in and of itself. But like if you guys aren't like talking to each other and you feel like you're then that can kind of skew things. Like somebody feels like they're being slated, or someone feels like they aren't being like paid enough attention to, or like shit like that. Like that sort of thing. It just naturally, if you guys are like mature about it, if both parties are mature about the situation and the relationship, and you guys just, you know, like each other,
Yeah.
then
It
being
works
able
out.
to like, you know, just naturally spend time on your own and naturally be able to say, hey, why don't we go to the fucking park like tomorrow or on Thursday or whatever, or why don't we
Yeah.
fucking go see a movie, or why don't we just fucking sit down and play this fucking 5-card mod tonight.
Yeah.
Like I think that'd be kind of fucking fun.
Yeah.
And just be able to do that without having to without having to feel like it's like a job.
Yeah.
You were just putting in the hours, you know what you mean? Like you wake up and you're like, all right, here we go, fucking 4 hours with so and so. Like, you don't want to do that shit.
I can talk about this for a minute.
Let me just reiterate real quick before you go on, Dax. All I can tell you is, at the end of the day, if you cannot make a compromise, if you're not mature enough to understand, people have things to do. There's things that need to be accomplished. But if you can compromise, make time for each other, and you guys are overall like, because at the end of the day, like, people there's no such thing as the perfect relationship. There really isn't.
No.
There absolutely isn't. Like, people are going to argue. People are going to, like, my parents have been together for 20, almost 30 years now, I think. Close. They're like 29 or something. Yeah, something like that. They are, I mean, to this day, they just have petty ass arguments about some dumb shit. My dad's just like, like the other day, he almost threw out a muffin because my mom said she didn't want it, and he was like, "Well, this is fucking useless. I don't want it." And he almost threw it out, and then he had to stop himself. He's like, "Wait, that's a fucking good ass muffin. I might eat that." And I mean, like overall, like, you just have to, if you can tolerate those kind of like arguments and stuff like that, you can go through it with that other person, because you could have the same exact argument with someone that you're with right now that you had in a previous relationship, but you could tolerate it in this one, where the other one just fucking pissed you off.
That's a learning
Where in this
experience
one,
at that point.
yeah. Well, I mean, even saying it's a learning experience, at the end of the day, you're still arguing over the same thing,
Same shit.
and more or less, you're saying the same things that you said before, but you know what? You're not as fucking angry at this person. This person has way better like arguments towards you. They have way better like, you know, they have better conversation fucking skills. You actually enjoy being able to talk to this person. So having an argument with them, like, I could debate all fucking day. Tomatoes are bad. Yeah.
They are so
not
bad.
Fucking
They
good.
are the worst shit on the planet.
Black olives are the worst thing on the planet. They're not good.
Get them out of here.
But you know what?
Whatever you say.
Dax, you can't talk shit.
We could talk about this all we want. We could talk, like, me and you could have this argument all fucking day. Oh yeah, no. Oh, it depends on how you season them. Fuck off. It's a tomato.
You've never had a good homegrown, home-seasoned tomato. You haven't
Is
had
it a
access to
Fuji
the good shit.
tomato? Is it a green tomato? Is it a cherry one? Did it come out of your personal garden there, garden boy? Oh, it's no different. It's so good. It's so different because it came out of my little pot with a little tomato sign in it that said tomatoes in it.
You have to wonder.
I'm just gonna hold it.
You have to wonder if Dax was only recommending that you mix Coca-Cola with milk because the milk was coming straight off of his personal vine.
That
or
was
something.
a different timeline, Bash. Swear to God.
You just haven't had
I was
the
a
good
different
shit
person then.
You haven't had the good shit yet.
You haven't had my kind of milk straight off of the milk vine.
You haven't had fresh plucked Coca-Cola. With
Freshly dug up Coca-Cola straight out of my Coca-Cola pit.
I got
My
the seeds
Coca.
right
No.
here.
My Coca.
I feel like
Wait, no, when you said it, my Coca-Cola. I really like Coca-Cola.
All I can picture is like Dax coming up with like full on gardening gear and like pulling some straws out of the ground, like pulling like potato
He's
roots out,
pulling
but instead
carrots out of the ground, and it's a
Yeah,
fucking Coca
Coca-Cola. Ah,
Hey,
delicious.
man. Nah, be Baja Blast.
This
if
is
we were
gonna
living
go
in
great
real life.
with my milk vines. Puts it all in a blender.
Never gonna let this shit down. I swear to God.
No, we're not.
It was a 6-month period.
Anyways, go ahead.
Look,
Wait,
we all-
before you start on with your story, Dax. Vash, can you tell the people on YouTube where we're at right now?
So if you would like to start listening to the show archived, maybe you come in late. Maybe you don't have Monday nights off. You might work a shit job. It's all Gucci in all coochie because you can go to youtube.com right now and you can search in the search bar Dinner with the Boys. We don't have a set URL yet, so you got to do it the old-fashioned way, but I trust you. You're a smart cookie, except for the fact that you're working graveyard shift at 7-Eleven right now on a Monday night. But it's okay. I forgive you. All you have to do, go to that link, get that shit, subscribe to us, please. You can listen to all of our archived episodes all at once, anytime you want. If you are a YouTube Red subscriber, feel free to download that shit. We are currently in the process of potentially getting a separate hosted archive for Dinner with the Boys as an audio-only experience. That could be something you could do if you wanted to in the near future, but only if we have the support that shows that it's a good financial investment on our part. That would be required of you going to youtube.com, searching Dinner with the Boys, or subscribing to us on twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys.
Hey, tell those people on YouTube that missed the video where they can find us if they're here next Monday, dude.
If you would, you could always go ahead and find us on 2 locations. You could find us on Twitter at DWTB.
Ooh.
Because that is like a hub for all the information that you need on Dinner with the Boys. If you want to see when we're going live, if you want to see, do we have it set so it can like tweet out when individuals are streaming? Like if you
should
are
actually set it up to do that.
Fuck.
Fuck.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
But regardless, if you only care about Dinner with them boys, twitter.com/DinnerWTB.
Where's the other location, dude?
Twitch.tv.
Where the people from YouTube, they're watching this, man.
Mhm.
They're gonna be available next Monday at 5 p.m. PST. Where can they listen to us live?
Well, they can go to twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys. All one word. That is twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys.
Hey, say it for us, BB, real quick.
Twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys. Twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys. Twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys.
Dax, where are we?
Twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys.
And to reiterate it again, we are at twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys. Twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys. Bash, continue on.
On twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys. What were we talking about?
Where they can find us, dude. Twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys.
Well, you can definitely find us at twitch.tv/Dinner with the Boys.
We're Twitch affiliates now.
Oh, yeah, we are.
It's in our Twitter. It's in our Twitter bio.
This is a long ad.
We are Twitch affiliates, boys. Subscribers only. If you are coming to Awesome Games Done Quick 2020, and you
want into the live dinner, you want a seat at the table.
You want access to the bedroom.
Wait, no. You know, they got wait. They got panels now.
Oh
what?
shit!
What? It's not exactly speedrunning related, but it's hot.
Imagine.
Shit.
I don't know. I definitely
Live dinner with the boys.
Panel.com/dinner with the boys.
This isn't real.
Live, and it's just such shit.
GamesDoneQuick.com/dinner with the boys.
And it's all of us just.
I have. It's a good thing that I have GDQ CEO Spike Vegeta on speed dial at any and all hours of the day.
I got him.
Did you guys know that Spike Vegeta invented speedrunning? He's kind of a big...
What?
I'll call him right now.
Be like, hey, can you get this for us? Yeah, dude, I got you.
I'll call him right now if I have to.
Hit him with the code. Hit him with the code.
All I can tell you guys is twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. We're Twitch affiliates now. You guys, at some point here soon, we're going to be doing a thing where our subscribers... Oh, we're actually calling Spike right now.
Yo, Dax, what's up, man?
Yo, Spike, what's up, dude?
Not much, man. Just in Chicago right now. Just kind of got moved in today and everything.
Yeah, that's cool, man. You know, I'm doing this podcast right now. You know, twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. I wanted to know if you could give us... I know you've never seen it, but that's okay. That's no problem. I want to know if you can give us the best, like, I mean, straight up fucking 30-second advertisement for what you would think me, Aceuhh, VashTSB, and the Bloody Biscuits,
Shib too,
and Shibmeister 222 would have on a podcast. If you could just like deliver us a 30-second announcement, just an advertisement right now, that'd be perfect.
Just like over the phone with you right now?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You are live right now.
Oh, what's up, everyone? I hope everyone's having a lovely night.
Oh, they're great.
I guess I'm advertising all these sexy gentlemen that you guys are getting to hear the lovely, lovely voices of. I mean, these are some of, Dax, I cream my pants every time I think about it. I'm a hero. Bloody Biscuits, one of the best gamers I know. Bash, big time shitter. Aceuhh, fuck him, but he's awesome. He's got my name. And,
fuck you, other Aceuhh.
Out the crew well. I like these boys. This is one of the best crews y'all could be listening to. So enjoy.
Thank you, Spike. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You answered a lot quicker than I thought it would. Especially answering it all.
He's so alone.
So I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot.
I was watching a stream on my phone, so it's like, oh shit.
Sick, great. Well, that worked out well. Well, I'm gonna hang up now, but I thank you so much.
Hey, don't forget to tell them about twitch.tv.
Oh, yeah, Ace wants you to know about twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. You can also search us on YouTube on Dinner with the Boys. You can also search us on Twitter, Dinner TWB, whatever it was. Anyway, yeah, something like that. I appreciate it. I'll hop in your DM soon, bro. I appreciate you giving us the ad.
Oh yeah, dog. Y'all have a good shit. See you.
All right, thanks, dude.
Later, brother.
That worked out.
Hey, sweet.
You didn't even ask him about the panel.
Whatever, dude. It's fine.
we can talk about that later.
Yeah. There'll be a later date at a different meeting, Vash. Don't worry about it, dude.
He answers so quick. Time. One ring and done. This man's on it. I appreciate it.
Oh shit, Dax. Okay. Okay.
All right, cool.
Like I was saying, we're Twitch affiliates. Subscribe if you guys want. At some point, we're going to be doing sub questions, sub topics, whatever the case. We don't know how we're going to format it yet. Be sure to subscribe to the channel, and you guys can get your topics, questions, whatever it is, answered on air with us. Even though I know half of you guys talked to us already, so hey, whatever the case.
Yeah, phone in, boys and girls, and you can talk with us live at twitch.tv/.
Ooh, that could be a good idea too. There you go. Shit.
Ask us some bad questions.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks again to everyone subscribed to our YouTube channel. You guys at home, you guys are fantastic. Sorry you guys couldn't make it to the Monday screening, but you guys are watching the rebroadcast. Much appreciated. Everyone watching live and all of the new subscribers to our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. Anyways, as you were saying, Dax, get on with your story, brother.
What was I saying? What was the topic?
You said you had something to say about that with female doing something. I don't know.
See, this is the problem with these long advertisements.
But long advertisements are good.
BB was talking about he was talking about how his relationship with Chesh started out. It was something to do with like just independence and not being able to give people their own space.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, I immersion that for so okay. Well, that's what's interesting, like hearing stuff about like when Ace's perspective of like, hey, I had this shit in high school. I'm just gonna put the shit off until I can get to a place. So I had like relationships, especially romantic relationships, are an interesting thing for me because I've had two. I think it's done me a lot of good in terms of providing a sort of foundation for my understanding of what, like, how I view relationships as a whole and like what I look for in particular. because I've had two of the most opposite types of relationships I can think of. One being a like 6.5 year long, like long distance relationship with Nostalgia Chan, who I'm still like, who is still my absolute best friend to this day, which I am incredibly thankful for because she's an amazing person. And then a 4-year relationship with who I'm thankfully still friends with, Allie, and it's just so different of people that has provided me this very interesting sort of outlook on like how I view relationships, how I view people, and like what my preferences are and things like that. And when it came to Nos, I mean that was a primarily, you know, online, like long distance relationship where I would drive out 12 hours or so to see her and stuff. So I mean, we saw her maybe 24 days out of the year, right,
yeah,
for over time. And like I said, like she knows me better than anyone. I connect with her better than anyone. She's still my best friend to this day and everything. It's great, and I love her to fucking death. But we met through streaming, actually, because this was like 2008. So she, like, when I advertised back then, we would advertise on places like Something Awful and 4chan and places. If I slur enough, it's the coconut rum talking. We would advertise on Something Awful and 4chan and all these other places. And we would advertise through these like random, like we would have these random like little pseudo websites set up. And I've talked about this a lot before, but for those in chat, you know, we would have these like streams with these weird chat embeds and all that. This was well before Twitch and Justin TV and all that kind of stuff. And she found me through a Silent Hill 2 stream. Shouts to RK for subscribing. Shouts to Sivo for subscribing as well.
Well, thanks, guys.
They found me. You know, she found me through a Silent Hill 2 stream. She stuck around. I started talking to her. I found her super cool, and we just kind of met through that. And she, again, to this day, I feel like she is the only person, aside from a fucking therapist, which I'm on my way for finding right now, is the only person that I can feel comfortable to talk about with basically anything. Right? Yeah. But we communicated through very similar means. We communicated through the stream that we were working on together, because we were at a chat box and everything. We communicated through Skype. We communicate like every single day. I was talking to her like just all the time, and that makes it even being long distance. You know, that constant communication just makes a world of difference. And it's so important for that kind of thing. When I met Allie, that was a few months after like Kayla and I broke up. And again, I was going to say about like what, and this is, I always find this amusing in my head when I think about when people say like, oh, there's always going to be conflict, there's always going to be arguments and things like that. Like when Aceuhh, when you were saying like, you know, your family is, you know, your parents have always argued and that kind of thing. Caitlin and I, Nost and I had one argument in the entirety, legitimate one argument in the entirety of our relationship that lasted 5 minutes, and that was like a few days before we broke up. Which in itself was not, it was not something that we were just like, yeah, it's like, oh, I don't like you anymore, that kind of thing. It was a matter of the situation at hand, which was a matter of the long distance thing and all this other stuff. But it was an argument that lasted 5 minutes before we were both apologizing to each other and saying like, oh, I'm sorry we said that kind of thing. And so the context of that is that going into my relationship with Allie, who I met months later, who I was in kind of a vulnerable position where I was like, you know, I kind of understand what I like, but at the same time, I really just want someone to fucking talk to me in real life, that sort of thing. And you had this person who I met at a, you know, she was a receptionist at this this haircut place I went to. And when I went back a couple months later to get a haircut, she was like, I was going to ask her for her number, and she actually asked for mine ahead of time, which I thought was kind of funny. And so I was like, fuck, dude, I'm a fucking goddamn bitch, dude. I'm fucking shit. You know, I was like, oh, fuck, I was going to ask for a number, and now she's thinking about pussy, dude. Well, it's fine. And you know, after all this time, we're still friends and everything. It's fine. But there's this very different sense of, I'm trying to take it back to what you and BB were talking about earlier, when it came to like expectations and things like that, because so much of that relationship was built over time on this sense of obligation I felt because
you feel like if you feel like it's your job, like you're putting in the hours, like
the hours thing, right? Okay, so that's what I want to get at. So the relationship over time became a job. It became a sense that there is a quota. The relationship became, I am working at GameStop and I have a quota for this fucking Game Informer subscription that I have to meet. And if I don't meet it by the end of the week, I'm going to see some shit. Right?
Yeah.
And that was for about 3 years. And that was a big part of why I stopped talking to a lot of people, because so much of my time was invested in this person who I felt obligated to. Again, there's been a lot of communication between her and I about this and stuff. It's fine. Like we're still friends and whatever, and it's been good. But even still, there was this, it was a learning experience. It was a very polarized, like very different experiences. And there was this sense that, you know, like, okay, for example, and this is a bit dark, but for example, there was a point where I was trying to break up with, this was like a couple years ago, and I wanted to break things off because I was like, look, I don't want this. I just don't want this relationship. And there were so many times I started realizing where I was putting myself out a lot more and not being so much myself for her benefit, because I wanted to appease her expectations rather than just be myself, because I am horrible at communicating with people and still am. And there was a point where when I was in the middle of just kind of breaking things off, she straight up said, like, look, I'm gonna down a bunch of pills and kill myself. And I knew in the moment, I was like, she's bullshitting, because she would get just these crazy tantrums and just say all sorts of shit. There's part of me that was like, well, what if?
Let me just pull out this D20 real quick.
There's actually, and I watch these because I think like she makes these really fun videos, and I'm sure a lot of people on YouTube have seen her, but like Jaden Animations, right? Jaden, she does these like really fun little slice of life videos and whatnot. She actually just put out a video the other day about relationships, and she mentioned, and there was one part that struck home so well, and there was a part when she's talking about relationships where it's like, as much as it hurts, sometimes you just have to walk away, right? And she gives an example. She's like, you know, when someone's telling you that like you're a shitty person, you should kill yourself, all that, or if they say, I'm such a bad person, I'm just gonna kill myself, and that shit hit like a fucking arrow to the brain, because I
not even to the knee,
I immediately to the brain, because I immediately thought back a couple years prior to when she was just like thrashing around in the bed saying, I'm just gonna fucking kill myself because I'm leaving her, right? And whether or not she realized she was manipulating me, bitch, that worked. Because I was like, because my immediate thought is like, I have to fix this. My immediate thought doesn't become, well, I have to think about myself and how I fit in the situation. My thought was, I have to fix this situation as it is now, right?
Yeah.
And everything else goes out the fucking window immediately, right? And then there's this conflict where I would describe this to people. I would describe this kind of stuff to people, and people would be like, and every single time anyone I've talked to, Vash was an example, where they're like, dude, you need to like bounce.
I told you that, yeah.
You told me, yeah. It's like, you need to bounce ASAP. And so I end up in this predicament where I'm like, I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense. But I have this obligation.
Oh no!
Because I don't want her to fucking die.
It's
this weird spot. And again, things have been worked out to the point like she and I are still friends. We're good, right? But like it was not, and I'm glad in the end that I stuck it out for a point to where like she and I can still be friends and have a relationship, and it is what it is. But I can't think of anybody, and that's not me giving myself credit, I can't think of anyone that would have heard her say something like that and been like, yeah, I'll stick with this, I'll keep working on it. Like they would have walked out the fucking door.
No, if I'd have heard that, I would have been like, get the fuck out of my goddamn house.
They would have walked out the fucking
door. If you're gonna kick the stool, don't do it fucking here.
No. I don't know.
But even in so even in so many of this, and again, it's a scary situation. But even in so many of those other situations where there's that sense of
Yeah.
when you're put in a spot to where it's like, is she manipulating me or is she not? And in the end,
Yeah.
I understand that she wasn't meaning to, but she still was, and that was just something I had to come to terms with.
Remember
Right?
the code.
Oh god.
Oh.
You hit the vape, the no nick vape hard.
I hit the Henny. No, it's like the age old fucking, well, not age old, but it's like just a classic piece of advice that you don't stick your dick in crazy. Like, it's like, yeah, it's a great thing to say, but
But a lot of the times, I will say this. I will say this, Vash. A lot of the times, people don't know it until they're in there. They're
Well,
too
and that's the
exactly.
thing. And
you
that's,
wake
that's,
up in the crazy.
That's another thing that Jaden talks about in her video, which she put out recently, which is very, very good, is when she talks about, like, hey, it's a very different thing to see a red flag from someone you just met versus a red flag from someone that you've known for years. And because, again, someone can tell me, well, you shouldn't have stuck.
Someone on the outside sees that shit and they're just like, well, no fucking shit, but like you've been in that relationship.
I know this person well enough to say, like, well, yeah, she has these problems, but you know, that isn't the end all be all. And then that's a whole nother thing. So it's like, what I find interesting for me, and why I feel like it's worked out in the end for the most part, is that having a relationship, like having that relationship like 6.5 years with Nas, where we didn't fight ever. It was just, I communicated all the time. I still have yet to relate to someone on the level that I have with her. That's why she's my best friend to this day still, and I'm thankful of it. Which is crazy, because after we broke up, I mean, there were a couple of years where we just didn't talk, because we just felt that we just felt shitty about everything in terms of, we assumed that the other person didn't want to talk to us. We made all these assumptions, and then there was a day where we just kind of talked to each other out of the blue. Can't remember if I instigated or her, but either way, like, that conversation happened. With 5 minutes, we were like, oh shit, well, that was dumb. Like, we still care about, you know, that kind of thing. And then with Allie, it's like, yeah, we're still friends, but it's like, man, they're like, I learned a lot about not only how to go about observing certain qualities of people and just trying to be open with when I have a problem, when we need to work on something, but also just understanding that I personally have a problem with just saying no. I can't say no.
Right.
Because if someone is with me and if they want something, and if me saying no would be detrimental to the thing that they want, then I can't do it, even if it's detrimental myself. I hate talking about it.
Go to Evo.
And I hate talking about it, because it makes me sound like I'm this fucking priest. Like, I'm just this warm soul who can't say no to anybody, and everyone should, you know, and it builds
And
that
everyone shall answer to me.
It's like, I'm such a sweetheart.
There's a different way to phrase that.
Yeah.
There's a different way to phrase that other than being a sweetheart. You're fucking pushover. As the other
I'm
side of it.
I'm the biggest goddamn pussy out of every fucking person on this cast. I'm not mincing words because I'm drinking. That's not the thing. I'm the biggest goddamn pussy that any of y'all in the chat will really ever meet. Because I just want everyone to be fucking happy. And a lot of times, in a lot of cases, that means except for me. And that's an unfortunate thing that I'm currently in therapy for. So it's kind of
I get it, dude.
So, and, you know, whatever.
Yeah, but, and at the end of the day, I know I've put you in places like that, Dax, where
you've been helpful as far as, like, you would take me to the side at events and be like, dude, you would hit me the classic line, right? It was like, you need to relax. Yeah, because I would be so paranoid about, like, oh man, these people don't have the drinks that they want, and oh man, like, what if the room doesn't have like enough space for this and that, whatever. I'd be so panicking on shit, and you just be able to sit around and, bro. Fucking relax, dude. No one gives a shit, dude. You're fine. You know, it's just, you just need that reminder sometimes. You just need that fucking reminder. You know, which is why I surround myself with people like you.
Dax.
There it is.
You need to chill out, dude. Just fucking relax. Everything's gonna be fine. What are you doing? Stop. Yeah. Chill.
And it's true though, but like I feel like a lot of the times people like like in those situations where people are feeling like in your sense, just there's just so much on you feel like there's so much on your plate. People can understand. It's like you need to just like, and it's not even to you, it's to everyone out there that feel like they get a lot in their head before something happens, and they're just overthinking things. It's the constant overthinking of things, like what if this happens, if on top of that, whoa, oh god, there's a fire, I don't know what I'm gonna fucking do.
You know how you solve that issue is that you get out of your head a little bit more and you get it out in the open.
Yeah,
right.
You
That's
talk.
that's like the cure all. That shit will help so much in every situation.
And I feel like Dax does that a lot, but I feel like you also verbalize what you have issues about, and then you'll be like, I don't fucking know what to do. Excuse me, don't touch my trash. I will fucking fix it in my own way. I'm just like,
stop. I'm touching your fucking trash, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it.
And like overall, like a lot of people, I feel like get very high strung about things, and I had to teach myself to do that because I get extreme anxiety. I remember times in college where I had something due the next day, and because my dumb ass had procrastinated, I'm sitting in my bedroom at 2:00 in the morning, pacing back and fucking forth, not knowing what I'm gonna do, because I everyone that knows me, like that is like hung out with me, I pace. Like I like if I'm standing, I'm not sitting down. I just walk back and forth. I gotta be moving. I gotta walk around. And in college and all that shit, like I have extreme anxiety. And then when I got out of it, I started to realize like the one thing I needed to just do before any of that all happened, and it's just I need to just fucking breathe, relax, understand the situation, look at all points of the measure in a timely manner while thinking straight. Because when your anxiety goes like it's kind of like, I don't know if you guys have ever had overheating, like your body to overheat and you just start fucking getting the shakes and shit like that. That's a complete simulation of anxiety basically, except your body isn't overheating, it's your fucking brain. And you start shaking, you start moving, you don't know what to do, everything's going wrong. You just haven't had any food in you, you haven't eaten anything, you're dehydrated, you need to just fucking drink something, chill out, relax, think about what's going on, because you have to understand you're not fucking dying, your body just thinks it is. You need to relax, chill out, assess the situation, because if I had done that in college, I think a lot of things would have gone a lot smoother, because I would get to the point where it's like, oh shit, this is due tomorrow, this is so much fucking work. Okay, maybe if I just piece it out, sit down, be like, okay, let me do this, this, and this, instead of, okay, I need to try to do this while I'm doing this, and do this other project while I'm on top of it. No, just let me just even it out. I'm gonna take care of this, do this.
You know what I did in high school, right?
Easy peasy. What's
up?
up?
I would be like, hey, I have an assignment due tomorrow, right? Or whenever, right?
Yeah.
What I would do is I'd be like, I'm just gonna not do it. And then immediately there's this sense of,
oh yeah.
And now granted, there's the immediate, there's the inevitable, this is gonna come to a head, you're gonna submit nothing, and then a week later when the progress report comes out, which is individually labels which assignments you have done and what the grades are, your parents are gonna see a fat fucking 0.
I bit that every time.
But it's not going to happen for a couple of weeks. So in the meantime, you can feel that, like you just got out of a spa. Yeah. I rode that shit for a hot minute. I ate that. I rode that hot because it was that immediate. Okay, if it was like 11 o'clock at night, right, and you have an assignment the next day, it's some assignment, right? Most simple, basic bullshit. And I'm like, well, it's pretty late. I need to get to bed.
Yeah.
I don't have time to do it. Immediate, just sense of relief. There's that inevitability in the background that says like you're gonna get fucked. Your dad is not gonna be happy. But that immediate feeling, it's like, yeah, I can understand why people do fucking crack cocaine. I can understand the immediate like,
I
wow,
get it.
I
know.
feel great. It's like, man,
Oh,
drugs are a bitch. Like, as a kid, it's like immediately, it's like, yeah, I get what they're talking about. I get what they're talking about. At least I'm not doing a fucking substance. At least just a thought. But even still, it's like, yeah, I would just postpone that shit.
I feel that like 100% completely until I got into college. That's how I rode through high school. I literally just didn't do anything until the last 2 weeks of school every time. And when the ultimate feeling I've ever felt in the best rush ever is when my guidance counselor came in there and was like, "You're gonna graduate."
Yeah, you told us about that.
I said this
when you got the call.
Episode.
Didn't you have to call?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to. Well, the thing was, my grandparents were coming for graduation. My parents didn't know if I was going to graduate. I didn't know if I was going to graduate. Well, my parents knew because I told them I'm going to graduate. In the back of my head, I said, I don't know if I'm really going to fucking graduate. I did everything in 2 weeks. And teacher said, I'm not going to pass you for this fucking work. Fuck off. And I was like, let's go to the guidance counselor to talk about this. And I talked to my guidance counselor. God bless her soul. May she rest in peace, Miss Blavel. She looked up. She called up the student, the student body. Well, I mean, superintendent. I think it was. It's somebody that runs the fucking school. She called her up and said, "Yeah, well, I've got Aceuhh here who hasn't failed a class since sophomore year. He needs this last grade to graduate. Literally 0.5 or whatever the fuck it was to graduate. That's all I needed." And she goes, okay, just a second. Gets back on the horn. You say he hasn't failed since sophomore year? Yep. Okay. Goes back 5 more minutes later. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and give him a P for the grade. My English teacher was so fucking mad and left the room, stomped out, and I hugged my guidance counselor. And the second I walked out of that fucking the counselor's room, the biggest like rush of I don't have to do anything anymore. I'm done. I'm finished, because my grandparents had showed up that day for my graduation in 4 days. So I was feeling pretty fucking good. That's a rush you'll never get I'll never get in my life again. No amount of Molly and Coke is gonna put me on that stream ever again, dude.
Just imagine this is why he likes Kakagiri.
The rush of gambling, brother.
The rush of gambling.
I don't know. Yeah, no, I cut it really close, and I never wanted to do that shit again until like I put myself into college and my procrastinating ways kicked back in. I was like 20 at the time, so like I was still really young, and I thought, okay, I took a year break, I could get back to school, no problem. Yeah, fucking right. And after my little anxiety fit and thinking I was going to die every day, like literally just thinking I should not take this turn, I should drive off the cliff by going straight, I said to myself, you know what? I don't think I want to go to school anymore. So I got out. And ever since then, I've been working a pretty decent job and streaming from time to time, playing games, having a great time, having fun, doing what I want to do with my life so I don't have to feel like I'm a piece of shit. Unlike Vash thinks I am, but you know, hey.
Dax, come to Evo.
Please come to Evo. Please.
Please come to Evo.
Please come to Evo.
Please come to Evo. BB, come to Evo.
What you guys want to talk about?
You want to come to Evo, dude?
I want to get the boys out to Evo. Come to
Evo. I'll commission some
bitch,
shit. I don't fucking know.
Bitch. So what do you mean you're gonna commission some
I'll
shit?
Save
You're gonna
some
commission
fucking money, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Nuts. Figure it out. Tell me how much a plane ticket is.
I'm not fucking telling you. I'm not gonna have you just fucking pay for all my shit.
Who says I'm paying for all of your shit?
I don't care. Half it, I don't give a fuck.
Who says I'm paying for all of your shit?
I don't give a shit. I don't like
hey,
people
BB,
fucking
come to
paying for my
Evo,
shit.
Man.
I feel
BB,
bad.
come to Evo. Dax hates us.
Why do you gotta feel bad, dude?
Oh man.
Good
Probably
time.
can.
It's Las Vegas. Have you ever been there, dude?
I've never been to LV. No.
Come. It's really hot. Like really hot.
Bring your fucking wife
Mm-hmm.
to Vegas. SGDQ is for pussies. And
Well, I
we'll
mean,
meet up-
we're going to that anyway, so
We're going to SGDQ.
I wish I was going to SGDQ, but it's all right. I could go to SGDQ. No, I probably couldn't.
Come to Evo. Yeah, like
Bring Vanitas mod to Las Vegas.
I mean, you ain't playing Vanitas mod, boy. You loading up them games. You want to play Ultimate? Hey, it's time for you to sign up for Ultimate, brother.
No.
what the hell, pussy?
Come on, Shin BB.
I'm already
The entire tournament.
I'm already in loser's bracket right now in the tournament that I'm in, dude. I'm already on that Shin BB lifestyle.
Yeah, dude, you got to be on it permanently and show up to Evo.
You just, I don't think that's healthy.
Coward.
Oh,
Dax needs to go to Evo, but he hates us.
I want to go. I just can't.
Eunice is in, dude.
Can't afford it.
No,
Like
I
that
can't.
shit expensive.
No, I can't.
What, Evo?
What expensive about it though?
Going to Evo, the
Called
most
not having
expensive
a
thing about
dedicated job. I'm sorry.
the most expensive thing to go about going to Evo is the registration for Evo. Like
Well,
plane tickets
Hotel?
to plane tickets
Flight.
to fucking plane tickets to fucking
I'm looking it up. Right
Las
now. I'm looking
Vegas
it up
is
right now.
quite cheap.
I'm looking
You
it
know
up
why?
right
Because
now.
it's Las Vegas. No one fucking cares about that place.
When are the dates?
Let me see. Evo 2019. August 2nd to August 4th. So let's.
Really? It's in August?
Yeah, it's gonna be
Hmm.
deep in there.
That's relatively late. I like
Hmm.
that.
What day do I want? Oh, let's put you in Thursday. Let's have you leave
Monday.
Monday. Fuck it.
Yeah, I'll leave Monday. Okay, I'll leave Monday.
About 300.
All right, Expedia.
About cool.
A solid 300?
Let's go to kayak.com. One adult economy.
One adult economy.
Let's go to kayak.com.
It's like $90 for me, so I'm like, oh, you know, hey.
It's like $350 for me.
Okay, that's pretty hefty.
Let's
I
investigate.
didn't think it was gonna be.
It's a lot of money.
Let's investigate. Hold
It's
on.
pretty hefty. Hold on.
when is this again? What date?
August 2nd
To the-
to August 5th,
Oh, yeah.
6th, whatever. That weekend.
Okay. Hold on.
Hey, everyone watching, thank you for subscribing and watching to twitch.tv/dinner with the boys while we're looking up Expedia and plane prices.
If you would like to contribute to Dax and BB's Evo Fund, feel free to subscribe to twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. If you would like to help get as many people into my home state as possible, feel free to contact your local Coca-Cola sponsor sales rep and tell him everything that you know and love about twitch.tv/dinner with the boys.
That's also being said. If you guys know people that like to sponsor people, please DM us.
I see.
God, please.
I see.
I
see.
This shit's pretty expensive.
I see an American Airlines flying out for $257.99 and returning.
To who? Me?
That's round trip, isn't it?
That's round trip for Dax. I'm just saying. I see one going American.
Dax would be the type of dude to be like, "I'll never fly American Airlines. I want that. I want that Delta
look,
shit.
No. I don't give a fuck about that.
I want that United beat me like an Asian man kind of treatment.
I don't give a. I really don't give a fuck about where I fly.
Make me bleed.
It's just the cost. I really don't give a fuck.
Dax,
I want to. I just.
What's your most expensive commission price right now? What's that? $300? Weird, huh?
Wacky.
Would you mind doing me a favor?
Weird.
Would you mind doing me a favor in the next few days and just drawing me like a pubic hair? Singleton.
I also want to reiterate, I want to thank everybody in the channel that subscribes to all of us individually. Subscribes to Dax, subscribes to Vash, subscribes to me, subscribes to BB. You guys are all great. Thank you for subscribing to all of us and supporting the channel overall. You guys are great. You guys really the reason why we turn this on is because there's 50 plus people always watching. So, thanks.
Dax, you need to send me the boom stand that you use for your microphone if you can find that on Amazon. I
I
remember.
need a boom stand in general. I'm really sick of like
It's
the
a
only
silver
reason.
stand.
The only reason I don't use this mic as often is because I don't have like a. I don't have a. Well, I do, but I don't have one with like a mic attached to it. So
Here's the thing.
I probably could buy one.
My stand, it's a little more expensive.
Orelo stando.
Orelo stando. It's a little more expensive. It was around like $90, but it's made to swivel without any problems.
Yeah, so that's what's attractive.
It's a Rode RODE PSA1 swivel mount studio microphone boom arm. Very good. It's really good. Like I
haven't they sponsored us? Why don't we all have it?
I had some cheapy like $25 shit for a long time, but like the thing would bend and it wasn't made that. Like this is, it's really good. I really like it from Rode. Their shit is really good, and it's made for something that you're meant to move around as opposed to a lot of other
that's
stuff.
good.
So I really like it. I like it a lot. I invested in it. It's working out really
The only
well.
reason I have to lean in so much is because I don't have a like I have.
Well, yours is on the table, right?
Yeah, I have it, but it only has a mount for the webcam, so I can do the box opening streams. So
oh, that's how you do that. That's good.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
I set it up to the table. I set it down. Get the webcam right here. Put a backdrop. We're good. It works out pretty okay. I definitely want to expand my horizons on it because I actually like using this mic a lot more. I use it to I've recorded half of my Broly video by now, and I use this to record with it, and it's pretty good quality. I like it. I like I said, I don't really have anything to cancel out my echo or anything like that over here, so I put a fucking blanket over my head and call it good. But yeah, I just the reason why I don't use it as much is because I don't have a mic stand, so I don't have to lean into it. But I'm sure you guys can hear me just fine like this. It's natural reaction to try to lean into the mic. At least for me, this is why I always put the mic up to my mouth. Hello, nice to meet you. Massive legend here. Let's see. All right, chat. Give me some.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Give me some your guys' favorite food. I know. Zag. You asked us a dinner a question. Boys, I need dinner. Give me your favorite meals as a suggestion. What's your guys' favorite meal of all time? Let's go.
Okay. This wouldn't work out.
Boy.
As far as something you're okay. If it's as far as your favorite meal versus your favorite thing to make. Look, my favorite meal. Look, my favorite meal is going to be fucking Garibaldi's pizza. You know that. But
is that actually?
It really is. Garibaldi's barbecue pizza is I grew up with it. It's my favorite absolute. Like if I could just eat one thing forever, it's that. Favorite meal to like actually make, like something I can actually make with my own hands. Ah, God. There's this. I wish I knew the recipe. Unfortunately, she passed away. But my mom had this fucking white chicken chili recipe that was just fuck. It was to die for. It was the best goddamn shit. I wish I knew how to make it. If I knew how to make that specifically, I would make that forever. What is this white chicken chili? I can't quite describe. I've described that. I've said that name to people, and they're just like, I don't understand what that means, right? And I'm just like, well, you're a lost cause. But like, if anyone knows what that
well,
means,
you're retarded.
If anyone knows what that means in the chat, that is the best shit. She had this fucking recipe that was just to die for. But like again, I feel like so there, as far as recipes that I know personally, like there are just some chilies in particular that are just so good. Like I love a good chili. I love a good chili or a good oh, what is it called?
Next time we're cooking at a GDQ, I'm gonna make my chili right. as opposed to the shit
Man,
that
you could
the
laugh.
garbage
Oh,
that I fucking.
stop. Okay.
It was fucking garbage, dude.
Good
It
boy.
was- it
Good
was
boy.
trash.
No.
I will never make
Here's
anything
the
this
thing.
garbage again.
Here's the thing. For when we were at Keo's little monster, good boy.
God, we need to
we
have
were,
him
we
on
were
as a
at the
guest at
B
some
and we
point.
were at the B&B making some food at this GDQ. And BB
Mhm.
was bummed out because he felt like he wasn't making the chili right. The chili turned out great.
No,
It was
no,
good.
I wasn't. It
was
wasn't the
delicious.
right fucking beef, dude.
You were bummed out
It
though
wasn't-
because you were worried that you weren't putting the sauce in right. You weren't worried
Yep,
that
and it was
wasn't
way
cutting
too
together
fucking
right.
tomatoey, dude. It was
It
horrible.
it was good, but you figured out that it was good. And Chesh and I were staying right beside you. You're like, dude, it's fine.
Fine. And you were like,
I was,
But-
I was so fucking stressed.
Look,
I was so stressed about
I
that
get it
shit.
though. I do that though. I do that shit at home too, where I'll like if I get one thing wrong, if I'm around my dad, particularly, I'm like, dude, look, I'm really worried. I cooked this thing wrong. I had it simmering, but it wasn't simmering, and so I had to cook it extra. And I'm just really worried about the fucking whatever. And of
I
course,
had the wrong ingredients.
yeah, but you still made it work. Look, bottom line, look, take a bite, and I'm like, oh, this shit pretty good. So it was fine. Look, that's the thing I have had to learn as I've been getting more into cooking for the last year is that like things are a little more lenient in term than you realize, because it's like I'll if I were to cook something for 40 minutes at 320, if I had it at 300 and I cooked it for 40 minutes, like it's fucking ruined. It's over. It's done. It's like, no, cook it for an extra
Fucking
5.
over.
No, the texture's a little different. Just cook it for another 5 minutes time. Yeah, the shotgun's going in the mouth, right? And then I realized, like, oh no, if I just cook it for a few minutes longer, it's fine. And even then, people are like, oh, this shit's good. So it's just one of those weird things. But no, oh god, what was I saying? I was talking about the white chicken chili, but like chili in general, there's something so special but like individualistic about it that you can do that I've just grown up around, that I love chili. No, goulash. That's what I was thinking of. My mom had this goulash recipe that was fantastic. She would make it all the time, and I want to try to recreate it because a good goulash is so fucking phenomenal. It's so good. I like chilies and goulash and that kind of shit. I love. I absolutely love.
for me, I guess I'll tell you my favorite thing to make. I actually really enjoy, like, a lot of people don't know. I think Dax and Vash know because I told them about it at Dax's house. I cook. I can actually cook, like pretty fucking well. I don't do it, but it's really Look, cooking isn't hard for me. I don't know what it is. It's one of those things where it's like I'm completely, like, from what my mother says, I'm completely natural at it. I don't know. I just don't fucking do it for my leisure or anything like
what
that.
you feel in the mood for.
Yeah, my favorite thing to cook is actually pretty basic. A good meatloaf goes a long fucking way. Holy shit! Like when you make a prime time meatloaf, fuck.
A good meatloaf and a good. If you want a test of like, hey, can you cook some basic shit? A good meatloaf and a good cornbread.
Oh
Right?
God! If you cannot make
if you
cornbread,
can do even one, just at least one of those respectively well, you can do fucking anything.
that is
Gordon
my
Ramsay be damned. If you make me a good ass cornbread, you're a top chef, motherfucker.
Look. Like meatloaf is like my by far my favorite thing to make because there's so many things you do with it. So many different things. There's so many different variants and like temperatures, type. Like there's so many things you can do with meat. So fucking. But my favorite food, pretty basic, but my mother's homemade lasagna made with Alfredo sauce instead of marinara is so fucking good. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I love lasagna.
Lasagna.
Yeah, lasagna.
Oh, that's interesting, actually.
Yeah, we call it white sauce. We call it white sauce, like white sauce lasagna in our house, but it's Alfredo sauce. It's my mother's handmade Alfredo sauce. I love Italian food. Like my mother's side of the family, past her mother, all from Italy, all of them. I have great uncles that are fucking mob bosses and they're running like 5-star Italian restaurants and shit like that. I love Italian food. So almost every Italian food in the books, I fucking love it. I can't get enough of it. Like tomatoes be damned, them shits are good, right? But yeah, my mother's homemade white sauce lasagna. There ain't nothing like it. There ain't nothing like it. Anyways, but yeah, that shit goody. Vash, what's up?
Tough for me to say. I wanted like favorite of all time. Like I'm gonna die tonight.
Here, okay. While you're thinking about it,
Death Row.
I don't normally ever do this. Like I don't toot my own horn all that often, but I noticed this today on YouTube, and I was actually kind of like surprised by it. This is like the data org section of the SGDQ run that I did, and it broke 1 mil a while ago, and I was just like, holy fucking shit, that's pretty cool. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, keep going, Vash.
He's popular. We're not. We get it.
Look at me. I'm on the cam sitting there saying nothing.
I'm there. Yeah, dude.
I'm there.
You know that? All I can think of is that shot of Mike Wazowski and Monsters Inc. Like, dude, I made the cover. And she's got the label over him.
All I will say is that the commentary with me, Hobbs, Spike, and Adam before the Aqua Crit run in SGQ 2015 is the greatest shit in the fucking world.
It's pretty good.
It's 17 minutes of us talking about the most random shit at 5:30 in the morning, and we didn't realize we were hot.
The best part is that was super early, so no one gave a fuck.
No one gave a fuck. It was 2015, so like I registered for SGDQ 2 weeks before the event. So if that gives you a kind of perspective, 2 weeks before the event, and I showed up there, did commentary, and we had 17 minutes of us pre-game banter, and we didn't really realize that we were hot mic the entire time. I think at some point we mentioned something about KH fan. We just died of all laughter. It was the shotgun approach of speedrunning. Just fucking do it all. But yeah, that was a good time. Anyways, Vash, what you got for me, dog?
It's a coin cost. Fuck.
Wow, you are.
Are
you Gohan? Dude. You are, dude. Aceuhh, you are. Aceuhh, you are.
I sympathize with you so hard. Don't even feel bad.
It's a coin toss between.
We're at the 4.5 hour mark.
It's a coin cost between either like a really well executed like vegetable stir fry base with like some type of protein on top, some type of like spicy protein, whether that's a really well done chicken breast or like thin cut steak. Salmon goes really well on it. Like just that whole approach to just like
that sounds so white.
So dude, you have no idea.
It sounds so white.
It sounds good.
No,
it sounds delicious, but it's so white.
I got it. I know what my favorite is. I can't believe it took me so long to think of it. Unagi. Unagi over a bed of well-made white fucking rice with the furikake on top. Kid.
Furikake is more than people realize. It makes a difference.
It really does. Like I didn't realize until so I went out to this sushi place and I didn't get sushi. I got the bowl, and the bowl.
You got the GDQ special where you all went out the sushi and all 9 of us ordered fucking ramen.
All of us were like,
"Man, this ramen really be hitting."
It was good ass ramen.
Definitely good ass ramen.
We should little context, small story. We all went to a sushi place with the idea of getting sushi. And none of us got sushi. All of us got ramen.
That is a lie. Wyatt and I split of all.
That's right. Because Wyatt had never had sushi before, and he was like, "I really want to try sushi. I don't know."
Dude, just get something and I'll split it with you.
That was the only reason, because he was like, "I don't want to get it if no one else is getting it." He was like, "I'll just get sushi, even though I'm gonna have this ramen." Fuck you, Wyatt. My diet.
I never got that shit. It's like, well, I want to get it if other people are gonna get it.
I understood it because the weight loss hustle with him was adjacent, so it was like, all right, I'll split it with you. We'll mitigate the damage. It'll be Gucci everywhere.
Yeah,
I respect it.
But no, that like just any type of like grilled Japanese food.
Japanese food is so fucking.
It's so fucking OD. And like the great thing is that like you eat it and you just get like the energy from it with none of the fucking weight. Like just in the stomach. Like it doesn't stick. It doesn't stick with you, if that makes, or it doesn't weigh you down. I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
No,
like
yeah.
Chinese
bloat
food.
you out.
Chinese food, like bad Chinese food. That's a prime example of eating it and it just fucking. You don't know what to do for the rest of the day. Like you have nothing left but to die.
Below main, dude.
This is not Chinese food. This is not Chinese food, but I do want to point it out that I've been dying, and if somebody in chat has had it, I want to hear about fucking Panda Express's Super Greens base. Like I've heard about it when it was described to me. I was like,
Super
I want it
Greens?
because yeah. So all it is like fucking Ace is giving me the most white chicken.
well, just explain. This explain.
It's like fucking it's like kale, cabbage, and broccoli that's been stir fried in a wok, and that's your base. So like you could put fucking teriyaki chicken breast, fucking like just fucking Panda on top of that.
But okay, well when I think of Panda, I think of well you have your one entree, you have your second entree, and then you have your side. That's all I ever get. That's all I get. Orange chicken, whatever the fuck I feel like, and then fried rice, right?
Orange fucking chicken, dude.
It's good. So is this like?
I haven't been to Panda in years, actually.
I know,
bro. That is literally.
But is this like some unique thing that you apply as a side or as I don't understand.
It is when I say base, so it is like the equivalent of rice.
Dude, Panda is such
like it occupies the same
exclusive.
Space.
Panda's such an Evo exclusive.
Okay. Right there. It is...
Wait, I'm trying to figure this out because I want to know the tech. So it's like spinach and rice and shit. Like or spinach and like broccoli and shit. What do you say?
Kale, broccoli, cabbage. It's like just a bunch of high nutrient greens that have been wok cooked, and they occupy the same space in the menu as white rice, steamed rice, lo mein, veggies, all that shit. Except it sounds good. I've not tried it yet, but my coworker Will was talking to me about it, and I said, "Fuck, I want to try that shit." One of these days.
I mean, look. To be fair, whenever when the last couple times, especially for the cast in particular, I've gotten Panda because I just fucking Uber Eats that shit. Because I'm like, oh fucking whatever.
Yeah, no
judgment. I eat every ounce.
We don't judge here at the end of the
I eat every bit of my orange chicken. I eat every bit of my crème ragoon, or whatever the fuck else I get on the side. And then for the actual side, when I have the fried rice, I eat like half of it, and then I'm full. So
yeah,
I never have fried rice.
I might swap it out. I'll try that. Is that like a listed thing that you can choose from, or is that something?
Yes, it is a new menu item.
Oh, no.
You don't have you don't have to knock on the fucking wood like 7 times and be like, oh.
It's no like secret menu shit where it's like, oh well, if you enter the fucking Konami code, you get 13 patty, that kind of thing.
No. No, it's like one of those. Man, it's funny how you reacted. Come to fucking Evo, because people don't know that Evo's the Panda special. Like,
yeah, because like for those of you who don't understand, the Mandalay Bay Event Center is literally across the street from Degeneracy. 24-hour Subway, 24-hour McDonald's.
Oh, is that right?
It's where you go, and like all surrounding you are on the strip. It is the place to go eat like shit.
I see.
And boy howdy, does Panda have you covered when it comes to eating like shit.
You can get your orange chicken, you can get your sweet fire chicken breast. That's all I really care about when I'm there. And
I could take
never try the chicken breast.
I could take you. I haven't either. I'm honestly, for some reason, it scares the shit out of me.
What the sweet fire chicken breast?
Well, I'm worried it's gonna be okay. I have this weird thing, right? Where when it comes to certain restaurants or certain, especially fast food places and things like that,
choose your words wisely, Dax.
I don't trust the chicken.
Here's the thing: if the bigger the piece of meat, the less trustworthy I am.
Okay? I understand.
If you have follow me. If you have a bunch of little bits of shit, some fucking orange, don't give me that fucking face, fucker. First of all, okay. if you have a bunch of fucking little pieces of chicken covered in orange goodness, or popcorn chicken, or whatever the fuck else, any of those little bits, those or fucking goddamn Chick-fil-A nuggets or some shit, right? Not going as far as saying McDonald's nuggets because they're fucking cardboard, but that's a whole other conversation.
Oh my!
Shut the fuck up! I don't want to hear it. Okay,
Wait,
you have all this. Shut the fuck up! All right, so you have all this shit, right? You have all these little bits, right? Those are more easier to manage. The bigger the piece, oh fuck you, Blakester. I don't give a fuck. Oh, I commentated for a run at fucking Calithon. I don't give a fuck. So okay, you have this big piece, right? The bigger the piece, the more susceptible you are to fuck ups. Okay? So if I'm fast food and I give a big fucking piece of chicken like this big, I'm like, maybe they didn't cook that bitch right. BB give me condescending looks, Aceuhh prompting the gun, Vash has the knife. I don't understand.
It's
where
not about
the hostility is coming from.
You're correct. Like fucking millennials don't know how to cook thick meat, but nuggies, dude, get the fuck off.
The fucking nuggies always come back to got it. Look, McDonald's doesn't make good food. It's just how it is.
Across the board, we're throwing McGriddles under the bus, really?
Except for a Big Mac.
You can.
You accept Big Macs of all things. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. Don't go away. Twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. Twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. If you would like to subscribe, make sure to hit up with Twitch Prime as well as any sort of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. You know, sit down at the table with us.
Look.
All right. Looks
Big Mac's the only good thing they make.
For Dax has sinned. Please.
What else do they? Okay.
Lord,
whoa. Okay, hold on. No.
By
Okay,
many means necessary.
Asa, sit down. Vash is already tying the nudes. He's not. What else?
Can someone clip that
what else
later
good?
so that we can edit it?
I
want to
know.
We'll be right back.
I want to know.
Shit.
What?
Wait, Vash. Wait, Vash.
Okay.
Wait. Dude.
I want to know. What else good? Let's get Vash back on the fucking phone. What else good does McDonald's make aside from a Big Mac? I want to know. I really do.
You
Tell
already
me.
know it is the fucking nuggies, McGriddle.
I don't like eating cardboard.
With cheese.
I don't like eating
fries.
cardboard.
Double quarter pounder.
Then you go for the
Exactly, BB.
With that
quarter
dry ass
pounder with
bun?
cheese.
With that dry ass shit? Are you kidding me?
What dry ass shit?
The
What do you mean
bun.
dry ass? What do you got? What do you?
I
have
eat a double
leaving
quarter
it
pounder.
sitting
That shit
for
like
20 minutes.
every time. Hold on. Every time I try
You
a
dumb
fucking
motherfucker.
every
No,
fucking time I try a double quarter pounder, it lacks so much moisture.
No, wait, Aceuhh,
It
Aceuhh,
has
put the
so much dryness.
The whites are at it again.
That shit
Aceuhh, put the
doesn't
gun
hit.
down.
It doesn't hit. I tried it too 100 times. I'm sorry.
Aceuhh, I know this sounds like mayonnaise mayhem. I need you to put the gun down for just 5 seconds. Because
Mayonnaise, man.
I remember.
Let me sheet this bad boy.
Sponsored by Vanilla Coke, by the way.
Please sponsor us, please.
Orange Vanilla Coke.
Please sponsor us, Coca-Cola.
Please sponsor us,
please.
Orange Vanilla Coke. Please sponsor us.
Back in the days before days without white nonsense, I remember everybody was really hard pushing this one item from Starbucks, the mango dragon fruit tea.
Yeah.
And I tried that shit. It was delicious. It's the only thing I can order from them now, and it's the only reason I even go to Starbucks.
God, isn't it refreshing?
It's so refreshing.
is.
Recommended.
Thank
to
you,
my
Mama Shush.
coworkers.
Thank you.
Recommended it to Dax. Dax goes and tries it at his local Starbucks, as he does. He returns and reports that shit was terrible. Now, wait.
I know where you're going.
Wait.
I'm gonna let you finish your thought because I'm a respectful person.
He said
But
it
I
was
know where
bad.
you're going with this. Okay.
Not because he didn't like the drink, because he went to another store location, ordered the drink, and enjoyed it. He said it was good, and he was worth the wait. It was the near automata of Starbucks beverages. What I am putting forward here is that maybe, just maybe, the McDonald's that is near Dax's house, just maybe, is on some bullshit.
You're so full of shit. You're full of shit. You're bullshit. No. Fuck you.
This dude probably has gone to one McDonald's his entire fucking life. But he also said he's been to multiple. Every time he has it, dry ass bun.
Maybe.
My ass.
Here's the thing. We need to understand that the South is basic.
Several years of experimentation.
This is why. No, this is exactly why. This is why we acknowledge that the South is a completely different part of the world. It's like it goes America.
It's a different country.
The South.
The South is a different country.
It's you enter the shadow. I've been there myself. Holy shit! I've been
in the Shagahad this whole time.
Exactly. I looked at a bucket. I looked at a Confederate flag with these two eyes right here. These four eyes.
I was there. There were 6 eyes, dude. 6 eyes.
Stared straight at him.
You know what I did?
I laughed.
I will tell you that when we went to Wendy's 3 a.m, high as shit, that food was garbage. Now, Wendy's is garbage.
Whoa.
But there's a decent amount of worker error that needs to be considered here.
I feel like 3 a.m. Wendy's is always going to be bad.
And it's quite possible that McDonald's in the South,
during the day,
24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year, is on some bullshit.
So you're telling me?
I mean,
you're telling me that over the course of my entire life, VashTSB, that the double quarter pounder was actually only dog shit because I live in Tennessee and never tried it. Oh, don't take the fucking headphones off on me, motherfucker. I swear to goddamn God, your fucking ape ears are gonna hear this shit. Fucking motherfucker. If I went up to fucking Chicago and I put on a fucking, and if I went into a drive-thru, I swear to God, and if I went and had a fucking double quarter pounder in Chicago, that shit would taste the same. Don't even fucking at me about that shit. I swear to fucking God. You put the news on, I don't give a fuck. I only said that shit because fucking Dan in the chat drew your ears that big. They ain't even that big. I just thought it was funny. Please don't be mad. Listen, I don't want to hear this bullshit about like, oh, well, it only tasted bad for 28 years of your life because you were in the wrong state.
It might be.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You know why? Because every time I've gone to McDonald's in the South, it's not been good.
I swear to God.
I went to the largest McDonald's in the world last September.
Makes a difference?
It was bad.
Accuracy. Here's how you can fix this, Dax. This is why the headphones come off, to reveal the ape ears. So, like, everybody needs to be able to hear this, especially me. You can fix all of this. You can experience the primo Mickey D's life.
Okay.
When you book your trip to Las Vegas, Nevada, between the days of August 1st to August 5th for a little event called Evo 2019. Because then I will be able to treat you to the beauty of good Mickey D's. That's all I'm saying.
If I can fly out to witness Dax,
try
out this Mickey D's.
I will not like it.
He's already made up his mind. This,
no.
this,
Stop.
This is Devil May Cry 5 removing reversals. This right here is that exact
Chat,
mentality.
thank you for joining us on Twitch.tv. Look,
Yes,
dude.
I want to thank everyone watching this far.
Fuck.
We are actually shitters.
Hey,
Man, you know, maybe
I
maybe
look,
it really
I
is
wished
like
I-
Kingdom Hearts 3.
I wish I
May-
liked
maybe you
everything on the
just-
fucking menu. I wish
It's
I did.
not
Maybe
about
your
liking
expectations
everything.
are too-
Do you think I go to McDonald's and say,
Oh yeah,
I
I love the fish fillet.
fuck off?
here's the thing. All I'm saying, you have an experience with nuggies. I have a different experience with said nugs. And I think we can meet, potentially in the neutral zone to reconcile these differences.
Listen,
Because look, I tried Garibaldi's,
you
and
did.
what did I learn?
You did.
What did I learn? That there was a superior way to approach barbecue pizza. Because before, all I knew was Pizza Hut, Papa John's, barbecue sauce as the sauce on the pizza.
Yep.
That was all I knew. That was it. Didn't
They
realize
changed it up. They mixed it. They
They
threw us in the mix. If you go to our
Our twitter.com at DWTB. Our location is the mix.
and let me tell
Go
you
ahead.
what. That is the difference. Because what I don't want to have happen is for you to say that you're not going to enjoy it at all, and then for you to come down here and then you like it, and then
You gotta understand.
you lie. I'm
This
listening.
is
What?
this is 28 years.
But
of experience of one specific item over very different locations.
you
Gotta
know
understand
in
that.
Tennessee.
what this is the difference between KH2 English and KH2 FM.
Is it?
You are going to leave. You are going to come to the Japan of McDonald's.
Whoa.
You
Las
come in a button
Vegas.
masher.
You
You come out.
Vash, you need to be quiet.
The
Vash, you
X
need to be Vash,
button.
Vash, you need to go.
To be fair.
Vash, here's the thing though. There's McDonald's in Japan that are way different than ours.
To be
Yeah,
to
no
be
doubt.
look, listen, to be fair,
No, I'm listening. No, go ahead.
I enjoyed myself some magnet reflect. Magnet explosion.
Wait,
Whatever
you
it was.
enjoy? Okay.
It's a different kind of taste, but it still tastes pretty good.
What?
Okay.
The Big Mac?
Shing, you know.
You still haven't. Wait, you still haven't had Cane's, dog. You think Zaxby's is good shit?
You said it was the same shit. You did.
Let the record show.
Yeah, I'll pull up the
Let the
tweets.
record. Somebody please locate the
Researchers.
receipts.
You
I need you guys to
fucking said it
pull
was
up
the
the
same
receipts.
shit. So I was like, all right, cool.
No,
Look,
no, no,
I'm
no,
still
no,
gonna
no,
try it.
mm.
I'm still gonna try it for my own personal experimentation. But I trust your word enough as one of my best friends to say,
Yeah,
like,
look.
hey, when this bitch tastes the same, it pretty much the same. I'm gonna
It's
have
not
a,
the
I'm gonna
same.
have a bit of a
It's not the
bias.
same.
Oh, no, it's
I,
not.
you know, I would love to be able to take you out to Raising Cane's, bring you to that good shit. Then, while you're about to dip the strip into the sauce, swap it out for a nugget. You're not going to know the difference because it's all excellent out here. And then you're going to be like, damn, motherfuckers in my state suck.
Motherfuckers in my state no chicken, at least on the west side.
Evidently not. Because you think if they did, they'd be able to execute
How
the
fucking
nugget.
dare you?
Look, it's not that.
Listen,
Okay.
if you went to
I'm-
fucking Gus's for 5 goddamn minutes, you would know something. Don't fucking talk to me about chicken.
Here's the thing. I'm offering to take you to the
Oh my
good spots in
God.
and around my area.
And I
You're
respect
talking
that.
to
And
me.
in your
I was
area,
in-
I
I was
respect
in
it.
your home. I was
Yeah.
in your home. You did not take me. did
Because
not
you
take me
wanted
to go-
barbecue pizza, motherfucker. You don't fucking talk to me saying, oh, well, you didn't take me to the best pizza place. You didn't take me to the
How
Gus's
much
Speaking of
is it?
pizza 'cause
barbecue,
you
I
didn't
think we all
want
just
it.
need to simmer down a little bit and come on over to Lawrence, Kansas, where your boy Bloody Biscuits will treat you to the best barbecue this side of the Mississippi. All right.
Oh,
Bitch, I'm
is it-
right.
called
I'm 20 minutes
it's
away from the
called-
Mississippi.
It's
We're about to
called
fight.
KC Joe's, and you're gonna love it. And we're all gonna drive.
Stop.
We're all gonna drive
Fight.
up to Minnesota, and we're gonna go to SGDQ, and we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a nice week. All right, we're gonna relax. Have a few mimosas. All right.
I want mimosas.
Few rums and cokes.
I want.
We have a few White Russians for a little baby boy right there. All right,
Okay, I want that.
Yeah, you do. Okay,
Yeah,
all right, we can
White
get you
Russian.
that. We got that for you.
I
All
want White
right,
Russian.
and then when it's all said and done, we're all gonna go home, and you know what the takeaway is gonna be? Oh, some good ass fucking barbecue. Thank you everybody for coming into twitch.tv/dinner with the boys. I hope you guys had a
dude,
great time here.
look, being on the right side of history also means that I'm on the right side of the Mississippi River, which therefore indicates that I'm on the right side of chicken. So come on down to Gus's Chicken in Memphis, Tennessee. You can also find a location in Nashville, Tennessee. You can also get some chicken. If you ever walk in and they're out of chicken, that happens.
Louisiana does not have barbecues. What you man? I will
about
only listen
Louisiana.
to you. I will only listen to you if you live
Who
in
said Louisiana?
these two states.
Oh,
Kansas.
Tennessee.
States, no. Don't talk to me. Don't talk. No. I don't. Where's
Look,
that? I cannot identify that on the
I'm
map.
sure
I don't know where that is.
Louisiana is great with crawfish or whatever the fuck y'all got and all that shit. Oh, we got trumpets and shit, whatever the fuck, dude. Come to Memphis. We'll treat you right. We got that barbecue on deck. You want a baguette or a brioche?
We got bread on deck, bread on the floor. Toasted, roasted. Texas toast is a meme, right?
Kind of is.
It
Oh,
depends.
wait, no, Dax, you've already had a Texas State Brazil. I forget. I apologize.
I did. It was very good.
BB, have you had it?
Had what?
Texas State Brazil?
No.
It's
Oh,
pretty cool.
bitch, you
You
come
sit
to
down on a
Evo.
table and you flip a card open. If it's green and it says, hey, drop me meat, they just come and bring you like, hey, I have this rack of fucking lamb. You want it? Scrape that bitch off. Hey, I got some sausage. You want it? Scrape that shit off. Hey, I got some fucking brisket. And you just got a plate full of meat. You can go up to the front with this fucking salad bar area. You get all this fucking shit. And if you don't want fucking anyone to bother you, flip the card, bitch. It's on red. Don't fucking talk to me. It's great.
That
It
is straight
is
up.
so fucking. Allie took
It
me
is.
there one. Allie took me there for my birthday last year, and it was
That-
it was fucking cool. It was super.
That is
cool.
some ass blasting food right there.
I was like,
If
I have a
you-
card that tells you whether or not you can talk to me. It is the sickest shit. It's
If
coming to
you-
bring you fucking racks of shit and just scrape it off, put it on your fucking plate. It's delicious. It is super cool.
Yeah. If you when you come out here, BB, for Evo 2020, 2019,
Evo 2020.
I'm already taking Aceuhh there.
Where?
Texas State Brazil.
Oh yeah.
The boys are rolling out. I took fucking Andre and White and Hikage there. That shit was dope. Fucking Dax, we can run that shit back. It's perfect.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know. The problem is that I have no idea what I'm doing for my 22nd birthday. It
Oh, when's your
falls.
birthday again?
Do what I did
I
and
can't
do
keep
nothing
track
but
of-
stream.
I can't keep track of
Oh.
shit. What's your birthday?
April 24th. It falls on a Wednesday.
Oh
fuck.
Oh
What?
fuck!
Oh.
How come? Shit, man. I don't know.
I don't know.
What do you
Well, I
feel
mean,
like
like, that's the thing is that, like, since I work, it's like I need to take time off to celebrate, but it's also like right at the ass
Do you-
end of the semester.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you typically for birthdays take time off from work or like previous obligations? Or you just go and
I do.
fucking do it anyway?
I go and do it anyway, but for this time, because of the way everything's stacked up, I have to take time off, and that'll
See,
be nice.
That's
I-
what I do. I take time. Like I don't know. It's just me. On my birthday, I more or less want to do what I want to do, and if I gotta
Yeah.
go into work, it's like, do I really want to be here? No.
No.
See,
Although-
the way I have been for a while now, and I always think of this because I think back to when I was working at Bed Bath & Beyond still, and I had this oh my gosh, it's been long enough, I forgot her name. Karen. Oh gosh, So I, sweet fucking the sweetest fucking lesbian butch dyke woman I've ever seen. Like Karen, super sweet. Oh god, I loved her to death. She was great, and she was the most like just butch fucking lesbian I've ever seen. She was fucking hilarious. She was great, and she made it very apparent. And she, I remember I went in on my birthday, and I just didn't give a fuck. I was like, oh, it's my birthday, whatever the fuck, I don't care. And I worked the whole day, and it was like half an hour before I got off work, and she and I were talking for a bit or whatever, and she was like, oh, you got any plans for this? And I was like, oh, well, I'm just going home. Like, parents might do something for my birthday or whatever. And she got so mad. She was like, you better not tell me it's your birthday. I was like,
you better not tell me it's your birthday today,
you came in to work today? I was like, yeah, I mean, I just wanted, well, like, no. And she like sent me home as early as possibly could. She was like, I know it's only 20 minutes early, but like fucking go home. Like, please. Like, you didn't, she was actually offended that I didn't tell her that it was my birthday so I could get off for the day. It was actually really adorable. It was really funny. But like, I don't value my birthday that much. I don't really give a fuck. So it was really interesting for me.
Yeah, for me, it's nice because I basically get to celebrate like 3 times. I get to celebrate once with my my coworkers at the bar because I've worked every birthday at the bar for like the past 3 years.
Take a day off, man.
I think I'm going to.
Yeah, okay. You just go up and you're like, dude, I've been working my birthday for like the past 3 years.
Well, this year, funnily enough, it falls on an off day from the bar, but I still have work at the station, so I might just not even go into the station. I don't know. I'll figure something out. It depends on what they need. But I get to celebrate with the coworkers, which is always great because I like there's a massive age gap between me and the convicts that work at the bar. But I love all of them to death. They're some of the best people that I've ever met. Really, they're fucking great and they're awesome to spend time with. So that's celebration 1. Celebration 2 is obviously with the family. 3 is with like all my friends, and then 4, I guess, is with the stream. So I get to I just get to fucking celebrate all the fucking time. It's great. Birthdays are sick.
Since I live so far away from my family, stuff like that, like I don't like my birthdays are basically a card and a call. And then I get whatever from my parents and they say, haha, you're getting older, you idiot. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And I like all I have left are like that's why I post my picture on like when it's my birthday on Twitter. That's it. I still haven't checked my Facebook notification or anything like that. And I know for a fact because I saw it on my mom's page when I was walking by her desk. Like I had like 40 people like messaging me saying happy birthday. I haven't even looked at it because most of those people I haven't talked to in forever. And the people that actually do called me and said happy birthday and stuff like that and said it the next day. And you know what I said? I've been like this ever since I got out of high school. Well, out of college, I don't like doing other people's bidding on my birthday. I guess it is. It's very selfish, and I understand why people do it and why people like to work because some people dread their birthday. Some people don't pay any mind, and they just want to live it like a normal day. Yeah. They don't want people getting attention. For me, it's not like I want attention or anything like that. I just want to do what I want to do for one day of the year. Don't ask me to do things. Let me do whatever. And you know what I did this year? I did my job and I streamed. And it was one of the best nights I had because I got to just fucking sit down and play video games with my friends. That's all it was. It was great. That's all I'd ever want out of a birthday is to have a good time with my friends or whoever, you know?
Yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. I don't know. I'm like fucking people are obviously asking like what I want to do, and I'm like, I have no fucking.
Yeah.
I thought about like running it back to Texas, but you know. I don't know.
You never know, brother.
You know what I have been missing? Fucking Indian curry. Ooh.
I miss this Coca-Cola Zero orange vanilla.
You actually like that shit's good.
They have a zero orange vanilla? I'm drinking regular.
I don't like Coke Zero. Ever since they changed the recipe, it ain't been the same. Ever since they did the zero sugar thing, where before there was like 1 gram of sugar, now there's no grams of sugar. Apparently that changed a lot.
I'm sure there's more that they changed to it.
Yeah.
Probably, most definitely.
But you know, that's what they advertised. And this is the only Coke Zero I've enjoyed since the orange vanilla Coke Zero.
Wow, this is pretty good.
What is it, Turbo?
Oh.
What is it?
Yeah, it's turbo.
What is it?
Coca-Cola, please sponsor us.
Dude, I Snapchatted a video of my dog Rupert making
not
the most,
yet, not yet. But I'm
making the
sorry,
most
I shouldn't have told you.
unpleasant fucking.
Oh yeah, I
'cause,
saw
like,
that.
Yeah, well, my dad was outside talking to this guy who was preparing our garage door, and she made the most. Hold on, I'll find it. That's what
That
she
sounds about right.
does. That's what she
That sounds about
does,
right.
dude. Like fucking.
That sounds about right.
It's just.
I noticed it. I noticed it today, but goddamn, Rupert is a pretty dog.
Jesus, sweetie.
Well, because she does this thing where she'll like scream and then yawn.
Yeah.
And it creates this weird combination.
It sounds like you fucking hit the microphone wrong and it just
I know.
reverbs.
Yeah. This is great. This sweet dog. Beagles are weird, man.
Absolutely, they are. Fucking.
is it?
My music stopped.
Test on 24th.
Personally, I need to take him out. It's also like midnight. We've been going for like 5
Yeah,
hours.
we've been at it for like 5 hours, so we can probably get ready to.
You think now's a good time?
Yeah, probably. So it's been like 5 hours.
Unless anybody's got like some parting words.
Vash, close us out. Where can they find us, brother? What have we done? Come on, do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll keep this short and sweet. If you would like to follow us, if you would like to see when we go live on Twitch, I would highly recommend you do so through twitch.tv/dinner with the boys every Monday night starting at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's 8 p.m. EST. We get here with food to share with each other and with you. If you would like to come in and have something to talk about, present some stuff, we keep up with the chat. I know sometimes it doesn't seem like it, but we definitely be reading what y'all be saying. Would love to have you here. If you catch yourself in the middle of work or something like that, you can't come in, you wind up missing a show. That's okay, because we have an archive over at youtube.com, and in the search field, I'm gonna need you to type in Dinner with the Boys. That'll take you to a dedicated YouTube channel that exclusively hosts our archives. There you can listen to it. If you're a YouTube Red subscriber, you can download it, and you have a mobile edition of Dinner with the Boys. Catch up on past episodes, running hot.
This being said, we are also working on an audio version. At some point here soon in the future, we will be having that. We are Twitch affiliates at twitch.tv/dinnerwiththeboys. So if you guys want to send us in questions here in the future, topics, questions, potential hosts that you guys want on, be sure to subscribe over, and we'll tally up your marks. Also, like Vash said, if you guys scroll down, there is an archive, but there is another place to keep up to date with Dinner with the Boys. If you guys head over to twitter.com with the at twitter.com/dinner WTB. That is twitter.com/dinner WTB, where we keep you up to date with the latest memes, any updates that we have for the cast, future hosts potentially, and shits.
DAX.
You guys can keep up to us. We will post every time we go live, every update that we have to stream. Maybe we're not going live. Who knows? Be sure to follow us there if you're not already. I want to thank everyone that is here live at twitch.tv/dinnerwiththeboys, watching all of us here today. I thank everybody that was here, all of the new subscribers, because we are now Twitch affiliates. I thank everybody. Thank you guys so much for watching. I think that's everything. Follow us on all the social media platforms. Follow all of us. If you scroll down, check us all out. Thank you guys so much for watching. Until next week, happy eating.